Well, hello and welcome to Sunday here in the Milton Keynes Centre MK. We have another full day of 3 classes of 12th action, and with me, of course, it is the voice of motorsport, from the smallest to the largest, John Hindhaugh.
I hope you're talking about the motorsport and not the voice. Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Centre MK, right here in the middle of the United Kingdom. It's another beautiful sunshiny morning, a bit frosty and icy on the way in. Local time just on 8:15, and as you can see, we've got the 12 GTs out on the circuit. They're the carryover from yesterday's excellent 9 hours of racing that we had here today, but we're also going to see some slightly different categories as well. Broadly speaking, though, the same format. Other than the GTs, then, Nick, what are we going to see today?
Well, we've got 2 more classes of the LMP cars that look, of course, much more like a Le Mans prototype, but hence the LMP. We have the sportsman class, which actually are the same speed as the faster cars yesterday, and then we have the all-out crazy blinkers bat modified, where you can go all holds a bar, bolt anything in you can hold on to, and off you go. And I'm taking part in that, so I'll be having some very high-speed crashes later.
Yesterday, the fastest engines that we had were the 10.5s, and they were pretty quick. We were getting down to 11 and 12 seconds laps around this quite technical circuit here in the Centre MK. I've been talking to some of the guys in the pits today, and some of them are saying they're going up as far as 4.5s.
Oh yeah, they're going to have they must be very, very quick. This is not a track where you're going to get a huge boost from the extra power, because it's very technical, and obviously your apex speed is the same of every corner, whatever motor you have in there, but you're going to see hopefully some cars hitting some pretty impressive speeds down the straight. And it's also the rip, the acceleration is remarkable.
If you weren't with us yesterday, this is a shopping centre. It'll be open to the public in around about an hour's time, which is good news, because that means then
we can get breakfast
and a cup of coffee. And so the exigencies of what we've got in terms of space for the pits and for the circuit here have meant that we haven't got quite the size and scope of circuit that we would like. In fairness, the infield and the technical is pretty much what you've seen here on RC Racing over the past few years. The front straight perhaps not quite as quick, and there's space concerns there, but also, of course, health and safety concerns. And I'm not sure if James can just have a quick pan to his right and have a look. We're standing on the back straight at the moment, right in front of the world famous John Lewis, but the rest of the circuit winds out down through it's a right-handed circuit, so it winds out down towards the timekeepers on the far side into what we've called the Costa complex, through timekeepers turn into the technical bit in the midfield, past commentators complex, which is right in front of us where we are now, and then back onto this main straight here. It did race pretty well yesterday, Nick. It's tight, it's technical, everybody wanting good turn-in, very pointy front end, but we did see people making some pretty bold and impressive overtaking manoeuvres yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting to have a qualifying, because it's all about running clean. Some tracks are have difficult parts in them, so you hear lots of crashing and bashing and people have accidents, but certainly with very, very clean racing. People have to help you to get past these 4 rounds of qualifying. And in the finals, you do need to have a certain amount of elbows out with your car to get past, because it's hard. If you run the line, there's not many places where you can stuff it upside, and when you've tried, we saw obviously in the A final yesterday, it can all go wrong.
5 minutes for the GT cars, 8 minutes for the prototypes, and we definitely saw in the prototypes those extra 3 minutes. It was interesting to see how the performance of the cars developed and evolved through those 8 minutes. We had people who went off like scolded cats and then had to ease back in the middle and wait for the car and the surface to come back to them. This is the second full day of racing. Are you expecting to see the carpet evolving a little bit as well?
It's probably the carpet's
cold at the moment, by the way.
Yeah, it is. The carpet's going to be pretty good for this first round, the second round. It may be fine the whole way through. Occasionally, on the last round, it gets over grippy, and the cars start rolling and sticking. But I think because of the very high ceilings we have here, which means you get a high level of evaporation, it's not held down close like it can be. I think we're going to have a track that's pretty consistent across all the rounds, which is good. It means you've got 4 chances to get a decent time rather than perhaps 2 or 1.5. But it is a case, I think, again, where the car always evolves in the 8 minutes, because you are effectively dealing with a chemical grip rather than mechanical grip with the additive on the tyres. And I can't remember a time when I've had a car I've liked for all 8 minutes. Sometimes you like the first 2, sometimes you like the middle 4, sometimes you really like the last 2. But it's case normally cars either are good at the start or good at the finish, because it's really how they've treated the tyres.
We're starting a good 2 hours earlier than we did yesterday in terms of the qualifying heats, which are underway in front of us now for the GT12s. And the sunshine streaming in through the windows. Very clear day here in the middle of England this morning. That light across the circuit, that did cause issues yesterday. It's quite difficult to spot cars. What we won't be doing is going as late into the evening tonight when the excellent floodlighting above actually flattened out the light pretty well.
Having been on the track when the sun was out, I mean, currently there's a couple of pools of light, but it moves around the whole time as the sun crosses across. And the big problem really is certainly for old eyes, is you get that flick in your irises. It actually changes the light to the dark. This is different advice for youngsters. They're fast-reacting retinas, whereas I'm afraid us old boys, it can be quite off-putting. And also, at some points, you can actually you're really looking at a shadow. You don't really see the car. So it's an extra challenge, and I'm sure it's something I'll be blaming if it goes wrong.
Quite a lot of the people who were racing here yesterday have stayed on. We have got some newcomers for what is effectively the Sunday Cup here today in the 12th Electric Circuit Nationals. This is the Winter Nationals, if you like, from the British Radio Car Association. So there's got to be an advantage from those people who competed here yesterday.
No. I mean, the vast majority of people, there's probably only 10 new people who've just come in for Sunday. All the top names in the class have done both events. I mean, you'd be a long way behind if you hadn't actually done. You'd be a couple of rounds just getting used to the track and its variances. You know, obviously most people are probably running a different motor in the LMP class. Obviously, it's exactly the same in GT12, but it's a case. You pick it up reasonably quickly. If you're just going a bit faster, it's not quite the same as trying to work out what the hell's going on.
Obviously, we're talking to the audience on rcracing.tv now who are self-selecting and therefore know a little bit about what's going on. But what we saw yesterday, Nick, and I thought I was tremendously impressed with all of this trackside area here in front of John Lewis down the main straight. All day, for 9 hours, had 100 or 120 people, 3 and 4 deep. And I'm guessing that somewhere around about 2,500, 3,000 people took time out and stopped to watch RC racing, asked questions about RC racing. And I'm not counting the people who just wandered by and saw the rest of what's going on here. The pits are open at the far side. There's a couple of places where people can try some RC racing, and there's all kinds of information from the BRCA. I mean, this is a real step forward. I know that it's not the perfect circuit, but it's raced well. And already talk about coming back here next year. That's got to be brilliant.
I think it's what every sport needs, is exposure, and exposure to new eyes and new people and people who didn't know what was going on. And we've had hundreds of kids and dads and mums and girls all milling around, seeing what great fun it is, and seeing some pretty high quality racing, seeing high quality qualifying, and getting the idea, this looks pretty good. Then having a go and going, it's not too difficult. It takes a bit of an eye to get in, and to reach these standards can take many years, and then you go off the trough and start coming down again. But no, public events are absolutely what it's all about, and certainly the plan is to come back here next year, bigger and better. I think you've already suggested we have some nice big screens for the people to see.
A big screen either end would be perfect. Then I could probably see the timing as well.
That would probably
talking
help,
about old eyes. So, how's the day going to pan out? We're in qualifying heats now. We had 4 qualifying heats yesterday for 3 different classes, and broadly speaking, it's the same today.
It's the same. The first class GT12, 3 heats of GT12, and we've had the first one. There's the second one just warming up. Then we have 5 heats of sportsman class before we have 3 heats of the very fast modified class. And mark your card, heat 9, the first modified. That's where you'll find me slowly destroying the lovely body that Frank built for me.
Well, there you go. Then that's planning out the day here on rcracing.tv. If you're in the centre of England and you can get down to Milton Keynes, it's dead easy to find. Follow the signs too, just simply shopping. It's the Centre MK. We're right outside John Lewis in the main exhibition area on, I think it's called Midsummer Hall. You can't miss it. It's we're the people that's making all the noise. If you can come down and say hello. If not, settle back for what is looking to be another great day of British national RC racing here on rcracing.tv. And we're about to get the second heat of the GT12s underway, so we better get ourselves to the commentary box and start picking out some of the favourites for the day.
Oh, yeah. Good idea. You need to start looking at see if you can focus on the timing screen.
Yeah, well, that is another good point, in fairness. Sunshine in our eyes this morning. So that first heat then was Ian Devonshire who topped the timing. Philip Sermon in second place, Matt Gammons in third, Graham Baker fourth, Keith Gammons in fifth, Rebecca Hubber in sixth, Chris Sermon, and the times 15:66. So it is a bit chillier in the centre this morning, and that will contribute to things just being a little bit more difficult. I tell you what I am going to do, Nick. I said I wasn't going to put the P on, but I'm going to put it on a little bit because I can't tell whether I'm talking or not. That's the only issue with that. So we'll put it on quietly as we wait for the second heat of the first round to get underway. Good morning to the centre as everyone is waking up here, and to the pits as well. Sunshine streaming in from the eastern side of the centre, and it will track around to behind the pit area. So our second heat of GT12 is about to head out onto the circuit. So out we go with Paul Hopkins on 1, Peter Winton on 2, Dan Howes on 3, Lee Stokes 4, Josh Colt, winner yesterday, on 5, Mark Burgess 6, 7, Anthony Wade, Kaz James 8, Terry Atkinson 9, and David Sedgwick 10. And so far everyone behaving themselves. So people just dialing themselves in this morning. Should have brought the Irish Spec glasses.
That sun's a bit difficult. So once again, everyone's gone back to being seeded in these heats, John. So they go off in a seeded order, and then we'll find out as the speed comes and goes.
Quite a lot of new names in this heat from yesterday, I have to say. Don't remember David Sedgwick from yesterday.
Pete Winton's doing GT12 when he was doing LMP yesterday.
Okay. Dan Howes, I don't remember from yesterday, but I might be wrong. Oh, no, he was here. He's a PVC door fabricator from St Ives in Cambridgeshire on the Mardave. Oh, yes, I do remember him from yesterday now.
Now this is...
this has got to be the hardest part of the day, hasn't it?
If you look at this shot here, you can see that is the camera having problems with it, but it's even with your eyes, you've got light all over, light dark, you've got reflection off the body shells.
Well, and the other thing is the guys are staring straight into the sunshine through the very large windows on the eastern side of the area here. We have started to get some people walking in, so we'll just warm up the PA a tiny bit as we're in control of all of our destinies here.
2 minutes gone, 3 minutes to go, the 5-minute race, and it's Paul Hopkins in 1, leading from Pete Winton in 2. And I'm trying to find where those cars are. There's the one car about to go on the main straight now. It's a Ferrari-shaped red tail, white nose. And
number
car
2 is also a red and white Ferrari, very AF Corsa.
Red with a white bottom.
Yes, sill panel.
Thank you.
Bottom.
Yes.
Still haven't seen the end of Despicable Me 2. I must
you need
watch
to,
that.
You need to take another flight.
Yes, well, really? 44 hours coming home from Bathurst wasn't enough?
So this is the... I think the best time we saw yesterday were 21s, weren't they, right at the front of this field? And
that's 21 laps you're talking about, yeah.
And it should be similar. The track, there's no differences to the track. Track runs the same
Except it's colder.
It
is really
colder.
is colder in the air here, and that, I know it's carpet, but it is going to make a difference, Nick. There's no doubt to me in the middle of the day yesterday when the place was fuller and there was more body heat and the place warmed up, that people were getting more grip, and then they needed to back off a little bit later on in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's... I'm not quite sure whether this actual ambient temperature is going to affect things too much. But obviously, the cars are all sitting on a nice level of grip from yesterday. Something would come out of the carpet overnight, and this is the first run, but it goes in very quickly again the following morning. Normally, certainly by halfway through the first round, it'll be back up to the levels it was at finals time. But the temperature difference could make a change, John.
What I'm looking at now and seeing the guys who were here yesterday in particular, there's much less levels of steering going in, so there would appear to be less push. So they've got their cars set up nicely, and B, there is just that little bit more, because we were getting a lot of people just skating over the top, over commentators complex here, right in front of us as the number 3 car goes past us and onto the back straight. It was noticeable yesterday how much more people were getting pushed, getting understeer, and struggling to get the cars turned in. What I'm seeing today are cars that are much more pointy, and that is a motor racing term. There's a lot of drivers who prefer pointy cars, Fernando Alonso being one of them.
They're like flat cars or tall cars.
No, let's not go there.
Yeah, looking at the... also, I'm not seeing as much tipping, so I think there's probably a little bit less grip. Now, what I am seeing is Pete Winton gaining on Paul Hopkins in car 1 and 2, and in fact the difference between the two of them now on the clock is nothing, because Pete Winton has taken the lead in the
just did it as
number
you were
2 car.
about him.
Now that's the lead on the timing, because again he's just lost it again there in a bit of a kerfuffle. So it's 1 and 2 who are oscillating for the lead overall. Remember, it's a 5-minute race. This is qualifying. They all go off at a separate time. We're running your separate 5 minutes. You can get slightly upset by people who are also involved in that 5 minutes. So it's Hopkins from Winton, and we've got 4 seconds to go. And it's a manful attempt to work out the light and the dark for the camera. It's hard
There's
enough
the
for
buzzer.
us. And I think Hopkins is going to take this one. Winton had
This is going to be a 20-lap run, isn't it, for the 2 leaders? 19 for everybody else. So they are a lap down on yesterday. Yeah, Paul Hopkins gets 20.313.26, 23.15.01 for Winton. Pete Winton from Derby, the aerospace engineer for Rolls-Royce. Oh, you are leaving your feet all over the place today.
Am I?
In our commentary area. Yes, I've tripped over you twice already. So good morning, welcome along if you are just joining us. A very early start to our second day of live broadcasting on rcracing.tv from the Centre MK. This we believe to be unique, certainly in UK RC racing history, that we have a British Championship round in a shopping centre.
an actual real championship. Well, I think actually I think there's been some off-road events out in the public before at county shows and things.
I like the idea though of doing this way. This is one of a quite. You see these big spaces, demonstration and exhibition spaces in shopping areas. What better use to put it to than to have some motor racing in it? Rather difficult to have racing.
As an aside, John, do you know that about 3 years ago they had the World Slot Car Championships here?
Yes, I did know that because I was here.
When are we going to get your other Milton Keynes fact? When we get your other Milton Keynes fact? I mean, I'm waiting for it.
If you use well-known search engines, those of you who are on the web, and Google the Centre MK, then you will find that amongst the fascinating facts about this shopping area is that it featured heavily, in fact where we walked in this morning, featured heavily in a popular music video by His Royal Highness Sir Cliff Richard, and Wired for Sound, I believe, was the video that was shot in one of the walkways here. If you don't believe me,
I do.
go on the web. I want you to look it up on the web now as you're playing with your
All
computer.
Right. I'm not playing my computer. I'm
You are
things
playing
up.
with your computer. So we're off with the third heat of round one.
Yes, it was filmed at the Centre MK in 1981.
Thank you.
It was a new town. It could.
And if you look at that one there, you will spot where we walked in this morning.
I'm not using the bandwidth to do that, but yeah.
Yes, you'll get hit by Matt. This is the third heat of the GT12s, first round of qualifying this morning. And already Alex Thurston jumps out into the lead here on the number 1, with Chris Ashton popping up now. Sam Clifton on the number 2, 2-1-5. Alex Thurston on the 5. Stephen Lander making some early pace as well. Stephen from Derbyshire works in a path lab on the Mardiv. And once again, everybody behaving themselves nicely this morning. Sam Clifton, who was here with us yesterday as well.
Almost won.
Had a very good run in his final, didn't he?
So we had the winner yesterday is in third, Alex Thurston in car 5. Chris Ashton, who was second, is car 1 is leading, and car 2, Sam Clifton, who was third, is second. So slightly controversial end to that race.
Yeah, but there was no fisticuffs, it was accepted. No handbags. Good morning, if you're just joining us, rcracing.tv live from the Centre MK, and already we are drawing a crowd on the far side. I'm not sure the centre's even properly open yet, so good morning to the members of the public who are joining us. This is a British Championship event.
And if any of you know of the coffee shops or breakfast bars that are open, please tell us where they are.
Yeah, Nick's about to have a kind of mutiny from his...
I am worried. I've got a lot of people staring accusively about bacon sandwiches at me. As in, where are they?
The lack of bacon sandwiches is what is causing the problem. Bacon, the duct tape of food, as I always think.
So with 1 and 3/4 minutes to go, Sam Clifton, who's out way ahead. In second, it's Chris Ashton in second, and Alex Thurston in third.
If I'd known there was going to be no coffee, I would have brought a coffee machine.
I know. But there will be soon.
Just watching, as I say, a very well-behaved 10 drivers at the moment coming through the right-hander in front of us here at the commentator's corner. It is noticeable that the guys are modifying their lines to miss the worst of the ridges in the carpet, and that was all found out yesterday. I'm hearing a lot more cars bottoming out today than I was yesterday as well. Ouch.
So 40 seconds to go, and it's still Sam Clifton leading from Chris Ashton. Alex Thurston's in third. Carl Dransfield's actually got himself in the top heat this time, John. He was in the second heat last time, but I think he'll appreciate having it being running with the faster guys as he is. He still made the A final last time. Marcus Askell also went well, and he's in alternating between 4th and 5th. A couple of laps left, and the top 9 here are going to take the top 9 positions. So it is a much faster heat. Predicted 21.307 for Sam at the moment, which is a goodly bit faster than we've seen. Sam Clifton is about to take the line, and he's just going to get another lap. So as he goes around now, he gets another lap, I think. Yep.
Are we getting to 21s yet, or are
we
still
are
in
indeed.
20s? Yeah.
No, it's 21s for the first 7 or 6. Certainly, we'll get 21 laps.
So the seeding working well there then.
So
what was the best lap there, Nick?
Best lap was a 14.23 from Sam Clifton, 14.24 from Chris Ashton, and it was Sam Clifton but Chris Ashton by Alex Thurston. So that ends the first of 4 rounds of qualifying for the GT12s, and it is Sam Clifton who leads overall at the moment from Chris Ashton by Alex Thurston, and they're already up to sort of speed they were doing yesterday, John, so you can see the grips there. And it's a case now of what they can do next with it, because they've got 3 more rounds to try and improve, but it's all about getting a cleaner run, and if you can get a cleaner run, that's the question.
I wondered what all that noise was yesterday, just to our right, and I've just realised it's where people are truing their tyres. Have we found somewhere for breakfast?
Mark, who's a marvellous man, and I'm going to tell Mark to the world, he's told us that McDonald's is open.
Okay.
I want coffee. So we're now about a minute and a half into the first round of the LMP Sport. There's 5 heats, and currently leading is James Innight in the number 2 car. Now remember, if James hasn't changed his body, he'll have the bright purple machine, and there, indeed he does. It goes underneath me in commentator's corner, and now down the straight. It's the purple car we're looking at, James, right in front of you now. In the purple car. On the main straight. That's James Innight. God, as you can probably see from the pictures, it's quite hard to see. It's quite hard. It's very hard for the camera to move the ins and outs of the lights and dark. It's some very important technical information going on here at the RC Racing headquarters. We're doing the breakfast order down to McDonald's. It's Tom Jeffries is in second, which is a surprise. He's just taken himself the lead, Tom, in car 10. But he was a long way up yesterday, and he's obviously due to handicapping starting back down. He was in the B final. So Tom not made a good start, but now he's pushing through. Predicted about 35, so about the same sort of time as yesterday. No real improvement than we would see on this same class. This was the top class yesterday. And so we are with Tom. And I just say well done. I think A, well done to the drivers, being able to see where they're going in this constantly changing light, and B, well done to James, being able to see anything through a viewfinder.
Just done my most important job here there.
We've had a very technical discussion there about exactly who was getting what to wear. But the light is very difficult.
Well, we weren't on the track quite this early yesterday in terms of, thank you very much, in terms of the
time of day
qualifying
heats.
We had a bit of practice yesterday.
But it wasn't this bright, in fairness.
No, there was a little more cloud yesterday, wasn't there?
And so we're now following. I'm just trying to check to see as he goes past us. Is that still Tom?
Now the LMP 12 Sports are out there
car
at the
7 at the moment. So car 7, who is Paul Lau. So Paul had a terrible day yesterday, but he's back. He's recovered and he's giving it some more go. So Paul Lau.
The 12 Sports, which are out at the moment, are 6 minutes heats.
No, that's 8.
68 to 48. Yes, you're right, correct. So everybody else bar the GTs at 8 minutes, as we were yesterday.
All as we were. So as the cars come through the inner complex.
I'm going to help Paul out here by
standing
in front of the sun.
You are a sunshade, John.
I am a total eclipse at the moment.
The heart.
That was a different video, not filmed here. Good morning if you are just joining us, either here at the Centre MK or on rcracing.tv, live from the capital of traffic circles in the UK, roundabouts, which were much fun this morning as they were slightly greasy.
That 29 mile an hour speed limit, the speed you were going, never seemed so much fun, did it?
No. Thank goodness for Audi Quattro this morning, and thank you to Audi UK for getting me here.
So into second place has gone car 8 of Mark Goodchild. James Knight still leading. Tom Jeffries had a problem, and I think he's got a body clip issue on his car. And as the first 9 drivers to go, they are in the first 9 positions, John.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm shocked at that, Nick. Oops.
And I actually don't know how they're driving up there with this sun. It's really, I'm just hoping that in the next 35 minutes before I get out, it's gone.
I'm just going to have a wander up to the back of the rostrum actually and see how bad it is up there. Excuse me, gentlemen.
So it's James in ninth. We've got 2 minutes to go. James in ninth is leading. Mark Goodchild second. Tom Jeffries third. That's 2 from 8 from 10 if you're watching at this track. And it's James Wright and Lee Ellis. And Hindhaugh, who won a big trophy for winning a round in the yesterday, is down in 7th.
It's bad.
It's hard to see, isn't it?
Yes, it's very, very hard to see.
I'm just hoping the sun's going to rise a little bit more so it gets out of that area. I've got 35 minutes.
That's amazing driving skills being exhibited here by the first 9 of our LMP12 Sport round for this Sunday, the 16th of February, if you are just joining us around the world. And I see the stream numbers are picking up, so good morning to you. As you can see, the sunshine is an issue. That's looking back from the end that the sun is, and that is where we are, looking back at the sun. And we've deliberately tilted the camera down because if we have it any other way, you literally can't see anything. I've just been up to the back of the rostrum and tried not to disturb anybody there, Nick, but being a little bit higher up, it's actually even worse from there.
And my sunglasses are in the car.
You've left your I Respect Franks in the car.
I did. I always let my more wrap-around, old-fashioned, I think, boot specials in the car as well. Anything would have done. Anything. I could look stylish in my I Respects. That'd be great. Or I could just not have to squint.
They're quicker. I Respects, obviously, are worth 2/10 a lap, apparently.
In this, that's no joke in this light.
Simon Dolan of Jota Racing, who are sponsored by I Respect, told me that. And of course did get them the Le Mans entry as well. Almost certainly, purely because of the I Respect.
Pierre Fiorno and Gerard Neveu fancied a bit of eyewear.
Yes, indeed.
So that's the end of that heat. That's the buzzer says the 8 minutes are up. They have to finish that they're on. And it looks like it is James in ninth who's won that one. So we're now going to the second of 5 heats for the first round of qualifying for the LMP Sport.
And we'll see Paul Hopkins, Peter Winton, hang on, that's the GTs. They were handed to me in the correct order, you see, that's what put me out. So this should be heats 5 coming up. So Trish Whiteley, Steve Rowley, Lee Meek, Peter Harold, Bob Hill, Gavin Rice, Colin Rose, Haley Baker, Chris Blakey and Glenn Atherton, all here yesterday. And another 8 minutes.
Slowing down already.
Good morning to you, or hello, I should say, because you could be joining us from anywhere in the world. Just looking at that picture there shows you just how difficult it is for the drivers. You can see there, they're on the top of the podium there, to the top left of that shot. And there as well, that is a very good illustration of just how bright it is with the sun coming in from the upper left-hand side of that shot, which is on the entrance of the back straight, the John Lewis straight as we've been calling it. First round of qualifying here. And there are 1 or 2 people on the rostrum who have sensibly got their sunglasses on there, Nick.
All right, what's the point you're making?
Well, if you run back to the car now, you've got a chance to get yours.
Run?
I know it's a bit undignified for you.
I think I'm backing the half hour's time before I get out. The sun will have gone up.
I think you're wrong, because I remember this time yesterday.
It does come from behind you. And car race has done the thing everyone hates to do, which is crash within 2 corners.
Is that just like a real downer as you start to...
If you make a big mistake just as you started, it just clouds the whole thing. I mean, you have got time to make it up again, but you kind of go, oh, why? I didn't need to do it. Because the cars can be a bit edgy the first couple of laps, with the depending on how the additives got into the tyres. And so you find they don't always do what you think they're going to do, and you sometimes need to just not be quite so apexy to begin with to avoid that potential issue.
That's the view behind the circuit where all of the action is going on. A lot of truing of tyres just off to my right at the moment. Let's get back to the action on the track. There they are at timekeeper's turn onto the infield.
So
slightly different view than what we saw yesterday, and that's right in front of us.
Our leader is Steve Rowley in car 2, and he's ahead of Lee Meek in car 3. So Steve Rowley is the green and white car about to go on the main straight now. So if we can pick up Steve, he's actually leading this one at the moment.
Steve Rowley, 41, from Stoke Golding in Warwickshire. He's a car dealership manager. He's on the CRC chassis.
Miss Stripling at 41. One of the youngsters here at 41.
I am impressed at how many people over the age of 40, indeed how many people over the age of 50 are still competing to a British Championship level. And it proves there's hope for us all, yes.
It's nice and warm indoors. It's on carpet, so we can use our slippers. It's fantastic. So we're still with Steve Rowley. Oh, that was lucky. He managed to get Rowley there. He managed to get a bit of a past car 8, who was luckily on the side and didn't pick him up. And it is still Rowley who's leading. Lee Meek is second, Gavin Rice is third, and Bob Hill is fourth. So it's car 2 is your leader if you're watching. The green and white machine just going onto the main straight now. And he has a reasonably small lead from Lee Meek in car 3. Car 3 is the car behind him. So that's the this is easy to put. That's the yellow nose and orangey pink tailed car is Lee Meek. Just going around the infield now in front of the driver's rostrum, underneath commentator's corner. Through the infield, and now about to go down the John Lewis straight. That's Lee Meek, car 3. Do we have information on Mr. Meek?
Sorry?
Do we have information on Mr. Meek? We don't. He hasn't. We're told we can make it up now. If they haven't put their information to the sheets, we're allowed to make it up. So you can get a whole backstory for Lee in the next couple of laps.
Started his career on the cruise liners as a
chanteurs,
yep,
piano player, and then graduated to an international puppeteer.
Which is where he learned the hand-eye coordination that he requires for LMP 12 sport.
Into a tragic accident at the rodeo. And he had to stop puppeteering and go back to RC racing.
Yeah. You have got to be careful what you put your arm into.
That is true. But he was
all of the above.
It was a vet school.
All of the above is completely made up. That's what happens when you don't put your commentator sheet in, though. Good morning, welcome along if you are just joining us. We're inside heat number 5 now. This is the first round of qualifying for the P1s. This is the sport category.
Well, I'd like to congratulate Lee Meek for having a colour combination that picks up well on the camera in this really weird light, though. We can see it quite well.
That's the number 3 car, is it?
Yeah.
This is the sort of rhubarb and custard.
That's exactly what it is.
Colour.
It's gone for the
everybody's favourite boiled sweet when they were younger.
It ripped your mouth apart.
And how many times have you been talking like that after a whole bag of rhubarb and custard? Slits on the tongues. So that ages us, Nick, that, you know.
There's many things that age us. So we're down to 3 minutes. This one to go. Steve Rowley, Gavin Rice, Lee Meek, and Bob Hill. And this is heat 5. Oh, actually, I need to go and paint.
Heat 5.
Off for a bit of painting. Back in a sec.
You need somebody in your pit to do that for you. Or do you not trust them? That's the thing. Nick's off to put his chemicals on his tyres, which, unlike some forms of motorsport, not only is it acceptable here, it's absolutely required. I remember in my karting days, it would have been frowned upon. So Steve Rowley on the 2, still leading them out at the moment. BRCA national winner back in 1993 and competed in the World Championships in 1998. Talking to him yesterday, been away from the sport for a little while, but he is enjoying it and is considering a full-time return. Walked in with Vince Formosa this morning as well, had a good chat with him. He's loving it. 66 years young is Vince. We'll see him later on today. So these LMP12 sport cars, styled after the Le Mans prototypes that race at the Le Mans 24 Hours in the World Endurance Championship, styled after the closed cockpit cars, which are now mandatory in the P1 part of that championship. And if you're into full-size motorsport as well, Easter weekend at Silverstone, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, you'll see the full-size compatriots of these cars at Silverstone with 2 Audis, 2 Toyotas and 2 Porsches, as well as a couple of Rebellions and a Lotus in the P1 category, battling it out for the first round of the 2014 World Endurance Championship.
Yay! Matt's come with breakfast.
Along with 42 cars from the European Le Mans Series as well. That's a decent full-size sport weekend, and Nick and I will be talking about that. We'll banish Nick to the pits for that. I'll be up in the commentary box doing the TV for Motors TV both days. European Formula 3 as well that weekend, as well as some other support races. So if we've whetted your appetite here with the scale version of these cars, come and see 200 mile an hour action at Silverstone Easter weekends. Or of course you can listen in on radiolemans.com, all sessions live and commercial free. So you've got 25 seconds left to go. It's still Stephen Rowley from Lee Meek, 2 from 3 from the number 6 now, Gavin Rice and Lee Meek having a little look. Oh, Chris Blakely just drops into second place. There's the buzzer. And Steve Rowley goes to the top of the qualifying, with Lee Meek dropping into 4th.
Thank you. Need to get our cameraman back. So with the next heat coming up, we're going to perhaps hear less voices continuously, because John's currently getting through an exciting looking hash brown. That's got a good start. Matt also the hash brown. I just got the breakfast wrap, everyone. But most importantly, we all now have some form of caffeine. That looks a bit odd when you look like that at it. So this heat will feature Paul Campion, Trev Colt, Andrew North, Ian Flux, Paul Lomas, Ian Watkins, Chris House, David Underwood, Vince Formosa and Nick Upton, all who featured, I think, a lot of those who featured in the finals yesterday. Not all successfully, in fairness.
Yeah, talking to Vince Formosa on the way in this morning, he was delighted that he's running the final yesterday. And it spurred him on for even greater things today in the LMP12 sport category. Another 8 minutes of qualifying about to get underway. We'll let them settle down and get back to you with some times in just a moment. We're pushing on down to 5 minutes. In fact, just under 5 minutes to go in this 6th heat of the first round. And it is Paul Lomas who is quickest at the moment on the number 5, from Ian Flux on the number 4. Fluxy did a good job yesterday.
Lomas, of course, started from pole in his final yesterday. It all went horribly wrong, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Paul's actually one of the, he's the they call it an eligibility officer for the section.
So scrutineer, effectively.
And the homologator, or one of the homologating team. It's about Paul is he always used to actually completely build his own cars from scratch on completely different concepts. He built some really clever ideas.
And then did he rule them out because they weren't legal?
No, he
ruled his own cars out.
He was very oddly they all got in, even the ones with 7 motors. But no.
So is he the Adrian Newey then of RC?
Well, no, it was all mechanical rather than aero.
Wow.
But there were some great ideas and beautiful pieces of engineering. He's now decided to plough a different furrow by just running chassis that no one else runs. So he's run a Tamiya chassis, which no one else has ever run, and he's run a Speed Merchant chassis, which I think only one other person runs.
How much can you do to the chassis? Obviously they're homologated. So
not in this class, John. They're homologated in the GT12 class, but here
Right.
they're completely free as long as they meet general dimensions.
Right.
And
so you could take a proprietary chassis and make some changes to it if you wanted to.
You can take the pattern, you can make it stiffer, you can make it more flexible. You can basically you've got dimension rules, so it's how long maximum length, maximum width, and maximum overhangs are dictated. Then you've got the maximum diameter of the tyre, wheel, and the tyre, and the width of the tyre. And apart from that, it's pretty free on dimensions.
Axle widths,
Yep.
wheelbases.
Wheelbase, no. Widths, yes. Overall length, yes. I think there is a wheelbase plus and minus, but
Centre to centre, yeah.
yeah, but that's not a fixed amount. That's got quite a big leeway in it.
So you can change, as the Indy cars used to do many years ago, you would change wheelbase for tighter, twistier tracks. You'd shorten your wheelbase up, get the cars to be more twisty.
You can do. Because of the tremendous amount of front grip these cars have got, and if you see they can flick themselves around on a sixpence. It's not quite so important to look at wheelbase changes.
No, but it makes you feel better if you're doing something like that in the pits.
It works in touring cars. In 10th touring cars, they do run shorter and longer wheelbase, absolutely. But in this, it's not so much in this because it tends to be. You can do it. You can take. I could take 1 or 2 millimetres out by just turning a.
I have heard that about you.
I have, yeah. If I only had 1 or 2 millimetres to take out, I can take 1 or 2 millimetres out. You can turn around the kingpins and that sort of thing, and that will just take a bit back. But on the whole, you sit with a platform, and then you try and work around it with the other elements of the car.
So you're watching live pictures from the centre of Milton Keynes as we are in heat number 6 in the first round of qualifying
Paul Campion
for our second day of competition here for the British Winter National Championships from the British Radio Car Association, the BRCA.
And it's the lead swapping between car 1 and car 6. It's actually car 6 who's slightly ahead. That's Ian Watkins, and that's the white car about to go on the straight now. That's the pure white car on the straight. That is our leader. Though, of course, he's a couple of seconds ahead of Paul Campion. It's not a race. It's qualifying. 8 minutes. Go as fast as you can. In those 8 minutes, as far as you can, in fact, rather as fast as you can.
Paul Campion on the bright orange machine that we saw him, that body running yesterday. Easy to pick out. With the sunshine behind it, it actually changes colour because it looks almost a sort of pink colour with the sun shining from behind it, and yet it is actually quite a bright red when it gets down to us. And that is going to be an issue, isn't it, for watching your car as it goes round, as well as the shine off the top of the bodies as well.
It's getting to be quite a nasty bump just here.
Right, where are you going? You're looking at the entry to the commentator complex.
You actually see the bump in the carpet colouring.
That was there yesterday.
Now much more evident.
And a few people were modifying their line to go a little bit wider into that corner.
Well, that isn't the racing line, John, where that is. If you've hit that, you're not on the racing line. But it's interesting how the carpet coloration show. We'll get that later. We've got the camera above us on. We'll show that to you on the stream. But the carpet coloration shows you where there's a bump.
I was saying earlier on, Nick, as well, I don't know if it's indicative of how people have changed their setups this morning, but I do feel as though I'm hearing more cars on the ground this morning than I was yesterday.
I think that the people have looked overnight. I think what you've got is the cars, to me, they're sitting much better. We're not getting that tippiness. And I don't believe that's setup change. I think that might be actually down to the combination of the grip slightly less but still good. But also I think, I'm wondering whether this the reduction in temperature is making the cars just have that little bit extra slide in them.
So Ian Watkins fastest in that heat and goes to the head of the 12 Sport, LMP 12 Sport field. Heat 7 should be out. Nick, you were on camera there, so you can point at that now. Go back and point.
This is the bump, just here. See the colour? Dark, very dark there where the bump is, as it picks up the colour from the tyres. But actually, the cars are actually hopping over this, which is why it's a clean bit of carpet there, and they land there for the next dark bit. Because this isn't the racing line. The racing line is actually about here to come in and sweep round there.
And now you're in the way of everybody on their warm-up lap.
Nothing new there.
Would be the same if you had your car out there as well. Heat 7 has Kevin Creason on 1, John Carr on 2, Kellyanne Bly on 3, Alex Everett on 4, Elliot Cummins on 5, Ollie Payne on 6, 7 is Chris Hudson, Russ Giles is on 8, Peter Craig 9, and James Stewart on 10. That's mega having actually an entry list in front of me today. So thank you to our officials. A quick word, Nick, for our officials and the guys who put this all together. It was not the work of a moment to lay this circuit down on...
Well, they started on Thursday. They brought everything on Thursday night because you can't bring anything heavy into the shopping centre because it's an active shopping area until 8 o'clock. They brought it all in Thursday night, and then they spent most of the morning and early afternoon setting up on Friday. I came along Friday afternoon just to check a few things out, and they were just about finished then. But then they were prettifying it with all the banners around the side and the other sections. And then they ran 2 days event, and they're aiming to break it down an hour and a half later, which is worrying because I'm not sure we can pack up in an hour and a half. So getting towards the sharper end here, this is the second heat effectively of this.
Yeah, this is the
seed.
penultimate group of 10.
And in this heat we have Kev Creaser, Kellyanne Bly. Actually, you've got the list in the correct order there, so...
Kevin Creaser, John Carr, Kellyanne Bly, 1, 2 and 3. 4 is Alex Everett. 5, Elliot Cummins. 6, Ollie Payne. 7, Chris Hudson. Russ Giles is 8, Peter Craig 9, James Stewart on 10.
Yeah, James hit me in the final yesterday.
Everybody hit you in the final.
And I've never hit anyone myself.
Everybody drove over you in the final last night, Nick, because you were just too slow.
Ow.
You were doing well. You were doing well. I think your confidence took a hit when you got involved in that incident early on.
I think I was fourth, wasn't I?
You got up to third, actually.
Yeah.
And then you got involved in someone else's accident.
In fairness, the car wasn't as good in the final as it had been in the final.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What was the difference?
Much edgier. Much edgier.
And your cat-like reflexes are...
dulled by age.
Behind you now.
Yes. My cat-like reflexes. I'm like that tired old lion who's just waiting for the young lion to usurp him and just can't bother to argue about it. Kellyanne Bly is leading this one away.
Problem there for Kevin Creaser, number 1. Picked up by our marshals.
Kellyanne is from Manchester. Being a lady, we will differentiate in one way. We won't mention her age.
Yes, seems reasonable.
She is works for an automotive supply company on the Coralie, and she won the B final. She won the B final the last round, so she's in 11th overall. So she won the B final. I remember
she was in the B final yesterday as well.
Kellyanne started racing these cars midway through last year. I think she's got some experience beforehand, but she's rocketing up the rankings, as they say.
2014 will be her first full season of RC competition.
It's very impressive. And again, I think what you can't always see here is that the great thing about RC car racing, John, is it's completely inclusive. Male, female, old. Yeah, we've got Vince here who's 66, you've got Josh here who's 12, and then certainly at club meetings there's normally 7-year-olds knocking about.
And Josh Kult did start racing at 7, and he won his final yesterday.
There are two or three guys here who have disabilities, but it still means they can still race because we have a special ramped area for the rostrum. So we have so effectively it is in many ways. And I know interesting, when I was racing earlier, there were a couple of guys who were in wheelchairs who were ex-speedway racers and had injuries. And they went and they got their racing bug out of RC, and it is totally inclusive. Anyone can do it. Everyone can do it. It doesn't matter what age you are, what sex you are, what nationality you are. Everyone can do it. And I need to talk about what nationality you are. I saw a video on the web last week, which was really interesting. It was the first ever Indian RC championship.
That's interesting, as our friends at Nissan have just inaugurated their first Indian GT Academy with Karun Chandok being their mentor. So will we see another subcontinental originated driver at Le Mans in the next few years? I've had a couple, of course, with Narain Karthikeyan and Karun Chandok.
Well, because Narain was the driver who didn't start Le Mans 24 Hour because he decided to jump over the pit wall and dislocated his shoulder in doing it.
Well, actually, it wasn't the jumping over the pit wall that dislocated his shoulder, it was the tripping over the pit wall and falling onto the other side.
Once again, it was the dismount where he lost the points.
Yeah, pretty much.
So we're still with Kellyanne Bly. She's the pink-nosed, white-tail. That's her car, obviously. That was that's an awful laugh there, Paul. Going down the straight.
And we apologise for the loss of Nick Damon's
for the loss of decorum. Car looks very nice and balanced. Predicted at the moment for a 37.489, which would be a little bit quicker than the qualifying yesterday. Peter Craig actually now is trading the top spot with her. They are predicted to be within about 700ths of each other, so that'll be interesting how that works out in the next 3 minutes. And already, even with these difficult light conditions, the drivers
of the weekend and sat with Dan Weldon, who was from these parts, and the next day he was killed in the race. I still have the t-shirt that I bought that day and I haven't been able to take it out of the packet. D-Dub would have loved this, actually, right on his doorstep from just down the road.
Of course, Dan's one of the drivers who didn't come up through RC, but of course, if you look at who did, the most successful RCer who went on to be a successful racing driver, of course, is Pedro de la Rosa, who was double European champion at 1/8 off-road, and I found out run-up in the Worlds as well. They went to have a long career in F1, and in fact he's still there doing testing for Ferrari. Of course, Lewis Hamilton started in radio control.
Docklands Light Railway, DLR.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then he also had Gary Paffett, of course, is a big radio control. So we got DTM champions. We got.
How did Gary Paffett never get to Formula One? Something went horribly wrong there with Gary.
It's called timing. It's also called being. If he'd been 5 years earlier, when talent mattered more than money, he'd have been fine. But unfortunately, by the time he got ready for it, we were already in the "can we have some cash, please, Pastor" area.
The other thing I'm noticing today as well, Nick, just from watching and listening as much as you can to electrics, but you can hear the cars and you can hear the motors spinning up and slowing down a little bit, that we're getting a lot less of the on and off of the throttle and much more progressive throttle application today.
So you got more grip. But wait till the modifiers come out, then it's all like, oh. The first heat, which I'm in, you'll see a lot of people not knowing what's going on, including me.
You've had no practice yet then?
No, the practice was 2 hours. I didn't go to the practice last night. We were chatting and sorting things out and that sort of thing. I haven't practiced. I'm literally going to unleash it down the straight and go, ooh.
What are you going to do?
Ooh.
Okay.
Just hope it turns in. It may
20
turn
past
in.
9 on a Sunday morning here in the UK, and it is the Winter National Championships for 112th Electric, under the auspices of the British Radio Car Association, the BRCA. Hello there and welcome along. If you're just joining us on rcracing.tv, numbers steadily climbing this Sunday morning.
I'm mystified by the fact we have a few people wandering in who are obviously security, and a few people wandering in who are obviously shoppers, but nothing's open for another hour, so where are they coming from?
There was a lot of people standing outside when we turned up this morning.
Desperate to get in.
Looking to get in out of the cold, I think, more than anything else.
There's a man walking through the track there who looks like he's lost something. That's Russ Giles. I think he may have lost part of his car.
This heat we have number 1, Keith Robertson, number 2, Richard Hickland, 3, Jim Spencer, Tom Green on 4.
This is the top heat.
On 5, Mark Jewett, 6, David Gale, Aidan Ripley, 7, Jason Butterfield on 8, Adrian Thorpe 9, and the 0, the 10 is Rich Norris.
So these are the guys who theoretically should fill the A final, but I get the impression that both Peter Craig... Oh, actually, I should say that James Stewart won that last one. Sorry, James, I didn't mention that. You won that last round, James, with a 37.491. Peter Craig 492.37, and Kellyanne not quite getting the 37.36.480. So we've got the people who should be in the A final, but I think that time set by James is pretty impressive.
And what was that James did?
James a 37.
Did he do 37? Did he?
491.
I think we did see a 38. Did we see a 38 yesterday?
Yeah, but those guys aren't in this bit.
Right. Oops.
That was Keith Robertson having a problem. Yeah, he had a lot of early lap problems in the qualifying as well. That's the second one there for the number 1 car. So the leader is Tom Green, car number 4, and that is a car that's not all green. It's green with a pink flashing at the bottom going down the straight now.
It's a nice
He's
dark
the
green though,
car.
isn't it?
It's a dark green car, Tom Green. So he's got some green in his green car.
That's Richard Hickland, isn't it, on the all-green car?
Get used to it now, aren't we?
Yeah.
So those 2 green cars.
Hey, listen, give me 9 hours of preparation and I can talk about anything, mate.
Coming in front of us now.
As my wife will sigh and tell you rather ruefully, I was getting very excised at the curling from Sochi and the sliding from Sochi over the last couple of days.
Tom Green is following the green car.
There's 3 green cars in this heat because Aidan Ripley's in there as well.
And he's been let through there by Richard, so that gives him a clear run. He's still Mark Jewett running second at the moment. Richard is actually third, so Tom's actually just gone past the third place man.
Mark Jewett is the next car back from the 2 that we're watching. The
green. He's the
sort of pink and
white and pink 5, is he?
Yeah. In fact, he's already gone by.
I don't want to say that looks like a Mark Styles tribute body.
Well, you've said it now.
I know. Or perhaps I did want to say it. So the predicted time here only sees the first 2 going past. Tom Green had a problem, so we only have Mark Jewett and Aidan Ripley go faster than James Stewart time in the last one. So James put a very good time in that last heat. So we are looking at Mark Jewett now, and he's leading. So Mark's now taking the lead overall, and he is actually heading for an overall top spot.
So Nick Damon leaves me to go and stand on the podium. Or stand on the rostrum, should I say. Standing on the podium is something he's dreaming about. Actually, I've sent him to empty our rubbish bag first, which he's done impeccably. If only he was so good on the sticks. Nick, are you running the same body as you were yesterday? Right, okay. Thank you. Running number 4 rather than number 5 as he was yesterday, but it's the rcracing.tv bodywork that we'll see again from Nick Damon. Mark Jewett leads this one on the 5. It's the red, white and black machine that's heading onto the back straight and down towards the Costa complex now. And in fact, as we pick it up, just makes a little mistake mark there. Now onto the infield. Very interesting look, actually, looking back from that way, and you can really see the rear suspension of the cars working in that infield section. Just through here. Mark Jewett then continuing to lead. Mark's from Cramlington in Northumberland, works for Matrix Controls. He's got the associated chassis there and making good use of it at the moment. So fine judgment from Mark on the circuit. Sadly, he is a Newcastle United supporter, so that clearly calls his mental faculties into question. Well, as we were discussing yesterday, once we get outside of the northeast, we all club back together again. Put our religious and cultural differences to one side. This has been a good run actually from Mark, all joking aside. And he's looking at the moment for a 37 lap run that would put him at the top of qualifying. And as he comes through here with just around about 2 3/4 minutes to go, the top four here, Mark Jewett, Jim Spencer, Aidan Ripley and Tom Green, all looking to head the times at the moment, and Jim Spencer begins to pick up the speed on the number 3 car and is beginning to catch Mark and indeed challenge at the top of the timing. That's the bright red, all red car that's heading through Costa Complex now and in front of our camera. Already back towards me and onto the back straight, now behind the pink topped car. And Jim Spencer then on the 3 in second, Adrian Ripley on the 7 in 4 and in 5. In fact, as I say that, Adrian Ripley goes ahead of Tom Green. The top 4 all looking at 37 lap runs at the moment. So you continue to watch Mark Jewett there. And Mark coming up behind Jim Spencer. So those are the 2 leaders at the moment, 5 and 3. It's the 3 slightly ahead on the track at the moment, but putting in good lap times. Now will Jim give way to Mark Jewett behind him and let him go through? This potentially is for top spot in this first round of heats. Amazing to see just how the track is beginning to darken up on the racing line after the event yesterday. Tom Green settling into 3rd position on the number 4. They're still together with just 20 seconds to go. We start to get a little bit of shade down at commentator corner as the sun comes round. And there's the buzzer. And it will be Mark Jewett who takes the lead at the end of the first round of qualifying for the LMP12 Sports as they complete their final lap with Tom Green in 3rd. It'll be Jim Spencer in 2nd and Mark Jewett on the top of the pile. So moving on now to the first of the Open Modified for the LMP12s. This is their first heat. 3-8. Sorry, a 6 2/8 for this category. So I believe at the moment we've got a bit of a timing glitch, because I can see Nick Damon out there, but he's showing DNS, and he's in the wall at the moment even as we speak, which has just slowed him down a little bit as he allows the leader Mark Payne on the white and yellow to go through. Mark from Reading, and the man that we have to say thank you to for our PA system here, SPL. There's Nick just going past us now. So I'm trying to work out unfortunately at the moment we don't have time for Nick, as the number 5 noses in. But I do believe that we've only got 5 cars running here. 2, 3. Yeah, even my rudimentary arithmetic. So let's work out who's missing. Adam Atchison is not out there. I don't think Jamie Patton on the 8 is out there. So we have got Mark Payne leading, from Ken Rogers in second, James Kahn and Lee Parham 1, 2, 3 and 5. Nick Damon's out there on the 4, but currently not being scored. Probably forgot to put his transponder on. If he's anything like he is with his microphone, he'll have switched the switch the wrong way or just forgotten about it totally. Now these are the most powerful cars we'll see here today, and lap times, well, in the 12s, 12 and a halves. Nick's still getting used to it. He hasn't actually, in his defence, Nick actually hasn't run this car in this configuration until now on this circuit. Didn't do the practice last night. He was too busy eating and chatting. He wouldn't have been doing any work at that point, I'm sure. And he's just dialing himself in at the moment. And far less smooth than the other guys around him, but that's to be expected. I meant because of his lack of practice on the circuit. The rest of the crew giggling around me here. You know you can hear us up there. You're going to be in trouble when he comes back down. So Mark Payne then from Ken Rogers in second place. In third, it's James Kahn. James from Middlesex is a service planner for the power supply industry. He's been a busy fella lately, hasn't he? And in fourth position, it is the 6 of Lee Palmer. At least that's how it is on the timing screen. Lee's a commercial director from Edenbridge in Kent on the Zen Racing chassis. Edenbridge famous, of course, for John Surtees. Should be Sir John Surtees by now, and Edenbridge Racing. So we're watching the white and yellow of the number 1 car. Next we'll have the second of the first round heats for the Open Modified. And then the final 8. So just over a minute to go. The Centre MK beginning to come to life. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, we're in the first round of qualifying heats for this, the British National Championships. These are the LMP 12s, 12s being 12th scale, LMP being the design of the car. They look like Le Mans prototypes, like the Aston Martins, Toyotas, Porsches and Audis that race at the Le Mans 24 Hours. And indeed will be at Silverstone over the weekend of Easter, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And this is the Open Modified round. Yesterday we ran a couple of rounds, a couple of classes for 2 different engines. Well, this is basically plug it in and set it away. These are the quickest cars we should see, but they are very difficult to handle around the tight and twisty confines of this Centre MK circuit that's been laid down specifically for this event. Currently Mark Payne on the number 1, the yellow and white, or the white front with the yellow rear. The 50-year-old from Reading on the Zen Racing chassis is leading. Mark writes a blog about preparing and setting up RC racing cars. And the internet, of course, a fine resource for finding out about them. And there is the opportunity later on today on the BRCA circuit just down by Costa Coffee to have a go, absolutely free of charge. See if you're any good at this. Now Nick is going to make his way back in a second, and I'll need to find out what went wrong with his timing there, because we didn't get any times at all, only the top 4 times of the 5. And they, of course, being the first of the LMP12 Open class to go, are the top of the timesheets at the moment. Next we'll have the second group of 8, in fact already on the circuit there with typical efficiency from our race officials. Number 1 is Ollie Jeffries, number 1 is Luke Burley on the light green.
Hello.
2 is Tim Wood. What happened, Nick?
Well, I'd like to blame somebody else. However, unfortunately, it doesn't really time you very well. You leave your transponder in the other car.
Get in, back of the net, as predicted by Hindhaugh.
So yeah, but I got a chance to practice some lines, he says, and everything else. But yeah, so
What did I tell you?
I've been very busy. He's marshal now. What's my point?
Have to concentrate more, Nick, please.
I'm actually marshalling here.
You are number 4,
Yeah.
so you can marshal and talk to me at the same time.
I can, Goose. There's a bit of track repair going on there. Yeah, no, it was interesting.
You were turning in a little bit early, I
I was
thought.
trying to get used to it. Yeah, it was changing a bit. I mean, it's a case of trying to control it. Hang on, they say. See what happens. But you'll see the people in the next 2 hits can do it properly.
I'm just going to have a wander very quickly down the down the pit straight, and get some body colours here. Now that I've got a. Oh, I haven't seen it from this end before. This looks even better up here.
Everything else. Mark it.
He's marshalling. Oh. We're just sorting out some marshals for you, alright?
Oh yeah. I'm glad to see I'm getting a lot of support from my my broadcast team here with the "You did a Damon" giggling and general smugness.
7.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much. I'll get even more abuse now. You would think that after all the years, all the years we worked together, that's what it is, isn't it? One pat on the back. Okay, so in this heat, we will have.
Clear the clip.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the other half of the track now.
Okay,
Too many orange cars in this, Nick. There's light green for Luke Burley. Tim Wood is on orange. Andy Sawyer's on orange. Orange and white at least. Richard Ware's on orange. Matt Rice is on white and something. I can't really know what I've written there. White and orange for Nigel Hale. Red for Lee Dibble. And white and orange for Gary Dibson. So out of the 8 cars that are there, 6 of them have orange on them.
I think really what should happen is before an event, it should be organised that only each have one colour.
I've got a better idea.
Yeah?
Right. I think you should have colours matched to the numbers like you do in greyhounds. So you should have
All right.
coloured bodies for each of the numbers. So number
black
1
and
would
white is
always be,
6?
yeah, exactly. So number 1 would always be blue. Number 2 would always be red, etc., etc.
Despite having a retired greyhound in the house, I am the world's worst greyhound gambler. I went to the dogs about a year ago.
No, you went to the dogs about 25 years ago, mate.
Boom.
Everybody's been saying that. Aye, thank you. I'm here all week.
Tip the waitress.
Try the veal.
I mean, I think it was 9 races on the card, and we managed to lose every single one, which statistically isn't possible.
Actually, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, isn't it? So Lee Dibble, who won the 13.5 class yesterday, has moved up a big jump to modified, and he's jumped straight at the top of this heat as well in car 1. In second is Richard Were, so it's car 7 that's leading at the moment, which will be one of the orange and white cars.
Car 7, did you say?
Yes, car 7 should be leading. It's alternating.
Car 7 is the slightly more ready of the orangey cars.
On the straight now.
On the
There
straight
he
now,
goes.
which looks pink when the sun's behind it, as it is from our vantage point now.
He's not back sprayed it, you see. The sun's going right through the shell.
Do you get self-coloured shells rather than just see-through ones?
No, they're all see-through Lexan. You can get them. You can get pre-printed stuff. And if you go to polepositionrc.com, also known as Frank, who's painted my very nice body, which is still standing up after significant abuse, you can get your bodies painted there at polepositionrc.com.
Polepositionrc.com.
There we are. Matt's singing now. See, I didn't want to sing because I knew I'd get in trouble. So it's now Luke Burley. Luke Burley, who bumped up the A final before. He's the car 1.
That's the light green
on
with the
straight
white bottom.
now. At the end of the
Button.
straight. James, the 3-time in scoring.
See, now that I've got a list, I can write notes down next to them. I feel much more like a commentator.
What? Much less like what?
Like, not a commentator. I feel like I've done prep now. I feel like I've done proper work.
So we are, and it's now back to Lee Dibble in the lead again. So I think actually what's happening is even though we're 13 laps down, it's and of the 8 drivers in this heat, 5 of them, 4 of them are going to go to the top, and Mark Payne's time is still good enough for 5th. Oh dear.
That was a big hit for
That
Lee
was
Dibble.
Lee who hit the side there. So the new leader, we give it half a lap. We'll try and pick up who the new leader is in a second. I believe it's going to be Richard Wurr in the 4 car.
No, that is the orange car.
Obviously.
He says defaulting.
So car 4, which we believe there is another
It's
pure orange
a proper
car
orange
on the
car.
straight.
It's just orange. It's tangoed, and he's into the Costa complex and noses it into the right-hand hairpin there.
So he managed to get, what, 3 seconds of airtime before he crashed it?
Yeah, we are the curse of the driver. I do think that when they hear their name on the... can you hear us up on the...
Occasionally, yeah. All I heard was, you're not scoring. I went, oh yeah, I forgot the transponder.
So you realised
Oh, no,
immediately?
straight away, yeah.
Excellent.
Sadly, it's the second time it's happened this year.
Number 2 noses in right in front of us now.
I might buy another transponder to stop that happening.
Yeah, do you think?
And Luke Burley's gone back to the lead again. Luke Burley and Richard were Richard lost the lead there after that nose in effect.
Oops.
So
Oh dear.
now Luke just had a huge piece of luck in that 4 cars in front of him crashed. He got past all of them without losing any time. So this is a good run for Luke. Up until that point there he went a bit wide.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
It's always best to be lucky.
I remember seeing that to Reinhold Jost at a Petit Le Mans that they ran away and hid with some years ago. And he said, it's better to be lucky and good. And I thought that was a very apposite comment from a man whose first language wasn't English.
So let's see, who do we pick up now? Who have we not had? Director's Corner. Did we actually have Luke Burley on at all? We did 7, yeah. He came back. Let's pick up Luke in car 1. See where he is again. He's actually
Car
now
1
going to
is
the
the light
infield.
green car.
Coming back in front of the rostrum, and he's going underneath the snell. That's Luke Burley, who's leading. He's on for the best time so far, and he's on a predicted 39.488, which is a very reasonable time indeed. Not a huge gain, I think, for the modified. It's like problem there to get through some traffic, and he's trying to get past Dibble, and he does.
Luke Burley's our TV producer from Purley in London.
So he's not allowed over here to see how we do it then, if he's professional.
No, indeed.
Ooh.
Oops. Ow.
So Burley now comes back in front of us. His car seems much more in control than mine was. And it's scoring as well.
I'm very impressed with what you pulled out of the bag this week.
He's from
Oh, it's
Putney.
Putney, sorry, yes.
That's right, because Putney's flooded and Purley's just where all the kings and queens come from. Love a duck. So he's from London on the Thames. And there's 1.5 minutes to go. Burley leads from Wurr. Tim Wood is in now. And Tim Wood and Lee Dibble are swapping. Matt Rice, who is also coming up again. And it's currently Mark Payne's time from the last race, where he's spurred on by not many cars and 1 not county. It's good enough for 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, only 4 cars were scored on that last
I'm going to claim some credit for it.
What? Oops. These are clearly, I mean, these guys all raced yesterday in similar machinery.
Well, no, they've got much more power now.
Yeah, but, well, yeah, I was just about to say, clearly still dialing themselves in. Interesting how they're trying to keep the power on in front of us to keep the car balanced. If you come right off the power, it tends to kick them sideways. It's quite interesting.
The hard thing is getting the nose in because you're hitting corners much faster. In the next heat, they'll be able to do it really easily because they're all really, really good. But for the more talent challenged of us,
it is interesting to see though how they're staying away. That they're not shaving the edges of the track here in these early heats. The drivers are finding their feet, if you like.
No, interesting. If you
Wow.
the switch back in front of the rostrum, which is very, very simple with the slower cars, is much harder with the modifieds because you're coming in at a different speed and trying to scrub the speed. So that's the bit which I was trying to work out how to get around.
Richard Wurr is very, very quick past us and keeps the power on insanely long before the right-handed hairpin. Watch the number 4 car next time around. Here he comes.
I think he's finished.
They've all finished, unfortunately.
So we have a win for Luke Burley, and that puts Luke to the top of the tree, 39.48751, which Luke won by almost a lap. So he certainly had the thing dialed in nicely there, almost a lap win there for Luke. Mark Payne's time from the last round, when he was helped by me, obviously, is good enough. I'm going to claim some credit for something. Is good enough for third. So we're about to have the very fast guys and the very fast cars go out, John.
What are we going to get? Do you think we'll see
I would see a 40, definitely.
We'll see a 40
Oh,
today?
definitely. Oh, well, this heat, I would expect.
Really? So, Ollie Jeffries
Is in
with
pole.
the yellow.
That's not still working, is it?
Why can't I say the numbers? My eyes are going today already. Too early. So 8 cars to go in this final heat of round 1. These are the fastest cars we'll see today with the top seeded drivers. If you fancy a go yourself, we've got the BRCA circuit open down towards the Costa Coffee end of things here. Absolutely free to give a bit of RC racing a try. So Ollie Jeffries gets us underway. White and purple in second is Dave Spashett. Mark Stiles with the white and red.
So your early leader after 2 laps is Ollie Jeffries with an 11.85 fastest lap. So they've gone sub 12, John.
Yeah.
And they predicted 40. So it's Ollie from David. So it's Ollie in the yellow car with the pink flashings. Car number 1, who's leading out this 8-lap practice session. Now about to go down the main straight.
8-minute practice session.
That's qualifying, round 1.
Nothing said, so Ollie's in car 1.
Car 1 is the leader. Car 2, Dave Spashett. Sorry, Matthew Varra, yesterday's winner, is now again finding a bit of speed in car 8. He's moved to second. Dave Spashett is third. Mick Farrell fourth. And currently it's Mark Stiles who's bringing up the rear. And we're now on the stream with the yellow and pink machine of Ollie Jeffries. I think a couple of laps watching him go round. And that car is an absolute missile down the straight, tight in there through the infield, in through past timing, sweeps round the infield, nicely out of the way there by the 3 car of Chris Kurzweil. And another lap's done. He's absolutely the fastest lap now is 11.41. And Jeffries is absolutely flying. He's got some traffic in front of the 6 and the 5. The 6 gets out of the way well. That's 6 Andy Murray and the 5 is Adam Walker Catchpole. He's done both of those now.
Mick Farrell easy to spot in the pink car.
So he needs to get past Adam Walker Catchpole. Walker Catchpole, another one of the guys whose main class is the IC outdoor track classes. So it's taken to this 12th with aplomb.
And if you're watching us on rcracing.tv, good morning, welcome along. Local time just after 10 minutes to 10 on a Sunday morning, and the shopping centre beginning to come alive now. And we're already drawing a small but interested crowd on the John Lewis side of things.
I think we've probably got everyone in the centre here at the moment, in fairness. It's not actually even officially open for another half hour.
Are expecting a visits from one or two of the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective today. And Martin Haven said
Really?
he might pop down.
Oh, we can get him to work. Why isn't he in Sochi? Tell me that.
I can't tell you that. I can't answer that question.
Later on, can I stand at the back and shout a lot? That's good commentary now, apparently.
It's rad. I'm stoked.
That's embarrassing, that slope style. Apparently, if you think it's embarrassing, it means you're old. I thought it meant you were professional, but there we go. So Ollie Jeffries is still leading.
See, I'm old enough to remember when the BBC was explain, inform and entertain the Reithian precepts of broadcasting. But hey.
Okay. So Ollie now is leading. It's Dave Spashich back into second in car 2. Let's see if we can pick up the purple car and white nose there down the straight, car 2. About to come through timing and scoring. Through the infield. Front of the rostrum and underneath us in commentator's corner. 4-time world champion in the past, but his car's a bit tail happy there.
It's the white, purple and yellow car of Dave Spashich that Nick is talking about. And here he comes past us again. It's behind a very similar coloured car of Matthew Vara. And they had a good battle yesterday in the final.
Top 6 drivers on for a 40. Well, actually, only 5 of the top 6 on for a 40. Because Ollie Jeffries on for a 41.
Really?
Lapper. He's absolutely nailed down that X-ray.
There's Ollie going down the front straight now on the number 1. And you can tell these guys are picking up confidence, Nick, because they're taking more speed into the first corner, into the Costa complex there, which is that fast right into hairpin right, hairpin left, before heading down towards the hairpin in front of the timekeepers. And they're holding on to the power all the way through that right-hander, and that's where the crowd is gathered.
Ooh.
Oh, huge off. That's Matthew. Is that Spashich or Vara?
Yeah. That's Vara. Who's lost a lot of time there, and his car's okay though.
Amazingly enough. No, I did notice yesterday that the majority of the spectators gathered down towards turn 1. And I think that's just because of the pace that the guys are taking through that right-hander, and then their braking area into the right and left hairpins in Costa complex.
I think the big issue really is that we don't want any accidents on the first corner, because our erstwhile cameraman for many of our events, Stu Noble, is down at the moment. So we don't want him taken out. We need him later in the year, Stu. And of course, my wedding photographer as well.
Lovely shoes.
And apparently, he has very nice shoes. You have nice shoes, Stu? Yes.
He's nodding. Always have comfy shoes.
Right.
So we've got 2 minutes to go, Nick, and how's it looking on the screens?
It's Ollie Jeffries on for a 41 from Mick Farrell now has pinged into the second. Dave Spashich third, Adam Walker Catchpole is fourth, Andy Murray fifth, Matt Vara sixth. It's 1 from 7 from 2. So it's
and Mick Farrell is on the pink, mostly pink machine. And remember, when Nick is talking about he's on for a 41, that's 41 laps completed in 8 minutes. What we're looking for in these early heats, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm speaking to those of you who are watching here at the centre, these are qualifying heats effectively, and we are looking for the biggest amount of distance in the 8 minutes that these guys are out there. So if we're talking about 40s and 41s, we're not talking about seconds or minutes, we're talking about how many laps are completed. The lap times themselves are down into the 11-second mark, which is quite remarkable. These are the quickest cars you'll see today, and they are by no means going at the absolute optimum of their performance levels, because we've got quite a short front straight and a technical infield circuit, but we're obviously constrained by the amount of room that we have here at the Centre MK, and also by some health and safety concerns. So we've had to put a very slow corner onto the front straight to keep the speeds down. As you can see, the cars do fly a long way if the guys make a mistake, and having to make sure that everything on the health and safety front is adhered to. So these cars probably only going 60-70% of the speeds that they get up to.
Yeah.
We'd see these cars doing a good, 55 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour?
Probably 50, 55 they could make up, but it's how quickly they get there. They get there less than a second.
The acceleration from 0 to 50 in less than a second embarrasses even the Formula One contingent. After that, they'd be a bit struggling, but in fairness, to 50, it would be an interesting race. There's the buzzer. That signifies the end of the 8 minutes. And Nick will give you the rundown.
Just wait for them to finish their last lap. Nolly Jeffries actually finishes with a only a second and a half away from a 42 lap race in 8 minutes. Second, Adam Walker Patchmore over a lap behind. Third, Dave Spashett. Fourth, Mick Farrell. Fourth Mick Farrell and fifth, Andy Murray. So that finishes round 1 of qualifying. We have 3 more rounds of qualifying to come. Hopefully I'll get scored for the second one.
Well, you will if you remember to put your transponder in.
And then we're going to start again with 3 rounds of GT12 qualifying. I'm going to go and rescue my car. I'm going to leave you for the first heat or 2 and sort things out.
Put your transponder on. The GT12s then are out next. It's the second round of qualifying for the British National Championships here at Milton Keynes. Good morning, I'm John Hindhaugh. Nick Damon going to do a bit of car prep as he is competing. The GT12 scale cars coming out next. Why are they called GT cars? Well, you'll see if you can see them on the grid. They are all styled after grand touring cars that race in the European Le Mans Series, the World Championships, and of course at Le Mans itself. Body styles that are similar to Ginetta's, Garforth's greatest export, the Ginetta's. Modena Ferraris, 360s and 458s. And as you can see, they're lining up ready to do that. This is the second heat for these guys. And we have 21 cars in this category. So 2 10s and an 11 in terms of the number of cars on the grid. It'll be Graham Baker on 1. Matthew Gammons on 2, Ian Devonshire on 3, 4 is Gareth Harold, 5 Lee Spate, 6 Charlie Sermon, Rebecca Huber on 7, on 8 Philip Sermon, Keith Gammons on 9 and 10 is Robert Rook. We'll just let them get settled down for a lap or 2 before we start. In fact, they're still lining up, my apologies. Thought I'd heard the buzzer go there. Sunshine just beginning to become less of an issue now as the 10 cars line up. And they will go off this time in not necessarily in number order, but how they qualified in the last heat.
So I'm cutting the other camera more than I would as soon as you go into the light there.
So the Gulf-coloured car of Matt Gammons leads out. Let's stand up again now. Try and pick out some of the cars for you. As they start to settle down. 2 willing it by me. The number 6, the black car of Charlie Sermon. Now, where's the 10 car? Black car of Sermon on the feed at the moment, and he is the leader. It's Philip Sermon, however, who is leading this couple of family members, two sets of family members in this race. Oops. 0 is the purple and yellow. Green is 9. Sorry, mate. It's car 8 is one of the lime green cars out there. There's which is Philip Sermon, just coming past us now with the white stripes. Now heading past the timekeepers at the sunny end of the track. Now back to us, this is your leader. Green with the white stripe, the big number 8 on the windows. Going past the start line now. The GT12's great way to get started in RC racing and is one of, if not the most popular class in the UK at the moment. It's exploded in the last few years. I think they look great. My first experience with them yesterday. And I've got to say, I think they look fantastic on the track. I have a particular affinity with the sports and GT cars that we're seeing this weekend. Obviously, my day job talking about full-size motor racing at places like Le Mans. But having just come back from commentating the Bathurst 12 hours last weekend, where all of the cars were similar to this. They are, as you can see as well from the hits they're taking, a very sturdy construction, both on chassis and the bodywork. And with plenty of bodywork to play with, you've got the flexibility to go wild with colours and designs. Just a minute to go, 5-minute heats for these guys. And it is still the lime green with white stripes of Phil Sermon that leads from the number 5 of Lee Spate, and Robert Rook in fact battling with him. So the 10 and the 5. The 10 is the purple and yellow car. Lee Spate is on the sort of Union flag coloured car. If you look carefully from above, you can see the flag towards the rear of that car. So 10 and 5 battling for second place at the moment there. In fact, there they are together going on to the start-finish straight, with the slightly orangey front end to the 5, and then the Union flag on the rear deck. And just in front of that now, as he goes through, is the 0 of Robert Rook. 0 normally means 10 in RC racing. Just being passed there by Phil Sermon on the green machine. As the buzzer goes. Now these aren't as quick as the prototypes we saw earlier on, and that'll be a 19-lap run for Phil Sermon, who moves himself up into the B final area, 12th position overall. Need 21 laps really in the run to get into the A final for these guys later today. So well done to Phil Sermon. And a very good morning if you are just joining us. Live British Championship motor racing here for the 12th Electric Circuit Nationals here at the Centre MK. We'll move quickly on to our next heat of cars. As ever, our officials, tremendously efficient here today, and thank you to all of our officials. Marshals are provided by the drivers. It's part of your job to go and marshal once you've done your heat. So the guys that's just been driving will head out onto the circuit now. So in this heat, number 1 will be Paul Hopkins from Peter Winton, and 2, Dan Howes in 3. The white and blue car of Lee Stokes 4. Josh Coult won the B final yesterday. On 5, Mark Burgess 6, 7, Tony Wade. 8, Kaz James. 9, Terry Atkinson. And 10 is David Sedgwick on that fluorescent pinky red car. Try and ID some of these cars coming through. White front with the red rear for Paul Hopkins on 1. Two is Peter Winton with the red and white sills. So our leader going through, or the number 1 car going through. 3 is white and blue. And already getting a little bit of argy-bargy on the infield. 6. That was a bit of a body check right in front of us there. 9 is the rainbow and black car. Seven is orange and black. So just Kaz James on the 8 there, which is white and purple. So let's give you some times now, as we've got half the field all bunched together past us. It's the number 3 of Dan Howes, the white and blue car that leads them out. Dan's from Cambridgeshire, and during the week is a PVC door fabricator, 29 years old.
I have timing.
You have timing?
I have.
You had timing issues before?
Yes, well, not the first time.
Let's not go there, it's a family audience.
So it's Dan Howes and Pete Winton, but neither of them really troubling the timesheets, John. Now the track's rubbered in, with the top 9 still coming from the next heat, and only Dan Howes currently dropping into 10th place overall. So it's Dan Howes is in car number 3.
That's a white and blue car.
It is, about to go on the straight now. So we're 2 from 1 from 3. So the top 3 in this heat are running nose to tail, but in a different order because, of course, it's a timed heat. They're going now underneath the rostrum. It's the 3rd car, that blue and white car. It's the leader of Dan Howes. Ahead of him is the number 1 car of Paul Hopkins. Ahead of him is the number 2 car of Pete Winton, but they're all still unwinding the staggers as such. Pete Winton's ahead of Paul Hopkins. They're running 2-1-3, and they're actually in a 3-2-1 order. So,
yeah, the white top with the red top with the white sills is the car that Nick's talking about. That lead car onto the infield now, and that is the number 2 car coming past me now. The leading car of that group. Behind that, the white front with the darker red rear. That's the number 1 car, and then behind that, the white and blue car is the number 3. There is another white with blue on it, looking rather like Ram Racing out there at the moment with the orange rear aerofoil, and that is Lee Stokes.
The number 2 car of Pete Winton did much better through the traffic there, managed to pull up a little gap on the 1 and the 3. But it is still Dan Howes who leads overall. His lead is about, in real terms, about 1.2 seconds, because he started later than the others. He's now got past the 1 car of Hopkins and will now be trying to chase down Pete Winton. So this is the blue and white car going now underneath us now. He's your leader. The 1 car behind is in 3rd. And and that's he's wasting lost time. Now my guess is now that when they get across the line, that may have given the lead overall to Pete Winton. Let's see if
Remember,
I'm
we're
right.
looking for the
I
most
am
amount
right.
of distance.
No, I'm not. It's now 0.2 of a second. And it's still the blue and white car that's leading. Go down the straight now. Costa Corners. Bitnair's timing and scoring where the big billboard is with the numbers. This is the infield.
There's the buzzer.
I need the driver's roster for the last time, the white and blue. Past commentator's corner. Switch back and now down John Lewis straight. And he'll sooner finish his heat. And barring disasters, he'll win this one. But just put himself, I think, into 10th place overall. Dan House takes 10th, Pete Wynn takes 11th place overall. Paul Hopkins doesn't improve and drops or stays in 12th.
31 entries. 31 entries in this category, so 2 heats of 10 and a heat of 11. And it's the 11 car. I'll take that back actually, because it's 3 heats of 10. It's just we've got a number 11 in one of them.
I wonder whether they're having problems with the 10s.
Yeah. 10, 10, and...
That's different time.
Yeah.
So the final...
3 heats of 10, so there are in fact 30 cars.
So the top 10 fastest theoretical drivers here will be going out for the GT2 Round 2 Heat 3. Sam Clifton will lead them away because after the first round of qualifying, they go out in the order in which they finish, or their fastest current time. So the fastest car after the first round will go out first in the second.
And these are the fastest drivers in this category.
Indeed.
Shout for number 2, Sam Clifton. He was good in the first heat. That's the red car with the rainbow roof. And you can see how quickly this is turned around. This is a British Championship meeting, ladies and gentlemen, so this is what happens throughout the season. This is one of the winter championships, but the season is starting to get underway shortly for the 2014 substantive summer championships, both indoors and outdoors.
And of course, the next major event for these, a lot of these competitors will be the European Championships in Italy, between March the 21st and 23rd. That's covered live on www.rcracing.tv from Scandinavia. And the team will be there.
Will I be there?
No. I think you're doing something full-sized, actually.
I would doubt it this year. I seem to have got less work this year than ever before.
Don't say that. I've got 3 jobs you can do at the end of the year. So it's Carl Dransfield, who actually knows fish number 10, by the way. He's gone back to number 10 on the timing.
Has he?
From Sam Clifton, from John Dixie after 2 laps. So it's the 10 car that's leading.
Somebody's running your colour scheme in this, by the way, I noticed.
They shouldn't do that. I didn't get the copyright in time. So still leading.
It is, in fact, the number 4 car as well, ironically, that's absolutely running Damon
That's
colours.
Marcus Askill, yeah. Well, those colours are RC Racing colours, as inspired by pole position RC paint and Frank McKinney. So the leading car is the O car. It's the just coming off the end of the straight now, about to go through timing and scoring. Green rear, blue middle, white front of Carl Dransfield. He's got that car going very nicely, James, as he now goes down the straight. Green, blue and white. So Carl kind of was in the second seeded heat yesterday, but still made the A final, but towards the back. But at the moment, he's putting in a time that is good enough for pole overall, which is a certain change to the usual order of things. Behind him, Sam Clifton, John Dixie, Chris Ashton. John Dixie was in the B final yesterday, and he's obviously found some speed overnight with his Mardave chassis. Chris Ashton, who came second, is in yesterday, is in 4th, and Alex Thurston, who won, is in 5th. There's kind of a bit of oscillating there. So let's watch these GT12s. Much less pointy than the LMP cars you'll see in a couple of minutes. They have 5-minute races rather than the 8 minutes of the LMPs. They weigh 200 grams more. They're 950 grams as opposed to 740, and they have less rubber on the ground. So they are a more forgiving car to drive, but just as tricky to get right to the front of any race. But you have a great starter car because they aren't a finicky machine. You aren't constantly fighting a setup. You can get a nice, comfortable car quite easily. and then slowly develop it. Whereas with LMP machines, they can be a little bit tricky if they're not set up properly. These things great, also very cheap. Full racing setup, way less than 300 quid, and you can go and race at the local club, which here is the Milton Keynes Radio Controlled Car Club, which races every Sunday in Wolverton, and race these things around against probably 20 to 30 like-minded people who will help you out and tell you all the things you need to know. And Dransfield's still leading from Sandcliffe and Chris Ashton. This is a real turn up for the book suddenly. The man from 10th has just found his form. He's now got four cars of traffic he's coming. The first one will be car 7, which is Andrew Carter. Carter is the first man he comes to, coming through the infield now. And then just ahead, unfortunately, he's also in battle with car 6, who is Steve Lander. Carter moves out of the way. Lander in the yellow car is the next victim for Carl. And we just see whether he can keep his lead through this traffic area.
I'm calling that coloured mustard or gold rather than yellow.
You're right. No, I'm going for mustard. I think you're right. It's mustardy. Traffic dispatch. Dransfield's lost virtually no time and continues to lead this and continues to be on a pace to set the fastest time we've seen all weekend.
Actually, I do like that number 6 car. I like the gloss black on the rear end of that. That's very good indeed.
You've got a gloss black car coming in?
I've got a gloss white car coming that will have a gloss black roof and rear panel when I'm finished with it.
Oh, R8 styling?
And S3. The new RS3 looks the same. And it's not my car, it's the wife's, obviously.
Yes, it's, yeah, I guess that's saying.
I'm not allowed new cars. I only do old cars. 1965 Sunbeam Alpine convertible and 97 Porsche.
So with
why not Porsches in this?
Because the body shell failed homologation.
What was wrong with it? Do we know?
I don't know. Ask the eligibility people. I assume it missed a dimension somewhere.
I'm not sure you're allowed to have a GT championship in scale or full size without having either an AF Corsa look-alike, which we've definitely got in here in the Ferraris, and a Porsche. 51 years of the Porsche this year, the 911. And
we've now finished racing. It is indeed Carl Dransfield who won that one, and he has gone on the top of the timesheet. So Carl now 21.3034, half a second faster than Chris Ashton, who's second, Sam Clifton third, John Dixie fourth, and Alex Thurston 5. And that's the overall run as well, all within about 4 seconds of each other. And that's the end of the second round of GT12 qualifying. And now we'll move to LMP Sport.
So we're moving up a category now, Nick, to cars that look distinctively different. Already the first of them on the circuit doing a warm-up lap. And these are cars that are styled, not faithful recreations, but certainly styled as an homage to the Le Mans prototype cars that will be battling at the head of the field at Silverstone over Easter weekend for the first round of the World Endurance Championship.
They are obviously moulded in a vacuum mould, so you have to be able to take it in and out, so the shapes have to be compromised that as far as the scale. Also, the other thing they do, which is exactly the same as full-size cars, John, is they try and make the bubble as small as possible for the cockpit.
Yeah.
And a number of they got smaller and smaller and smaller and sillier and sillier and sillier. And actually, finally, the authorities said, no, you've got to make the cars look something like a LMP car. So they actually started mandating a much bigger glass area, even though there's no one to look out of it. Just to make the cars look more like it. Because I don't know if you see modern slot cars. Modern slot cars are just a kind of a flat wing
of a wedge
with a picture. And the idea, one of the first rules in the handbook is that the car should be an accurate representation of racing cars.
Yeah.
And so as they move away, every now and again someone goes, hang on, no, wait a minute, no, let's go
back to first principles.
Make it look a bit more like it. So that's where they are.
Now this is the second round of qualifying, so they won't go off in number order. They'll go off in the order that they qualified in the last round. So that bright purple, or dark purple rather.
That's James Knight.
Had a decent run yesterday.
And he's already one of our favourite cars because he reminds us of the Quality Street.
Yes, does make me rather hungry. A couple of white cars here. The number 1 of Luke Muldoon, and I think the number 9 of James Wright as well is another white, all-white car. Yes, he is. Here's the number 1 coming through. Is that white or is it silver?
That's white. He's got a black. He's blacked it behind.
Yeah, it looks very good, that, actually.
So he's actually giving it a proper base coat, which is quite rare. So for those of you just joining us here at the Centre MK, hello, welcome, come along. You've got a half an hour to watch us before the shops open. And this is the British Radio Control Car Association 12th Nationals.
Oh, now that's interesting. I've got a car 4 out there, and I don't have a car 4 on the entry list. Who's car 4?
It should be Jamie Patton, but he's apparently not running. Jamie Patton is car 4. I think he's been substituted in.
Right, hang on.
Where's your car 4?
Write that number 4. It's the blue and multicoloured car coming to us now.
Oh, yeah. It's not counting, though. It's got the same problem as I had.
So, hang on. That's blue and rainbow. And who do you think that is?
It's Jamie Patton on the computer, but he's not counting. He goes round. So we're now looking at the 3 cars, including Tom Jeffries, who's now our leader, well picked up by Paul and James. That's Tom Jeffries, who had a good day yesterday, got into the B final. Top 10 getting the A final, next 10 qualifiers getting the B final, and so on. Tom had a bad first run, though, but he's now making up for that, and he's sizing through the field, and currently on for if he keeps up for the 3rd overall time in qualifying we've seen. So Tom obviously has discovered his mojo. He needed a cup of coffee or a breakfast bap to get him going. And now he's suddenly racing through this field. Needs to get past car number 1, who moves out the way nicely and then ruins it by crashing himself. And now he's coming up behind the number 3 machine of 3rd place, Lee Ellis. So Tom absolutely flying in this one after a poor first heat. He's obviously screwed something on, probably his head, because most of the problems in these cars are caused by the nut behind the sticks.
Okay, I know it doesn't take much to confuse me, but hang on. Just noting down some colours here for later.
So Jeffries now goes through in front of us now in the main straight. Oh, and that's really bad luck because he got involved in number 5's accident. Number 5 was trying to get out of the way, but pinged back off the barriers and pointed Tom the wrong way. And that little accident cost him 2 seconds. And that's, again, not very useful when a car does that. So Tom now has some traffic problems. This is the issue. He's a lot quicker than most of the people in this heat. Normally they'll get out of the way, but but unfortunately, a couple of them just clipped him, and he's lost a few seconds there, and 2 laps in a row, and that's dropped him down to 6th overall, a predicted 6th overall. But he's still got 4.5 minutes to make the time. We're talking about the car just going in front of the infield now. It's the yellow-tailed white with flashes of brown and yellow down the side. The car 0, Tom Jeffries. And Costa Corner through the timing and scoring area. Whipping up in the infield. They come front of the driver's roster who comes past us in commentator's corner. Hello, Tom.
Well, that's the number 8. That's the only one I'm missing
And
here.
there he goes, down the straight. So James Wright is 2nd. James Knight is 3rd, and Paul Lau's managed to get a run in. He's 4th. Paul Lau, who was here yesterday and had an absolute nightmare. Right, that's
Mark
not
Goodchild circulating here.
He's supposed to be
not.
number 8. And yes, he is going round. As we try and pick up what's happening on the transponder side of things concerned. Jeffrey's still a long way ahead of everyone else. He's a 8-second lead over James Wright. And that 8 seconds puts Wright in a proposed 17th, and Jeffrey's in the proposed 8th at the end of this round. In Knight's in 3rd, Paul Lau in 4th. Let's see if we can find car 7 of Paul Lau.
He had a nightmare yesterday, didn't he?
Remember the Milton Keynes Radio Control Car Club, who, as we said, had an absolute nightmare.
I don't think he completed a...
There he is, the
heat.
7 car now. And as we spoke about it, we just went his back, and he's about to come on the commentator's corner now. White with the orange flashings, and he's letting people go past, and then he goes down the straight now. That's Paul, stalwart of the local radio control car scene. Raced everything. Has a business interest in Hong Kong, which meant he used to be really good for bringing stuff over for us. We used to get sales and everything from him. And the 7 car, Paul Lau, down the straight now. He's dropped down a bit after those comings together in time. He's currently predicted for 36th overall. Tom Jeffries is on 8th, so Paul Lau now.
Oops.
Good drive when the road's clear. He's having a little bit of issues with traffic.
Well, I think we could all say that.
They need to space themselves out, I think, and then it'll be a slightly calmer period now. Tom Jeffries is so much faster than everyone else. So I think the key for Tom is going to be within the next couple of rounds is just getting a lucky clear run. He's also got the ground speed for an A final position. But I think to make the A final, he's going to need to get a bit of luck with traffic, or he's going to need to make his own luck by being decisive and getting through it.
You mentioned ground speed quite a lot yesterday. Is that as opposed to air speed?
Yeah, it just means basically the car's quick enough, and then you question whether due to outside influences or actual pure talent. In my case, you can get your other 8 minutes.
Right, can't find this number 8 car. Mark Goodchild, let's see when he crosses the line. There, he's just gone through now.
So a minute and a half to go. Let's see if we can find car 9, James Wright. We've not seen him yet. He's running in second, car 9. That's the all-white car about to go on the main straight. James is second place, coming down the John Lewis straight in the Costa corner. On the timing and scoring. Into the infield, that's the white machine of James Wright. Has he given us any information about himself? He has. He's a trainee engineer. He's 18 years old from Barnsley in South Yorkshire. And he's the 2012 1/5 scale BRCA champion. And he came 10th in the Valencia Championship of the large scale in 2012. And this is his first time running LMP12. So we have a virgin amongst us, James Wright, first time out there in that white car. Normally used to cars which are about 10 times the size in 5th scale touring cars.
Ouch.
But he's putting in a good performance here. He's running second. That's good enough for a B final place at the moment. And
Half a minute to go, Nick.
And given this is the first time he's run the cars, and he obviously is pretty good because he's able to do well in the large scale, and it's pretty transferable skills once you get the faster responses. I expect to see him moving forward as he goes. Eight seconds to go. Tom Jeffries is going to win this easily. Probably not in the time he would have wanted. He slowly dropped down. He was a predicted 5th, and now he's a predicted 9th. And he's going to have to go and think about how to get through the traffic a bit better. But it's Tom Jeffries who will win this in a couple of seconds. He's to cross the line. James Wright has crossed the line in second. Jeffries wins and goes into 9th overall. James Wright is second. James Knight is third. Paul Lau 4th. Lee Ellis 5th. Mark Goodchild 6th. Luke Muldoon 7th. Alan Hubbard is 8th. Andrew Newbold 9th. And James Patton is 10th. And he was counting with the second half of the race. So it's only half a race of an issue. And the question is, will Stu Noble's arm thing get hit by a car?
Well, I don't know what number Mark Goodchild was running in that race, but he wasn't running in 8 because there wasn't an 8 running out there. I just spent 8 minutes looking for it, and it certainly wasn't there.
Whatever the car was running, went round 31 times.
Right, okay.
So that should get picked up by the referees, you see. They should be slapping him on the wrist.
So we move on now to the 5th heat of the second round. Trish Whiteley on 1, Steve Rowley on 2, 3 is Lee Meek, 4 Pete Harold, 5 Bob Hill, Gavin Rice 6, Colin Rose 7, Haley Baker 8, 9 Chris Blakey, 10 Glenn Atherton. And as this is a second round heat, Nick, they'll roll out in the order of time that they finished the first heat. So the fastest or the driver who got the greatest distance in their first heat will go first.
But in the third heat, it's based on the time of your best run. So it isn't the previous run, it's the best run you've had. But obviously at this point, in the second run, it's the last one. So car 2
Steve Rowley goes out first on the 2. The
rhubarb and custard?
Yeah, that's Lee Meek.
So this is halfway through the second round of 4 rounds of qualifying, then we have some finals. The British National Championship 112 here at Milton Keynes, Sunday event. The cars qualify, these cars have an 8-minute qualifying round. And they're not actually racing each other, they all start off at a separate time and they're just trying to get their best possible run in those 8 minutes. And our early leader is the man who won the last race, and that's Steve Rowley in the green car going down the straight now. You'll be watching him on the screen if you're watching us live on rcracing.tv. Slight problem there with the back mark, but I think he got away with it. I think more spooked by the number 5, who was having his own personal moment. Behind him, it's Rowley. It's Rowley actually dropped off the lead because of that lap, so it's now Lee Meek in the lozenge car, the rhubarb and custard machine, is catching him up. That's the yellow and orange machine, and then the accident in front of him. So we're going to follow. We're still following on the TV with the green machine of Steve Rowley. I think any second now, hopefully, the second race man might catch him up, but he's had a problem himself as traffic comes into play. Rowley has to get past the 0 car of Glen Atherton, which he's done with no problems whatsoever.
That's the Gulf Blue car.
And he's actually, Steve Rowley's now taken over the overall lead again on the timing screens because Lee Meek had an issue with traffic himself just behind. Still not as bad, anything like as bad as it was, but still problems with the light to dark switching as the sun streams in from the lights here at the centre, the windows here at the centre MK. Just over 2 minutes gone. And a good start by Steve Rowley, sees him predicted for 16th overall. Lee Meek is predicted for 20th overall in this round. There are 48 drivers at least, possibly 49 drivers entered in this class, or who started so far.
Why didn't you enter this class?
It's a long story.
All right, long and boring.
No, I thought I'd give it a go in the modified this year. I won't be doing it again.
Is it that much more difficult?
Yes. Age withers us all, and the extra bit of speed is a extra bit too much. So Rowley and Meek are pretty much tied together. The difference is about 0.4 of a second on the timing. Obviously, there's a gap, as you can see. The leading car is the green and white car going through the infield, and the rhubarb and custard, the orange and the yellow nose and flash machine, that is in second overall, lapping at very similar times. They have 5 minutes to go. It's not halfway yet, so they're settling down to the middle of the phase where they're just trying to turn laps to get the best possible qualifying time, to get the best possible final later today.
Steve Rowley is 41. He's from up the road in Warwickshire and is a car dealership manager. And had a decent run yesterday, as I remember. Well in his final. Lee Meek in that rhubarb and custard car in second place. Oof.
So Rowley now is going to pick up some traffic. Let's see if we'll try and see Rowley. He's clear. Can we drop back to our lodging, rhubarb and custard car on the stream? It's going through the infield now and just coming past. That's the machine.
No, nice pick up, Matt.
Our second place man, Lee Meek, going down the John Lewis straight into the Costa Corners. Is it Costa Corners or Costa Curves?
I'm calling it the Costa Complex, actually.
The Costa Complex.
Because it's the fast right-hander at turn 1, right-hand hairpin, left-hand hairpin, that's the Costa
And
Complex.
then we go into time
and then you're into timekeepers turns. I do like a bit of alliteration when it comes to corner names.
Is Dingle Day your favourite then?
It's always it's my old commercial radio roots, I think. If in doubt, alliterate.
That's not a good idea.
So good morning and welcome along if you are just joining us either on rcracing.tv around the world, coming on to 20 minutes before 11 o'clock, and the shopping centre here at the centre MK in the middle of the UK is coming to life. We've got a problem for the number 4 car just in front of us. I think that's damage to the right rear suspension. May in fact have locked up a wheel on the bodywork or something, but something was dragging very nastily there on the back of that car.
Oh, and he's got the death symbol, the hand across the neck. It works for Greg Dyke when it comes to the football groups in the World Cup.
Peter Harold.
And it also works for RC cars. That means it's broken. You can probably fix it. You've got 5 minutes, but you're stuck on the rostrums. You can't.
We've also got a car in the pit lane as well.
He gave up. It was going bad. I just realised I forgot to paint my tyres.
Go and paint your tyres. So bad news there for Peter Harold, who's out. Right, Chris Blakey's out as well, I think. The 29-year-old from Lincoln, IT systems engineer on the Yakomo. That's the other car that's out at the moment. Haven't seen Bob Hill doing very many laps either. Bob from Rotherham in South Yorkshire on the Coralie. So we're thinning down this 10-car field down to just 7 as we're inside the last 90 seconds of qualifying here. And it is still Stephen Rowley on the number 2, the green and white car, going down the straight now into the complex at Costa, past the timekeepers and now back into the infield.
So we're still with the on the stream with the Lee Meek lozenge. And Rowley and Meek have actually circulated pretty much together. They're currently about 0.6, about 6 seconds apart.
Glenn Atherton just tucked in behind Meek there and getting a decent run as well. He's in 4th position. In fact, as I say that, he goes up into 3rd as he's following that Rhubarb and Custer. That's the
Golf Machine, 1 car back.
Light blue, yeah.
0.52 seconds to go. So this is the 2nd round of qualifying. Oh,
ouch.
Oh, that's bad luck. And he's also got a bit of a slipping diff there as well.
The diff's not meant to slip in this.
No.
Not even in a limited fashion.
Well, they are limited slip, but not when you're going, not when both wheels are pointing in the same direction.
Ah.
That means you're just not going anywhere.
Glenn Atherton's doing a good job here, hanging on in 3rd position. At the moment, Steve Rowley is knocking on the door of an A final position with his times. He will need to find another couple of laps in the next 11 seconds to get up into the top 10. So beyond the bounds of possibility. This is the green and white car we're talking about, just going through now. And with a second left, well, he's got one of them in. He might just bob up into the top 10 here. If not, he's knocking on the door at 11th.
That is a good run.
Yeah, that is. It's going to be a 36-lap run there, Nick. That's pretty good. And only the 2 car of Steve Rowley on 36 laps, and that puts him into 11th place.
Well, we got obviously a number of cars to come out their second heat. That's a good run. That's a good run because the track is as good as it's going to be. It's not getting any better at this point. So these won't be usurped by people just improving because of the track.
I think I'm right in saying Steve Rowley got an A final position yesterday, qualified in 10th.
You're out memorising me there.
There was 2 guys who came up from the lower runs, and I'm pretty sure Steve Rowley was one of them. And I think, he says, looking back through, So, Nick, we've got another set of 10. Paul Campion, Trevor Coult, 1 and 2. Ian North, 3. 4 Ian, Andrew North, excuse me. 4 Ian Flux, 5 Paul Lomax, 6 Ian Watkins, 7 Chris House, David Underwood, 8. 9 Vince Formosa and Nick Upton on the 0. A bit of track work
repair.
means I can go and spot some body colours here.
A couple of pauses.
Sorry.
So start order 6110 5428973.
So heat 6 about to get underway. It's Ian Watkins who leads us off from Paul Campion. So that's the 6 is the all-white car. The number 1 is the reddy orangey car. And then 5 is the blue and white, red and white. So everyone's had a nice clean start. John has written down all the colours, as he's now got very conscientious today. And we are, of course, here at the Centre MK. This is the British National Championship 1/12 racing cars. This is the Sunday Championship. We are looking at the LMP Sport. There are 3 different classes today. The GT12s one earlier, this is the LMP Sport, and later the LMP Modifieds beyond. They're very, very quick and sometimes driven well, and then occasionally I drive them not quite so well. Thank you for joining us. It's the second round of qualifying. There are 4 rounds of qualifying today and then finals. Everyone's trying to get their best time in a set amount of time, which is 8 minutes. And at the moment, leading away, it's now Paul Campion who's got the best run at the moment. In car number 1, that's 1 car back from where you are, Matt. That's the red car, about to go down the straight now. So he's now on the stream, and you can see him as well as he goes through the timing turns through the infield, back in for the John Ross from here. Underneath here, commentator's corner. And we're back to be zooming down the John Lewis straight and the Costa Complex. And it looks like Vince Formosa's car has expired as well. He got the spin your wheels if you can, and he couldn't. So Trish Whiteley is trying to look after Vince. Vince's car is dead. So we're down 2 cars already. Andrew North didn't start. So it's 8 cars. Campion leading. Watkins second. Campion's going to look at car 7. Sounds like he's got a slight issue with his rear end of his car. I think he may have chunked tyre.
He may have what?
Chunked a tyre. Listen to car 7. He comes around now. He's making it kind of sound like a bit like he's got a. You remember when you used to have those little playing cards you could put in the spokes of your bicycle?
Never did that. It slackened your bike spokes off.
Yeah.
It's very bad.
So it goes
lolly sticks.
It goes. Yep. So if you've chunked the outside of your tyres, you just torn a bit off, it'll spray. It'll flail out. It'll touch something like the bodywork.
Solid tyres, of course. Foam tyres.
Normally solid until they get hit.
Watching the number 1 car, sort of looks much darker red close up actually, but in the sunshine, bit of the light shining through Paul Campion's car.
He's got value for money at that can of spray paint. He's got 4 colours out of it, depending on where it is in the track.
It looks good. It looks good. It has the look of an old Mille Ferrari to me, or an Alfa Romeo maybe.
Oh, I think Alfa. It's more Alfa, I think. It is the traditional stick on the mask and hit 2 coats of spray paint and see what happens. Whereas you see,
I do like these cars, I've got to say. I think I know the bodies are moulded to look something like LMP cars, but I think they look good on the track. I love the GTs as well. We've got 2 of my favourite categories now. I've not seen those GT12s before yesterday, and it's already become a firm favourite in my eyes.
I think you should have a go at one of those. I reckon you could drive one of those.
Do you think I could drive one of those?
They're quite safe. Once you've got the left and right sorted out, you've done that with helicopters though.
Yeah, helicopters, there's less to hit. You're in 3 dimensions. You're in 3 dimensions. You've got a lot more before you hit something.
But when you hit, it's more catastrophic.
It's more expensive.
Now, interestingly, despite the fact the track's really not evolving, all the cars are currently on to improve their time, all 8 of them. So that's proving that they've got their heads in gear, the best of which Ian Watkins, our leader, is looking to go into 9th overall. Paul Campion, who's now into 2nd place, is looking to go to 12th overall.
And our leader, then Ian Watkins from Worcester on the Associated. Sponsored by MasterCard, Visa and American Express, he says. I think we all, during our years
I can't get an American Express card.
of doing various bits of motorsport, scale or full size, we've all had sponsorship from those 3 august areas of finance.
So Watkins, after a slow middle section, is now with 3.5 minutes to go, picked up the pace. He's got a reasonable lead now. He's about 2.5 seconds ahead of Campion. Ian Flux is in 3rd, a further 3/4 of a second behind. Nick Upton is back another 1.5 seconds. So they're all covered by less than 2 seconds. But this is qualifying.
Yeah, just explain what's going on here for the people who have turned up to watch here at Centre MK. Not quite as busy as we were yesterday, but still time on Sunday for people to arrive. That was chocky yesterday, wasn't it? Madness.
People are still waking up and watching. They've got to finish off match of the day and everything, haven't they? And then,
was there a match of the day yesterday?
Oh, no,
it was Cup Day yesterday.
Yeah, but they just repeat it on ITV. It's fine.
Oh, okay. This is a qualifying heat, so the times and the distances are what we're looking at. If you've ever followed rallycross, full-size racing rallycross, very similar idea. You go out there and you have a set amount of time. In this case, it's 8 minutes, and you need to reel off as many laps as you can in 8 minutes. And what we're looking for here, to get into the top group, you need to complete 36, maybe 37 laps. The top guys, we've got 2 guys who've done 38 laps in this category. This is the LMP12 Sport. So these are 10.5 motors, are they?
They are, yeah, 10.5.
Okay, I did take notice yesterday then. And when we talk about electric motors, the smaller the number, the faster the motor normally, or the more powerful the motor. So a 10.5 is a bit quicker than a 13.5, which we had here yesterday. And in the open category, with bodies like this that you'll see later on, we have got some people who are running as powerful as 4.5 motors. Although getting that power down onto the ground is difficult.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if Chris Kersell's put a 3.5 in. He does like power. Oh yes, he likes a bit of power.
But getting that power down on such a tight circuit is not necessarily, Nick, the best way to go, because you've got to be so good on the sticks.
Yeah, exactly. That's the issue. And of course, the guys in the top heat are so good on the sticks normally. Even they have problems. We saw there was one of the top drivers having a huge problem with grip roll, where the car was just falling over around the corners.
Well, would it not be better just to run a 10.5 in the open and see what sort of time you could get in it? Is it going to be massively different?
Yeah, your top guys will be a couple of laps off, and more importantly, of course, you're going to be absolute liability down the straight.
Right. So top speed would be an issue, would it?
Yes. The apex speed of all the corners is the same, of course, or should be, because you can't. If you're going as fast as you can around the apex of the corner, it doesn't matter what sort of engine you've got in there, because any engine can get you to that speed.
And that's grip limited rather than power limited. Whereas down the straight, it's how quick you're punching out the final corner. Actually, now that you've mentioned that, and I'm watching the guys coming out of what is quite a slow hairpin onto the John Lewis straight, the fact that they don't pick up as much speed as quickly is actually something to see. Nick makes the international sign for, I'm going to get a tattoo on my hand. Oh no, he's going to paint his tyres, I see. Nick's out a bit later on in the first round of the second heats for the open mods, which he says he won't be doing again. And when he says he's painting his tyres, he's putting a chemical compound on the tyres, which is allowed in this form of racing. Indeed, it's how you get the grip on the circuit, and why you see a slightly darker line beginning to appear on the carpet on the racing line. This carpet has been used before in a different circuit configuration, so it's taken a wee while for the racing line to darken in. What is it? Does everybody put a different compound of chemicals on? Do you mix your own up, or do you buy something proprietary?
No, it's the additives are approved as well.
Ah, right, so you have to have homologated.
And there we are. Let's look at our leader, car 0. That's your friend, Matt. Down the straight. I think he's running a Como, actually, because HPI don't make a 12th car anymore. HPI flux motor.
Who are you talking about?
James Stewart.
James Stewart is running a Yakomo. He's 32, from Derbyshire. The Protoform body. BRCA National A finalist and a 12th electric section secretary for BRCA as well.
So you can type and take shorthand, which is always good news to know. The fact that we have a track that's not really evolving, I think perhaps brains are evolving, John, and they've...
problem there for... That's
Russ Giles, number 8.
It is Russ Giles, the fluoro pink car.
Not going well. James Stewart has a 2nd half lead over Kellyanne Bly. And Kellyanne Bly now is on the 2nd fastest. So we have the 1st and 2nd fastest times projected here for these two guys. But Kellyanne just had a big accident, which makes me think she's not going to be getting that.
You're not wrong.
So there's Kellyanne. Pink nose to her car with the white tail going through the infield now. And now underneath the commentator's corner, she's got the car 6 of Ollie Payne in front of her, and he moves it over that's a very stylish bit of moving there. Get out of the way of the straight. That's actually quite good driving there. I'm not sure I can actually drive well enough to get out of the way there. And Rush Giles lets a lot of people through, and there goes Kellyanne. She's dropped down to 3rd after that little interface with the barrier.
Oh,
Car
lucky
4.
Alex Everett going over.
It was lucky for our leader, though. Oh, no, that's car 1, Kev Creasy, who's got a very similar multicoloured car, went through as well. Kev's currently landing in last, so he must have had a problem earlier on. Oh, another mistake for Kellyanne. Just clipped the...
Competing here, we have 66-year-old Vince Formosa in the form of his life yesterday in his final. The North East contingent walking in together this morning. Myself, Vince and having a bit of a chat about matters football, actually, we were this morning, both being Sunderland supporters. Mark Jewett as well was with us this morning as we came in. People have travelled down from Scotland, up from the south coast, Devon and Cornwall, Southampton, to be involved this weekend. Out down the back straight and back towards us, the leader. This is the number 1 car. In fact, actually, we're watching at the moment, which is Kevin Creasy. Kevin, decent run again yesterday, and just finding himself at the moment lacking a little bit of pace, down in 8th position in this heat. There's our leader now onto the start-finish straight. The 0 car, number 10 on the timing sheets. A little bit more purple on the top of that car. Number 1 and number 0 looking very similar out there on the circuit. It's the number 1 car with the 0 catching him, so that's Creasy. And 1 car further back, there is our leader.
And it's a great time from James Stewart, currently looking to take the pole time there for James. We can pick up car 0 for his victorious coming over the line party doing the second. But James is currently on for pole, which is remarkable.
And there's the buzzer.
And will he get...
You are very welcome to have a look. We've got the pits open behind us that you can go the other side and have a look as well, where the action is, or where the hard work is taking place. And also down at the far end, just in front of Costa Coffee, you'll see the BRCA with the trial track. Have a go yourself, absolutely free. There's the pits. A lot of consternation and worried faces down there, Nick. A lot of work going on.
Yeah, it's, they've all been out once. They're all going to go, well, how can I improve things? What can I do? How can I make things better?
Still in the middle of the second qualifying round at just after 11 o'clock in the morning. And we're off and running with Keith Robertson on 1, Richard Hicklin on 2, Jim Spencer 3, Tom Green 4, 5 Mark Jewett, the red and white car, 6 is Dave Gale, Aidan Ripley is 7, Jason Butterfield 8, 9 Adrian Thorpe, and 10 Richard Norris. A lot of green cars in this one, isn't it?
So it is Jim Spencer and Mark Jewett who are swapping for the lead here. Aidan Ripley as well is up there, so it's dotting around at the moment because we've got 5 cars on very similar times. Spencer from Jewett, and then Ripley will come up, and Jason Butterfield as well. So this is a very, very quick run. James Stewart's pole time looking like it's going to be 4th now. Robertson as well is coming up, and he's starting towards the back. And we're currently looking at the green car of Aidan Ripley. Very nice paint job there. But Aidan's now down a long way. Then our leader is the all-red car, car 3 of Jim Spencer, going down the straight right now, going to the Costa Complex. And now coming through past the timing turns, into the infield. And he's got a bit of traffic in front of him. The first bit lets him through, it's the red car. Jim is leading. Keith Robertson now 2nd, Mark Jewett 3rd. All 3 of those looking to go faster than we saw from James Stewart in the previous round. 8-minute qualifying. They're not officially racing in this event, this part of the day. This is the heat, this is qualifying. What you try and do is get as far as you can those 8 minutes, plus a couple of extra laps if you can, extra seconds. And we've had this is the 2nd round, and the top 9 are on to improve their time. As I said, I'm not sure how much this is track and how much this is the brains coming into gear after a difficult night. James Stewart's time, which was pole, was looking to be 4th, but 9 of the drivers are looking to improve and looking to go faster. And all of those 9 who are improving are looking to hit the A final. But it's Jim Spencer who's leading in the red car. Currently just about to go down the main straight, and he's doing it now. Your 2nd place man, if you're watching, is Mark Jewett. That's car number 5. Mark's car is sort of deep mauvey red with the white nose, and that's currently going round timing turns.
I've just got that as red and white here.
3rd, it's Keith Robertson, who is a pink nose and a blue tail, so slightly different from yesterday when he was a blue car with a pink car with a blue roof. He's now got a whole blue tail on the car 1. And Mark Jewett actually has managed to get slightly ahead. I wonder whether that will change on the Stragger. No, Mark Jewett is now ahead by a few tenths of a second. So let's see if we pick up Mark in car number 5. And he should be coming near us. There he is. He's coming underneath us now, coming out the corner now. And he's nipped through the switchback and on down the John Lewis straight into the Costa curves.
Half distance, Nick. And 17 laps completed as we come down to the 4-minute mark. That's going to put these guys with just clicking over 18, that's 36, maybe 37 laps. Will they get round to the 38? That's what they need to do to be at the top end of the qualifying.
Well, certainly the top 3 are going well. And Johnny, you're going to have to find out for yourself, because I have to get myself ready for another sterling performance where I'll actually get counted, hopefully.
Nick Damon competing in the next heat. rcracing.tv live from Milton Keynes. We're on the 2nd round of qualifying. This is heat number 8 for the LMP12 Sports, and these are the fastest seeded drivers in that category. But faster cars to come. They do look a bit similar, but they have more powerful motors. In fact, it's an open motor category. You can put as powerful a motor as you feel you can handle on the chassis. And this is a tight and technical circuit, as it is still the number 5 of Mark Jewett, the man from Cramlington. Ironically, the man who supports Newcastle United, who are famously black and white, has the red and white car. There he is going past me, red and white with the black sill area, down the main straight now and into the Costa Complex. A little known fact, of course, is that Newcastle United started their footballing career playing in red and white. Not that many Newcastle supporters want to be reminded of that. I think it is a fact that Sunderland at one stage played in blue, certainly blue and white. So Mark then just ripping off the laps here with coming on to 2 minutes to go, getting down to the last quarter. He's got clear track ahead of him, and this is where he's really got to make use of that. It's very difficult to get a completely clear run. In fact, you won't get it in an 8-minute heat. You will end up dealing with traffic, but when you've got that clear road ahead of you, you've got to get your head down and reel off some quick laps and potentially add 1 or 2 more laps to your total at the end of 8 minutes. He does a sterling job of dodging Richard Hickland there on the green machine, the number 2 car, which is not handling very nicely at the moment for Richard at all. Looks a handful. So Mark Jewett continues to lap at pace. His last lap at 12.84, his best at 12.32, and his average is at 12.71. That's pretty good. You want to be as close to that quick time every lap that you can. The deviation between fastest and slowest, keep them as low as possible. Coming down to the last minute then. And at the moment, Mark Jewett is just dropping back a little bit as Jim Spencer on the 3 goes through. That's the all red car. Just coming past me now and heads out onto the back straight. And all of a sudden, Jim Spencer puts himself on provisional pole for the A final, but Mark Jewett fighting back. It's between the 5 and the 3 as the countdown clock is down inside 40 seconds. It's all about how many laps you can do in the best time. They are both on for 38 lap runs, as is Keith Robertson on the number 1. That's the pink front and the blue rear car. In fact, he's just stuffed it in the middle section in front of me. That's going to cost him some time. So will it be Spencer or Jewett who goes into the half distance, the end of the half distance heat as pole position for the LMP12 Sport? Under 10 seconds. As the number 4 of Tom Green spins out in front of us. There's the buzzer. Well, Jim Spencer's on the back straight. He'll come through. He will get 38 laps. And so will Mark Jewett. And it's Jewett in second. And Jim Spencer goes to the top of the timing and scoring with 38 laps completed in the 8 minutes. Mark Jewett into second. David Gale from that heat, third in that heat, goes into 4th position overall. And that ends the second round of heats for the LMP Sport class, the LMP 12 scale Sport class. Sometimes the timing screen is not your friend.
No, absolutely. You need to go faster.
Room for improvement. So Nick Damon makes his way up to the podium, the driver's podium, as he heads into his second heat. Had a bit of an issue on the first heat on the number 4 car. This is the black centre section with the white and orange flashings. Nick actually did a pretty good job in that first heat and looked like he put in a decent time. However, we'll never know because he forgot to bolt on the transponder that does the electronic timing. Left it on the car that he ran yesterday. So in this heat, Mark Payne is on 1 in white and yellow, white and green for Kenneth Rogers on 2. James Kahn has the red, white and orange car, the white, orange and blue, white, orange and black of Nick Damon on 4. All white for Lee Palmer 5. And we should have Jamie Patton and Adam Atchison as well, although I don't think we saw Adam the first time around. And how many cars have we got out there now? I think we've only got the 5 there now as well. So Nick will be off the back of this heat, having not put in a time last time around. Oh no, it's Adam Atchison who goes off in the 7, which is the white front with the yellow. And Mark Payne on the white and yellow car already into the lead. Nick carves through past one of his competitors there. Nick's up into 3rd. Right, the leader then heading down the straight. And I can't say that quick enough because the guys are going so quickly down that straight. These are the most powerful cars you'll see. Here's Nick coming back through in 2nd place at the moment. And watch him explode down that John Lewis straight. He's not holding the power on quite as long as some of his competitors, and certainly the later guys we'll see in this class. But at the moment, Well, he's just reeled off a 13.15 and his best lap was a 12.86. So, not doing a bad job. Let's pick up the leader, going on to the long straight now. White front with the yellow hind quarters. Just by us now, the leader. Now onto the back straight. Bit of orange on that car as well. There is our leader, Mark Payne, the 50-year-old from Reading, the man for whom sound is his business. And that's how we're talking to you now. Nick Damon up into second, by the way, at the moment. But Mark Payne has pretty much a lap on the field at the moment. And goes past us, and you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the extra pace, just the extra punch out of the final corner. Cycle through some of the other drivers while we get a chance. And go back from that leader and pick up who's next. Back down the road. And that is the green and white car of the number 2 of Kenneth Rogers. Kenneth in third position in this heat at the moment. And who is behind Ken? I think that's Nick coming through again, isn't it? Yes, it is, onto the long straight. Nick on for, at the moment, a 37-lap run here. And for my money, he's just catching Kenneth ahead of him. He's got something to aim for. Now, Kenneth is behind him on the timing and scoring monitors, but Nick has got something to aim for now, and you'll see the green and white car just a little bit ahead of Nick. And in fact, he's just gone off, so that means Nick doesn't have to pass him. So the next target for Nick will be the number 3 car, which is the dark red and white car. That's James Kahn. James, 37, from Middlesex on the Associated. Just going past me now, and Nick is carving into that as well. He's doing a good job. He's trying to work out how far behind the leader he is, and the leader's just made a mistake there, Mark Payne. About half a lap at the moment. Nick behind Mark Payne, just spinning up the rear wheels as he's going onto the straight there, still struggling for a bit of traction. He was late putting his painting his tyres up, and again he gets lucky with not having to pass the other driver. Just rubs on the outside of the circuit now. Here's the leader again. This is the number 1 down the main straight into the Costa corners. And Mark Payne, white front with the yellow rear end, heads on to the start-finish straight now. Wow, they punch out that last corner really, really quickly indeed. And these guys are pulling themselves up. Mark Payne into the top 10 for the Open mod overall. So, as powerful as an engine as you dare fit in the chassis, Mark Payne leads it out with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Nick Damon on the 4 car in second place. And dare I say it, I think Nick is putting together a decent run here, more than that. His average is a 12.92. He could do with pulling that down a 10th or 2. He's done a 35, a 12.35, and his last lap a 12.73. You're not going to be able to keep the car at exactly the same pace all the way through because of traffic and because the way that the additives on the tyres are dissipating and being ground away by the carpet surface. Now, traffic for Nick. So he comes past me this time. Now, he's going to get him on the straight. Is he here? Should see that green and white car ahead of him give way, and does. Nice driving. Always the responsibility, of course, of the faster car to go through cleanly. And Nick Damon hovering on the edge of the top 10 at the moment in 11th, but Mark Payne into 8th position in the white and yellow car. White front, yellow rear end. Oh, Damon stuffed it. Just missed that on the infield. And in fact, he's just dropped the lap then to the leader. So Nick needs to latch on to the yellow rear aerofoil of Mark Payne ahead of him and chase him round. And the leader makes a mistake. So the leading 2 qualifiers with 1 minute and 49 to go are together in the Costa Complex, coming past the timekeepers now. Mark Payne on the 1 car, the white front with the yellow rear and the orange flashings. Black centre section, orange and white for Nick Damon. The RC Racing TV colours there. They are first and second. Oh, and Nick's just dumped it into the midfield again. He has dropped the lap to the leader now, and that's costing him some time. He's dropped down to 14th position. He was 11th. Got to get the consistency in this 8-minute run. And Nick has just lacked a little bit of that, but this is only his second run with this configuration of car on this circuit. He didn't do the practice session last night as the other competitors did. That's a very good run by Mark Payne. He's still inside the top 10 at the moment. 51 seconds still to go. RCRacing.tv live from the Centre MK. British Championship rounds this weekend. The leader now has 2 cars of traffic. Oh, and the leader makes a mistake. Mark Payne quickly recovers. Maybe Nick just caught a sight of that from his vision. Profiterole vision Nick has. He does like, he's very unlucky. He just gets away on the final corner there. It's cost him time. Yes, Nick's sideways vision is always confectionery, so that's why it's profiterole vision. There's the buzzer. Nick Damon will come through, I think, to complete 36 laps. That's going to put him up into 14th position. Mark Payne may well get a 38 out of this, and does. So 38. Oh, Nick might get a 37 here and just jump him a bit further. Yes, he is going to. 13.53 last lap around. So not his best. In fact, a second and a half away from his best. That was his little stutter. So well done to Mark Payne, who got himself up into 9th position in the qualifying there. Nick Damon, 2nd position, pushes himself up to 14th, ahead of Ken Rogers in 15th. They are the third grid of open mod cars, and already you can see the light green body down the front stretch, and look at the speed of Luke Burley on that number 1 light green car, just on his warm-up lap. Luke, TV producer from London, from Putney.
Hello.
That was much better, Nick.
Yeah.
Couple of little mistakes there, cost you one knocking on the door.
One small mistake. With a big, it's one of those things, you make the same mistake, sometimes you'll bounce off. Unfortunately, I just buried it. It's almost, I was looking around for someone else to blame, and it was only me.
I did mention your profiterole vision as well. I thought that might have made you giggle.
No, it's a bit of a case of the first 2 minutes weren't too good, the middle 4 were very nice, and the last 2 weren't too good. That's both me and the car.
What can you do, if anything, to make that better? Are you going to tweak the car a little bit? Or?
Yeah, I got too much front grip at the start, so I'm going to go a little bit less additive at the front.
Okay.
It's a bit bitey at the front end, and try and hang on to it at the back end.
It's the second of 3 groups in the fastest section that we have, and Luke Burley on the light green and white car leads them out. From Adam Walker Catchpole, I think that is second on the grid, and the 4 car in the bright orange, yes it is, and in fact he's gone through. Right, that's down as, sorry, that's Tim Were, my apologies, in the orange car. I'm looking at the wrong grid sheet. So it's Luke Burley and Richard Were, and it's Richard at the moment on the bright orange number 4, who is leading. A lot of orange in this heat.
Yes.
More orange than the shelf full of tangos.
More orange than Terry's Chocolate Factory. Would appear to be what I'll say.
But the fully orange car is the man who is quickest at the moment, Richard Were, looking at a 40 lap run If he keeps this pace up, wow. We've already seen a 41 from Ollie Jeffries earlier on today. Try and ID some of the other cars for you. The leader is the bright orange car. Behind him, the white front with the orange rear. That's the number 5, I think. Oh, he's just nosed it in. No, it was the number 6.
Yeah, I think people are now beginning to push the envelope slightly more, so
Yeah,
you may see A, better lap times, and B, more bouncy, clippy, or in my case, smashy things.
Smashy and nicey.
Yes.
The white with the orange car that's just pulled out the way there, the lighter orange, that's the number 8 of Gary Dyson.
So it is Richard Were leading. Lee Dibble and Luke Burley are swapping their second place. Lee Dibble was disqualified from the last round. I don't know why. I think it was an infringement of width or weight or something.
Really?
But he was disqualified. That's not the end of the world because he's got 3 more goes.
And there's no penalty for that other than losing that time.
Yeah, if it's obviously just a simple mistake or an oversize, then there's no penalty at all. You just lose your time. You know, we all get things wrong when we're rebuilding cars. It happens quite a lot. You know, cars a couple mil too wide or a couple of grams too light. No one wants to do that. There's no advantage to it. It just happens.
Too many orange cars in this.
Is that the commentator's lament there?
Yeah.
So our leader is Richard Were. Luke Burley climbing up to get near him. Richard Were has the second best time overall in theory at the moment. Richard Were is car number 4.
And that is the all-orange car.
Which we're with because our cameramen are brilliant. And then just going into the timing turns now. Into the infield, the orange car with a 4 on it. Past our commentator's corner. Down the John Lewis straight.
You want to grab some?
So we've now had just over halfway. Richard Were still putting this very impressive time, which will be good for second overall, a very fast 40 lapper if he can. Luke Burley second, Lee Dibble third, Andy Sawyer up to 4th. Good performance from Andy. Every single one of them faster than me, which is slightly annoying to put it mildly. Gary Dyson is the 8th car and he's quicker than me. So be on Richard for a while. Let's see if we can find Andy Sawyer. We've not seen Andy Sawyer so far today. Car 3, about to go on the start-finish straight now. That's the white with the orange lower, the white roof. And that is not him. So let's look for the number 3. There he is, just coming in there. That's the one on the main.
Yeah.
So it's Andy Sawyer in the white car. That's not him. White car with the orange bottom going on the start-finish straight now. Now in the Costa corners, now going through timing and scoring. That's our 3rd place man. No, he's oscillating to 4th place, Andy Sawyer. What's Andy do? I always wonder what Andy does.
He's a quality engineer for Land Rover. 42 years old, comes from Derby.
That was a job that many years ago you'd say he wasn't doing very well, and now you're saying he's doing very well.
No, I think
Given how the brand's changed.
I think that's not true at all, actually.
What, a 1980s?
I think Land Rover's always been fine. It's always been the Ponzi cars that they've turned out to have been an issue.
Oh, yeah, some ropey Range Rovers, put it that way, in the 80s. Made with British love as it was then.
I have to say, though, a Mark 1 Range Rover, 2-door Range Rover, is still one of my favourite ever cars. I would like to add that to Hindhaugh's classic collection.
You need to find a galvanised one, though, otherwise there won't much of it left. Anything rust faster than that is a Lancia.
Oh, I can hear that Lancia rusting even from here.
In the garage. So everyone apart from Gary Dyson is on to improve their time, and even Gary's on to improve his time now, so everyone's on to improve their time. Richard Worth still on for that second place overall. Burley, Dibble, Wood. So we're going to see some very fast times in the next heat. People are putting up the speed. And we are now 1 minute 43 of this heat 10 of round 2.
Yeah, it's
These
the
are
orange
modified.
sheet.
The orange sheet, yes. Luckily we're not in North 9, I couldn't say that. And this is the British National Championships. We are in the round 2 of qualifying. White from Burley from Sawyer. We're with Sawyer on the stream on rcracing.tv, so when you finish shopping here, just go back and watch the stream for a couple of hours. It's the only way to spend your afternoon. There's no football anyway, it's only the Cup. Arsenal, Liverpool, who cares?
Is that this afternoon?
Yep. We have 4, yeah. So car number 4 leads from 1, Luke Burley. Assuming we pick up Luke for the last couple of laps. Luke Burley is the green car going for the infield now. Green car now underneath us here. And about to go on the start-finish straight. That's Luke Burley down the straight now.
I've described that as lime green on my
Lime
commentator's
green. Luke in
notes.
for second place, but that's second place. And Richard Words dropped off the pace just enough to get a couple of seconds. To mean he'll only be going to 5th overall. So that's how fast the first heat were going. You drop a second, you drop over 4 places. We're with Burley.
From Putney.
Not Purley. It's not a
That one,
Purley
right.
King or a Purley Queen. He's a
Oh!
Putney boy.
Somebody went flying there. I think it was the number 2
As
car,
I
was
said,
it
I
not?
think there's a case of
Tim Wood.
people are looking a bit more clippy than before.
Well, what I said earlier, Nick, about people just dialing themselves in and being, roughly speaking, in the middle of the track, they are now beginning to, you know, one of the ways that you can find time, you can either go faster or you can trace a more direct route around the track and do less distance. If you do less distance at the same speed, you'll get more laps out of it.
That is perfect. Is that physics or is that just...
Common sense, isn't it?
Yeah,
Really?
fair enough. So we are finished now. We're just waiting for Luke Burley to come over the line. That's him. He's finished as well.
How many laps did he get in?
We've got 40s, 485 for Richard Burr. He won that. Luke Burley was second. Andy Sawyer third. Tim Wood fourth. Dibble fifth. Hale sixth. Rice and then Dyson. And Richard Burr goes to 5th overall and Luke Burley to 6th overall. So we now have the super fast people coming up.
Our next heat then is the final one in the second round. This is heat number 11, and as Nick rightly says, these are the fastest drivers and the fastest cars.
We have world and European champions in this event. 4-time world champion, million-time European champion Dave Spashett, and of course European champion Chris Kurzweil, both are taking part.
Are we getting louder?
All right, that's perfect.
Do you want me to feed less to the stream as well? Are you okay? Okay.
No, that's fine.
No. How can anyone want less of us?
Still hear him all right?
So these drivers, who
It's-
are just doing a warm-up lap,
Ollie Jeffries on the yellow, number 1. White, purple and yellow for Dave Spashett. Purple at the rear end. White and red for Chris Kurzweil. Mark Stiles, white, red and yellow. Bright orange of Adam Water Catchpole on the 5. Andy Murray with the white orange, with the lightning orange stripe down the side. The pink, number 7 is Mick Farrell and Matthew Varrett. He's the white car with the purple rear end, the very dark purple rear end. Just refining my notes as I go along here.
you're refining your rear-end notes. 8 cars in this heat. So a good chance for them. And Ollie Jeffries off first.
He was the quickest, and there he is with the sort of purpley front end and the yellow at the rear down the straight. Now these guys, the difference, Nick, between the guys that you were racing with and these guys, the next 2 heats, is just how much more speed they're picking up down the front straight.
Oh,
They
yeah.
are punching the throttle and holding it longer. That's the difference.
They've also got faster motors.
Yeah. Well,
I
okay.
could put a fast one if I wanted to, but that'd be very silly. Well, so far, actually, after a couple of laps, we're not seeing the big improvements. Neither Ollie nor David or Adam were improving, so they're just winding themselves up to find a faster time. It's Ollie Jeffries who is leading. Dave Spashett is in second. Walker Catchpole's third. Mark Stiles now moves to third. He's started towards the back. Problem there already for Chris Kurzweil.
Yeah.
Who are we covering?
Ollie.
Ollie. So with the leader on the stream, and he's just gone past and put, behind him a bit of a grip roll. So there's actually, these cars are having as much problem as we are, in fairness. That's another, and the car goes in front of us. That is the number
That's
5.
Adam Walker catch, Paul.
He needed Adam Walker catch fencing there. Sorry.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So Ollie's in the lead, but he's not going any faster. And Mark Stiles is the man on the move. Bad first round. His car kept falling over, which is never good. Let's see if we can find Stilesy. He is car number 4. It'll be red at the back and white at the front. I know that much about Mark, unless he's gone for a
white, red,
no,
and
he's gone
yellow.
for the all-yellow practice body. So car 4 with the all-yellowy green practice body. That's our man who's on the move. He had a bad first run.
Well, he's changed that body since the first heat, Nick.
It may well be a different design, or he might have just broken the other one, because he did kind of crash a lot.
Right, I'd need to make a note there that he could be running fluorescent yellow as well.
He's put all the stickers on it, so it looks like he's serious about it. Sponsored by Yakobo. Runs a section, we're one of the men responsible with the Milton Keynes Club for organising this event. And it is Jeffries. Jeffries now has managed to get himself to a slight improvement. The slight improvement would see him do 42 laps, who keeps that. Mark Stiles is second, Spashett is third, but they're very close together. Farrell fourth, Walker Catchpole fifth, and Kurzweil sixth. And those would be the first 5 or 6 overall. Kurzweil's times currently is not good enough. Kurzweil having a bit of a nightmare. He's only on a 14th at the moment. Ollie Jeffries has a lot of traffic to get through. So if we look at Luke Burley, who works in TV, Luke Burley, you're standing in front of a camera. That's the TV production man with his awareness of TV cameras. You couldn't write it, could you?
You're spoiling our shot, sir.
So it's still Ollie leading. Dave Spashett is second. Mark Stiles third. We're still looking at Mark and his orange body. He's catching up to behind the backs of car number 8, which is Matt Vara.
Yeah, Matt had a great run yesterday
He won
in the
the thing.
final.
No greater run than winning it. And I noticed that Jeffries has just got past Stiles. So Jeffries has actually made up a long distance already on Mark, and he really is the class to feel at the moment, Ollie. He's got an absolute, well, something like, I reckon, a 3/4 of a lap advantage over these drivers in the course of a race. He's not lap Mark, because of course Mark started a long way behind him.
Yeah, the Matt Vara car, which we're looking at on the stream there, it's got a bit of orange on the side and a slightly darker purple on the back, whereas the very similar coloured car of Dave Spashett has a bit of yellow on the side.
Yeah, doesn't help. So Vara, who won yesterday in the Pro Stock class. And Dave Spashett, 4-time world champion, running second. Let's see if we can pick him up. He's car number 2. He's just coming in the infield now. White nose mauve at the end, running second overall. Past Combinator's corner, down the start-finish straight.
It's got a little orange flash on the top of the canopy as well of that car, as well as that yellow down the side. Number 2 car, dark.
So go to the start-finish now.
Back. Looks good, doesn't he?
Yeah, apparently I think he's got a chance. You know, at some
He's
point.
got a future in this, has he, this young lad?
He's got a pass, that's for sure.
Yeah. Haven't we all? Oh, sorry, you mean in racing?
No, I mean a racing pass,
Okay.
not a pass that might interest the authorities of several countries. Mick Farrell having a problem there in the infield.
Maybe you should have a word with some of these guys and see how they're setting their cars up, because they do.
No, it's not that. It's the thumbs and the brain.
Ah.
It's the bit you can't buy, unfortunately. One of the about 15, 20 years ago, the top drivers had things you couldn't get. They had special batteries, special motors. The really annoying thing now is you can buy everything they've got,
Yeah.
and they're still quicker. There's nothing special. There's no secret stuff. You can do everything's off the shelf. Everyone's got more capacity in their power they need. They've got more power than they need, more battery power than they need. Best tyres, best chassis, but nothing you can do. They're too fast.
For those people who are standing here watching and listening, Nick, just talk us through the battery development, because we're about to see a full-size racing season in both the FIA World Endurance Championship Le Mans cars like these in Formula One that are putting more and more emphasis on battery technology, particularly at Le Mans, 8 megajoules of power being allowed to be harvested and then played back out at Le Mans. So how has the development of battery technology in electric racing, as we're watching now, how's that filtering down to the full-size world?
I'll give you an idea. They've been racing these cars since the late 70s, and the capacity in the batteries now is 6 times greater.
Oh, really?
They're 6 times greater and half the weight.
And is this the same kind of battery technology that the guys in the full-size world will be stealing this year?
This is lithium. These are lithium-powered batteries. So these are these are lithium polymer. There's other lithium ferrite. There's other ones you can use, but lithium polymer are the ones which are allowed because they have a certain voltage they produce. It works well. But yes, lithium technology is the way. For example, most of the regen energy is stored, unless you're running a Toyota Hybrid, in which case you use supercapacitors. All these cars have a little supercapacitor on them, though,
on the
speed
instant
control.
For the instant power.
That's right. So they've all got supercapacitors, but the battery power is remarkable now. No one ever runs out of power. These cars are going as fast as they can. They're not limited by anything other than the fact that the track limits and the grip. That's a big problem for Dave there.
Dave Splashett lost a good 5 seconds. Marshall got to him as quick as he could, but obviously he can't just run out over the top of the other cars. We've got 40 seconds remaining, Nick.
Ollie on for a 42 lapper, I think.
Wow.
He is. He's on for a 42 lapper.
That'll be the first one we've seen today. And in fact, this weekend, these are the quickest cars, and we've got the highest seeders drivers out there at the moment. This is the creme de la creme, the top 8. And these guys should be in the A final. The good news is, with 8 driver grids, it does give an opportunity for a couple of the drivers from further down the seeding to have a crack in the A final later on. And 10 positions up for grabs.
And it also means there's less cars at the track, which means you get a truer, there's less chance you're going to be influenced by someone else's action on the stage.
There's the buzzer. It's all over. Ollie Jeffries. Is he going to get it? It's 3rd place for Adam Moore to catch Paul. Ollie Jeffries.
42 and a half.
Does a 42 and a half lap run.
42.487.
Still waiting for Mark Stiles to come through. He's got a 41. Everyone else on 40. So Ollie Jeffries with that run then in the yellow and orange car. The number 1 driver.
Almost exactly a lap faster than Mark Stiles, who is second overall as well, second in this heat. So there's 7 drivers there. They need to go and have a good serious think, because they have the talent to be as fast as Ollie. Well, possibly. They need to look at themselves and what's not going on.
That will be our final heat in qualifying 2, excuse me. And we move on to qualifying 3 now. My cheat sheet has been defaced by the bottom of the coffee bag. Disaster. We move on now, ladies and gentlemen, to the first qualifying heat of round number 3. These are the GT cars, because they look like GTs. And our first heat of drivers, and we have 30 of them in this category, so 3 groups of 10. They'll set off in the order that they have qualified so far, but I'll give you the numbers. Number 1 is Graham Baker, number 2 Matthew Gammons, number 3 in Devonshire, the electric blue car. The red, white and blue, number 4 is of Gareth Harold, Lee Spate in the Union flag car. Charlie Sermon has the number 6 metallic green car. 7 green with the white stripes, Rebecca Huber. Philip Sermon in 8, Keith Gammons 9 and Robert Rook in 10, the purple and yellow car. 10 is the 0 car, of course. Now that's not how they ran out. I think that's very interesting, because I've now got somebody on here that we haven't had before, which is Tim O'Brien, who shuffles down to the bottom, which makes me think he hasn't started, but I will add him in case he pops out. So that will make for interesting if he comes out later on. Right, let's pick up the leader. It's the 0 car, which is the purple and yellow coming through the infield now towards me. The very dark purple rear end with the yellow centre section down the front straight. Now you'll see these cars aren't as quick as the prototypes you've just seen. They're about 3/4 again of the weight of the cars, and the issue is if you get too much grip or try to enter the corners too quickly, they will roll over. It's a delicate balancing act between speed and balance. And now we see the number 3 car right in front of us rolling over that bright orange car of Ian Devonshire. Now he's changed his body if that's the case. Let's see him come round again. Where's he gone? Yeah, that's a different body colour for him. Ran an electric blue car earlier on. So one or two people swapping their bodywork over. So still Robert Rook leading out. Ouch. Oh, somebody's got a loose body there. I can hear it rattling. I think that was one of the black cars. That'll be Charlie Sturman, possibly. Graham Baker has the metallic blue number 1 car just going past me. So about 2 minutes left to run. So still, oh no, it's not now. We've got a new leader, number 5. That's Lee Spate. That's the pink-fronted car with the Union flag on the rear deck, just on the infield now in front of me. Now heading onto the back straight, and he's in a battle with Robert Rook, the long-time leader. Here he comes past me now, and onto the start-finish straight now. He's got a bit of clear track ahead of him now, has Lee on the number 5 car on the infield now. And in fact, he's got the leader, the man he's battling rather, Robert Rook, right behind him. There he is, going past me now, that number 5. And if we drop back from the number 5 to the next car back, which is the 0, picking him up on the far side through the Costa Complex, that is Robert Rook. Lee Spate is a carpenter from Leicestershire, the Schumacher category. That's the number 5 car. And Robert Rook looks like he's going to take this one as the brother's just gone. No, it's Lee who just got the extra lap in at the end there. So it was that number 5 with the Union flag on the back deck. And where does that put him? That puts Lee up to 15th, Robert up to 16th. Well, good morning to you, particularly if you're here in the Centre MK. Something a little different for you in the exhibition space this weekend. This is the British Championships, one of the winter championships that's going on throughout the country at the present time. The 1/12 Electric Circuit Nationals. 3 different categories of cars here today. The first being the GTs, which are out on the circuit now. 30 drivers in this category. And if you fancy having a go to see whether you're any good at this, if you go down to the Costa Coffee end, the BRCA have a free trial session for you. And you can have a go at some reduced speed, in fairness, to see if you can have a go. That's at the far end of the arena at the Lakeland and Costa end of things, where the big BRCA banners and easy ups are. So in this heat we have the number 1 of Paul Hopkins, number 2 of Peter Winton, Dan Howes on 3, Lee Stokes 4, 5 Josh Coult. Already a winner yesterday, the 12-year-old Joshua Coult. Mark Burgess in 6, Tony Wade 7, Kaz James 8, Terry Atkinson 9, Dave Sedgwick on the fluorescent pink number 10. The number 3 of the white and blue of Dan Howes leads them out. See who gets off to the best start. I think it might be the man who got out of the traps early, and that was Dan Howes, the white top and the blue bottom on that GT car. A little bit of black on the side of that car as well as he goes onto the start-finish straight now. Ahead of him, he's got Peter Winton, the red car with the white sills. In fact, he's already got past him, has he? Yes, he has. And also past the number 1 car. Peter Hopkins, that is. No, Peter coming back. The white car, white front with the darker red hindquarters there. Coming through the field, has just been held up for a moment. So the leading 3 protagonists on the start-finish straight together. The white top with the blue bottom. That's our leader, Dan Howes. And in fact, as I say that, the number 1 car, the white with the darker red rear end, that is the number 1 of Paul Hopkins, who's just gone through. Paul is a police technician. He's come up from Exeter in Devon to race the Schumacher chassis this weekend, 40 years old. Presumably he paddled up from Exeter this weekend on the River Severn. I think the whole of the southwest is underwater at the moment. Some of the guys have come up here to compete just to get warm and dry. Oh, the slowest rollover in history there by the number 6, Mark Burgess, right in front of me. So it's Paul Hopkins then from Peter Winton now in 2nd place. Peter has that red car with the white sills. Peter is an aerospace engineer for Rolls-Royce. Going on to the start-finish straight now and heading down towards the Costa complex. And there he is on the stream, picked up expertly by Matt. 59 years old, the driver of this number 2 car. Not by any stretch of the imagination our oldest competitor. Our ages this weekend in this British National Championship raised from Josh Coult, who is 12 and who's been racing for 5 years, since he was 7, to 66-year-old Vince Formosa, down from North Shields. And everything in between. So still Paul Hopkins then leading out. As we watch 2nd place Peter Winton. Peter's done a good job this weekend. As we keep saying about these GT cars, relatively new to the RC scene, but have really picked up a lot of fans very quickly. They seem to be pretty much indestructible in terms of the body shells and the chassis. Nick Damon rejoining us now. I like the fact that they look like real cars. I like the way that they seem to be relatively predictable in their handling, and I say that because these guys have got some clearly got some experience of driving them, but this is not a bad place for somebody coming into the sport to start their career.
It's these days probably the best place. It's very, very cheap, very cost effective. You can find clubs that run them just about anywhere. The local Milton Keynes club runs them. There's also a club in Bedford that runs them. A club in Leighton Buzzard runs as well. Some of these are evenings during the week. Some of them are Saturday mornings. Some of them are Sunday mornings. And running on carpet tracks. Not a bit smaller than this, but there's a lot of people. Everyone wants. You turn up with the cars. Less than £300 to get yourself completely set up, and there'll be people there to help you. And they are reasonably easy once you've got the basic idea to drive. Very wide setup window. It's very easy to get a car that's not doing anything horrible, which is not always the case in radio control.
It's not always the case in motor racing, actually. I have to say that in my motor racing career, I have seldom been far enough up the ladder to
Class winner at Brands Hatch.
even think about doing setup changes. It's mainly just been get out there and survive. Class winner at Brands Hatch and at Donington Park, I hasten to add. I do remember when I was racing Ford Fiestas some years ago on the British Touring Car package, I had a Ford engineer from Boreham, 2 Ford engineers looking after the car. So we did discuss setup, and that was scary because that was my first ever motor race.
And what they said, should we try this? You went, all right.
I just said, just keep making it stiffer, please. The stiffer you make it, the faster I go.
Sorry, what was this about?
The rear suspension on the Ford Fiesta.
So Paul Hopkins wins that one and improves and moves to 10th again. So he's got himself, he's just hopping in back at the final each time. And a 20-lap 3:10 there. Pete Winton didn't improve, was second and stays 12th. And Dan Howes didn't improve and stays 11th. So they appear to have reached pretty much their nadir, as you would say, of their times, those guys. Running the same sort of speed the whole time?
No. Nadir is the bottom, Zenith is the top.
Is it?
Yes.
If you know I've got O-level English spoken, I can't even know that. So they've reached the zenith of their performance. I'm more near the nadir, aren't I? They're zenithed up.
See what I've got to work with, ladies and gentlemen.
Or you don't know what this English language is, I'm sorry.
I really hope the responsible adult isn't listening, because you may have blown your Le Mans gig at that point. You know how fussy she is about English, having a degree.
That is true, yeah.
In English.
That's right. Now I can go to the the Nissan are at the zenith of their supply of LMP2 engines. There we are.
We move on to the third heat for the GTs.
The fast boys.
These are the quickest drivers, our top 10 if you like. Chris Ashton is in the blue and white, number 1. The red with the rainbow roof is Sam Clifton, number 2. Watch for him. Jamie McDonough has the all-white car on 3. On 4, it's the black and orange of Marcus Askell. Alex Thurston has the pink and blue, number 5. Stephen Lander with what I'm calling the mustard car is 6. 7 is Andrew Carter, black, red and white car. Jonathan Dixie has the white and blue car. The multicoloured car of Mark Christopher is 9, and 10 is the white, blue and green of Carl Dransfield. Actually, Mark Christopher's come out with a blue and white chassis there. So let's just check to see who's got what. Now, 5. Yep, that is the pink and blue. Now, Stephen Lander's changed his body shell, because that isn't mustard. That is dark red and black.
I think there should be a sort of a moratorium after round 1. You're no longer allowed to change your body shells because it's not fair on us.
Well, I'm making
without a special dispensation from the doctor.
Adjustments as we go along.
So Dransfield, who's shot to the top at the last heat, is stayed there. He's the fastest guy again at the moment. He's got about 0.6 of a second on Chris Ashton. Alex Thurston, who won yesterday, is in 3rd in car 5. Let's have a look at Alex. You haven't looked at him so far. That's car number 5, the winner from yesterday. Should be some pink in his car. He's about to go on the main straight now.
Pink top with the blue lightning stripes on the bottom.
Won the final in minor controversy with an incident on the final lap. You can check that on the stream from yesterday and see what your opinions are. That was captured.
What was controversial about it?
They came together in the last lap, and whether whose fault it was and whether they should have waited and what would happen next, really.
No action taken by the club, the course, though, so it's not. He deemed it a racing incident.
In fairness, it happened very fast. It's very hard to take a
view.
A view at that point.
So, Chris Ashton then on the 1 car. leading out. Chris is from Leicestershire and works for Schumacher Racing, so you'll not be surprised when I tell you he's running a Schumacher chassis with
What did he
Schumacher
pay for
body
that?
shell as well. Twice a GT12 champion last year and the year before. Has some a degree of competence in 10th Electric as well, having been multiple National A finalists.
Oh, big accident for Thurston there. He just clipped wrong on the first half of that switch back in front of us. I think he may have been avoiding someone. And as he scoots down the straight, he lost a bit of time there.
It's dropped him down to 4th, that, Nick. 5th now.
So let's see if we can pick up our leader, who is car number 1 of Chris Ashton. That's car 1, who goes round now.
It should be
into
the white.
the infield, and he's now going past commentator's corner.
White front, blue rear.
That's car 1, who is now on the infield, and he comes now round. There we go. So car 1, Ashton, has managed to get past Johnfield, has a couple of Johnfield drop back his time. It's Sam Clifton who's second now. So Clifton currently about to set a time good enough for pole. Sorry, Ashton will set time for pole, and Clifton's going for second. So these two cars, the car we're looking here, and actually the car right behind him, which is the Rainbow Roof Sam Clifton, they're very close together on the stagger. And in fact, they are separated by 0.05 of a second, and Clifton now takes the lead overall. So if you drop back 1 car, Matt, to the Rainbow Roofed car, car 2, that is Sam Clifton now, who's it's oscillating to himself and Chris, because they're that close. Who's going to go overall? And they're both up for a pole position time at the moment. Nice movement, I think, by Askell going out the way with the RC Racing coloured.
Oscillating.
Yes, RC Racing coloured cars. That number car 4 is now.
That is the car 4 colour, isn't it?
It's 0.04 of a second now on the clock between Clifton and Ashton, with just in Clifton's benefit. Ashton lost some time getting past 7, not the 7's fault. And they're going down the straight now. So the cars we're talking about are just going past the timekeepers now. The blue and white machine of Ashton, the Rainbow Roof red and white, orange and white car of Clifton. They are 1 and 2. They are first and second, or second and first, depending where we are. Now, effectively, Ashton started a second ahead of Clifton. And as long as Clifton's within a second of Ashton, he'll be ahead of him on the timing in this 5-minute race with 20 seconds to go, John.
And the software's clever enough to know that, is it?
Oh, yeah.
So it's the same way as a time trial runs in a bicycle race or something like that.
Yep.
So they are absolute times on the cars rather than time to each other. So when we say it's a 5-minute heat, it's 5 minutes plus the amount of time to get everybody off the line.
And your extra lap.
Yeah. And there's the buzzer that signifies that time.
Chris Ashton got it, and Chris Ashton got it by 0.2 in the end. Sam Clifton did a bad last lap.
21-second run. 21 lap run. Yes, it
21.302,
is.
and it was all done in the last lap because Ashton dropped. Sorry, Ashton was 0.3 faster than Sam Clifton the last lap, and he won by 0.2. So a last lap victory and pole position overall after 3 rounds of Chris Ashton. Sam Clifton second, Carl Dransfield third, Thurston fourth. But in fact, overall, 4th place remains with John Dixie, 1 round to go. So very impressive end there to the ultra-competitive GT12. And now we're looking at the pits, and what we're looking there at is a large amount of activity. Some people going, oh, never mind, I'll let it go, see it in the next round. Some people doing the international world of scratching their head, going, what on earth's going on? Why is my car not doing what it was doing yesterday? Or why is it doing something different it was doing yesterday? Or why is it doing 3 things it wasn't doing yesterday?
We move on now to our second category of racing here this Sunday, just after midday at Milton Keynes at the Centre MK. And welcome along, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us here at the venue. Worldwide audience tuned in on rcracing.tv. These are our LMP shaped cars, Le Mans prototypes, same type of cars that race at the head of the Le Mans 24 Hours grid. These cars with 10.5 rated brushless electric motors, putting them in the sport category. We move up from a 5-minute qualifying heat now to an 8-minute qualifying heat. Luke Muldoon on the white car is on number 1, the purple of James Innight, the dark purple of James Innight on 2, Lee Ellis on 3, Andrew Newbold, blue, orange and white in 5, 6, Alan Hubber 7, Paul Wyman-Lau, who had a nightmare yesterday but put a decent time in. Mark Goodchild is on 8, although I didn't see a number 8 out last time, so I'll have to have another look for that, as these cars are much quicker than what we've just seen. Tom Jeffries, white with the yellow tail, on 10th position. Jamie Patton out on the number 4, which is blue with the rainbow colours on it. Let's see who's leading them out at the moment. I think it's Tom Jeffries, isn't it? Yes, it is. That is the number 10, the 0 car, which last time I saw it was white with a yellow tail. Let's see if we can pick it up this time around. And indeed, the yellow tail with the white and purple. Let's add some purple onto my notes there. Tom Jeffries from Gloucestershire, metal fabricator, running the Team Associated. So 3 times a Scottish Touring Car GP champion.
And once again, Tom set off like a scalded cat for a 3rd overall time. He is in this heat because he hasn't done enough rounds of the championship, so he's sort of unseeded, unknown as far as the handicap's concerned. So he's in a mixability heat. Some fast guys, some of the lower ranked drivers will be in it. And he is setting a cracking pace. Now, last time he did as well, but he had issues with traffic. At the moment, he's got a nice couple of laps of clear traffic. The next person to come up to may well be Alan Hubber in the 6 machine. As he now is your leader, he goes down the main John Lewis straight now, the yellow tail with the white nose and the multicoloured flashes on the side. Tom Jeffries, brother of Ollie, who is currently our fastest driver by a lap. So obviously there is some element of the genes, but he didn't get all of it. And he's now catching up Alan very quickly. I'm sure Alan will move away. Or move out of the way. Oh, that could have gone wrong, but he was lucky he got through there. Tom's still on for a 3rd overall. But he has got 5 minutes to go still of this race. There's 3 minutes down, 5 to go for Tom in the yellow car.
You've got number 8 out there this time.
You're not still worried about that, are you?
Well, I am actually. I don't like to have missing things on my entry list.
No, there's no number 8.
Excellent. So Mark Goodchild not out there.
I think Mark Goodchild was being scored as possibly with Lee Ellis or Jamie Patton, I think last time was being scored by. Oh, was that our leader? He just fell off. We just lost, yeah, and that's where it all goes wrong. Tom there, sort of an innocent bystander of the incident. That's lost him a lot of time. That last lap was a 80, so he lost 6 seconds there and dropped from 3rd overall to 9th overall in predicted. So it just disappears that quickly, John. Disappears that quickly. And it's not even slightly his fault.
So this is the first of the 3rd round heats for the slower of the 2 prototype classes, the LMP 12s Sport, running the 10.5 motors. Our open category, run whatever you want in that. The lower the number, the more powerful the motor. The more difficult it is to control the car as well, in fairness, as Nick has been finding out. He's been very brave and jumped into the open category this weekend, having raced the 10.5s yesterday.
So we've got James Wright is currently in 2nd. That'll be the all-white car, the number 9. And he's now coming round below us in commentators calling on the main straight. That's number 9, the white machine. He's in 2nd. Tom still has his battle against the rest of the field and timing. But car number 9 is currently on for 11th place as well. So James is putting a good run as well, let through by the 5. So our all-white car, James, going down the John Lewis straight now. He's your 2nd place man. on the clock. He's not that far behind either. He's only about 3 or 4 seconds behind Tom, who of course lost 6 seconds in that accident and actually has seen his pace drop since then. I think he's mentally been slightly scarred by that.
James Wright from South Yorkshire, training engineer, just 18 on the CRC.
Damn youngsters. And again, more problems again for Tom. He's not having any luck with the traffic. I'm sure Mark Christopher, who's running the referee, is trying to help him through, but he still needs someone to actually move out of the way. You would think by now the other drivers would recognise that that car is a much, much faster car. In fact, James Wright's getting very close to him. And there's not much in it between the two of them. They're actually now currently for 10th and 11th. They are improving, but they're not by enough really at the moment. As Wright sweeps through past number 5, who's got a problem with his body shell. And problem with number 1 as well is going to come off the number 1.
Yeah, he's catching the ground with his body shell. That is the Luke Muldoon car.
So we have first and second together now. Jeffries and Wright. Wright the white car, Jeffries Wright's to get through. And Wright now takes the lead of the heat. So Jeffries has dropped not only off his pace, but he's not really damaged the car in that accident as they try and leap over each other. But he's certainly lost that
edge.
The impetus he had earlier just disappeared. I mean, no idea why.
And by the way, the number 1 has come into the pits. The Luke Muldoon all white car. He was sitting up in the top 6, but of course dropping down now as he loses time. Problems for the 6 in front of us, Alan Huber.
And a delivery for Millie's cookies there.
Oh, heavens. Nick will do the rest of this heat on his own.
Oh. So, with 1 minute and 9 to go and a co-commentator with a very nice white chocolate cookie in his mouth. Actually, Paul Low's picked up 3rd, so finally Paul's got a decent run after all this time. But it's James Wright who's leading. He's at 9th place. Tom Jeffries, he's upside down. He's upside down, to quote myself from this summer. But he's been righted. But that's going to take. Mr. Wright has been righted as he goes down the straight, which is going to give him I think he's still. That's right. He's still going to be in the lead because Tom's dropped right off the pace. He's actually told me he was still running. As the white car now runs out the last 30 seconds. And this race, which promised quite a lot, has kind of fizzled into nothing because the best time, which we're seeing from James, is down in 16th. And at one point, Tom just went for a 4th. So Paul Lau, he's probably quite pleased to pull up a few positions. But on the whole, this heat has not been particularly good for anybody. And this is the 3rd round. They've got one more go after this. As the cars spit themselves into barriers. Jeffries makes another mistake on the last lap. He's going to want to forget this one. Wright will finish and will improve, but will only go up to about 16th, I think. As he waits to finish this race, that's Jeffries finished in a disappointing time. Wright's finished 36.4. So not much improvement there. So a race which flattered to deceive, I'd have to say.
I took the one with the berries in it because I thought it looked slightly more healthy. I was wrong.
What's the choice there? Oh.
You've got chocolate and chocolate. 3rd qualifying round then of the 4 that we'll see today. Now why have Tom Jeffries and Jamie's times been pulled out of that? Oh, it's just resetting, sorry. We move on to the second of the LMP12 sport category groups. We have over 50 entries for this, so splitting them up into, roughly speaking, 10 per group. It should be the white with orange stripes of Tricia Whiteley on 1. Steve Rowley in the green car on 2. Lee Meek in the rhubarb and custard car, as we're calling it, 3. Peter Harrop, white and purple 4, yellow and white for Bob Hill in 5. Gavin Rice on the all-white in 6. Colin Rose, white and blue in 7. All orange for Hayley Baker in 8. White and blue for Chris Blakey in 9 and 10. Glenn Atherton in the Gulf car, that's the 0 car. And we are off and running. And it was Stephen Rowley in the number 2 car who was the top seeded in this heat, and that is the green with white centre section. Off on the back straight and through into the Costa Complex now. 8 minutes to better his time. Sitting in sitting in final B at the moment, B final. So he works his way onto the back of the traffic already. He was the first man out of the traps and already goes past the bright orange number 8 of Hayley Baker, who gave him racing room. And now a little bit of open track for that green car in the midfield, heading towards the pits exit. Now past me at Commentators Complex and onto the main straight there. That's your leader at the moment. Beginning to close down on the number 4. Peter Harold, the white and purple machine. It's another good run from Stephen Rowley. Got himself qualified up into the A final yesterday. And could possibly be looking at that again today. Very stiff competition in the top 25. Separated by not much at all yesterday. I think it was only about a lap and a half. A lap and 3/4 that separated certainly the top 20. And remember, what we're looking for here is the most amount of laps completed in the 8 minutes. Steve Rowley, the car dealership manager on the CRC, deciding whether he's going to come back full time. Back in the mid-1990s, he was the Midlands champion, having a little tour back in the water in this winter national series. Oh, and heads on to the start-finish straight now. In second place, Chris Blakely on the number 9, which is the white and blue car. Let me see if I can pick that up for our cameramen. White front, blue rear in the infield now. Just hitting the second of the 2 white and blue cars. Now the first, now the second, now the first again. Down the straight. That's RC Racing for you. So 2 very similar cars together there. And oh, that was the second place guy that got turned over there. But recovers very quickly. Now, how am I going to differentiate the 7 and the 5? 5 coming back towards me now. That's the 9. And he's lost some time from that, Chris Blakely. He's got yellow wheels, the 9. White and blue with yellow wheels. So new second place now. In fact, new leader, Glenn Allerton. After all of that, it's the 0, the Gulf car, and that's just had a shunt as well. Now on the front straight. Glenn Atherton, excuse me. Glenn from Billingham, Teesside. He's a smoggy. And he is a process technician at the petrochemical plant up there in Teesside. Yacomo chassis. So we've got the full complement from the northeast this weekend, with Geordies, Mackhams and Smoggies all providing the northeast wedge. Now, can Glenn hold on to it? The answer is no, because Steve Rowley on the green and white has gone back through into the lead. Chris Blakey back into second again. So after that little contretemps in the middle of the 8 minutes, and we're now just under 3.5 minutes to go, everybody's settled down again. A bit of madness there. But what that's done is has really nobbled the chances of the guys at the head of the field moving up into the A final. Stephen Rowley, the best of them at the moment, sitting in position 16, which would put him right in the middle of the B final grid later on this afternoon. And don't forget, if you can't stay around for that, you can keep up to date with all of the later afternoon action on rcracing.tv, www.rcracing.tv, full live streaming video coverage. And watch out on Motors TV if you've got Sky Satellite, Sky Channel 447 in the UK, because we do have a monthly programme on Motors TV as well, which brings you the best of the RC racing world. So keep an eye on your Sky planner for that. You can set it as Series Link. And make sure you check back with rcracing.tv on a regular basis to get some more news about what's going on in the scale racing world. Last 2 minutes now, with Steve Rowley still leading it out from Chris Blakey in second place. Gavin Rice now up into third on the 6. That's the all-white body out there, just coming through the infield now. Our leader, though, continues in the green and white car onto the back straight, or onto the main straight, should I say. Don't forget, if you're here at Milton Keynes, you can have a go for free down at the Costa Coffee and Lakeland end, down at the BRCA area. We do have some RC cars for budding champions to have a go at. Won't cost you a penny. And as Nick was saying, in the GT category, you could be up and running in your local RC club for around about 300 quid and enjoying competing. Nick's been painting his tyres. I don't want to know what that meant.
I think you know.
And apparently siphoning petrol from somewhere. I
That's
think he was,
right, yes.
He was opening a petrol cap. I'm sure that's what he was doing. So Rowley not improving his position at the moment. Chris Blakey is in second. He's just squeezing up into the B final as it stands right now. Oh, and they're coming together on the infield there. Marshall scrambling about. Not the best of heats then for Stephen Rowley as we come down into the last 30 minutes. He will win it, but he's already qualified 16th and he's not going to get anywhere near that at the moment. As Nick leaps into action, gazelle-like.
Meow. Cat-like.
I was going to say gazelles don't make that noise.
They do when they're being chased by a cat.
So Stephen Rowley will win the heat, Nick, as time expires, but hasn't improved his time. And two big contretoms in the middle of that race that took the leaders out. Chris Blakey will improve and goes up into 20th position, so just on the back of the B final grid. But of course, all those guys still have their third round to go.
Yeah, we've got a point now where the track's consistent and it's about getting a run in. And if you don't get the run in, it's well, that's another run. Chance is gone. And they've got one more at the end of round 3. They've got one more. These people, one more qualifying round for the finals. And the question really is,
It's been stopping the start.
And the question really is?
I don't know how much of it is.
And the question really is?
the question really is, can you get yourself a clean run? Can you get? Sorry, I got distracted by the excitement of streams. So the question really is, can you get yourself a clean run? That's what really happens about it. And the answer is, it's not always in your own control. However much you want it to be. If you are in the local area and listening on www.rcracing.tv, or you can get here, come to Milton Keynes this afternoon. It's now 3 or 4 hours to go, including all the finals. We'll be talking you through. If you're here shopping, well, just hang around and stay. Enjoy the racing action.
We might have to put some bleachers in next year to get people raised up. One of the ends. Already thinking about next year's event. The invitation has been extended.
Try and find a satellite location as well.
Well, that's easy. Just run a cable outside.
Long cable.
Somewhere over there. Which direction do you have to point the dish?
James knows that. I don't know the answer to that question.
Which direction are you pointing the dish? North, south, east, or west? That's over there. That's bad news.
160 degrees. Hang on.
It's about over there.
I can find out.
I've got a built-in compass, Nick.
Really?
Yep. That's why I don't get lost.
All right.
So we're off on heat 6 in round 3, and we've moved into the next group of drivers for the LMP12 prototype sports, with Paul Lomas leading out at the moment. That's the white with the bright orange car, the number 5. Now, I've said that. Has he changed his body? Oh, coming in very late there, Chris Blakey. Vince Famosa, who had an issue last time around.
That way.
That's what I
No,
said.
there, straight there. That's okay, because that side of the track I'll point out the window.
So here is our leader coming through the infield now, and underneath us in the number 5 car, the white with the bright McLaren orange, ready orange of their famous sponsorship that we don't mention anymore.
What, Vodafone?
No, not that one. There he goes past us now. That's a very handsome looking car, that, actually.
Well, number 5.
Paul Lomas just dropping into second place. Paul from Buxton in Derbyshire is a railway engineer running a Speed Merchant chassis.
Made by Bruce Carboni. Man with a ponytail many years after you should have a ponytail.
We've all done that though, haven't we? Paul Campion is leading now on the number 1. That's the old red car that's on the infield at the moment. It's just going past us with the black wheels. And now on the back straight down into the Costa complex at the far end.
It's Lomas and Watkins and Campion are actually alternating the lead depending where they are on the laps. So it takes a little while to sort itself out with 2 minutes gone.
Ian Watkins is on the 6 car, which is the mainly white car with a slightly silver decal on the bottom of it, silver
Let's see
grey.
who finds 6.
Ian Watkins from Worcester, works at Sainsbury's, 42 years old, and he's on a team associate.
There it is, the all-white car, the 6, go down the straight now.
It's got the sort of silver grey decals on the sill area.
Yes, that's the protoform decals, I think. Hang on. Go slower. No, it's, actually, that silver decal is so...
Protoform.
It's not, it's something else. It has got protoform, that's something else I can't read.
Well, he's running Intellect, Dynamite, Hobbywing,
Might be
Sandwich and
Hobbywing.
JFT.
I'm guessing it's a Hobbywing.
Okay.
So the top 8 are all on to improve their times, which is... But
yes.
yeah, it will happen.
7.
8. There we are. Let it run through. But the fastest of that is only going to 13th, which is Ian Watkins, who's currently leading in the 6 machine. The 6 car, which is, he says, looking for it desperately, is apparently not on this track. All right, help me out. Why is there no 6? Or is 10 6?
So still Ian Watkins on the number 6, that mainly white shell. Ian Fluck's not doing so well today. On the number 4, that's the white car with the blue and red stripes down the middle. And
so 4.
Fluck's, in fact, as I say that, he comes up into 3rd position. And where is Ian on the track? A lot of white, mainly white cars out there at the moment. He's just coming through the infield now.
The infield now behind our leader. So we go look at 1 and 4 there. That's fantastic. Thank you, James. If you're on the stream, Master Racing TV, the lead, first
that's
front
2nd
car.
and 3rd.
His Campion behind him is Flux.
His brother is also a tidy RC racer.
Nick, yep.
Nick Hamilton.
He stopped doing Clios. He's still doing
He did
Clios.
a couple of seasons in Renault Clios. I'm not sure he's still doing it. So coming down to the last 2 minutes of the 8. And at the moment, Ian Watkins, the man most likely, his lucky number is 13. And that's 13th position. As our timing tells us, he's en route to a 36-lap run, which would send him into the sharp end of the B final as it stands at the moment, Nick. So Ian Flux there.
So
on
good
the
runs
straight.
there. The top 5 all improved, or are improving with 1:41 to go. So Watkins and Flux are 2 leading cars. Watkins is about 2 seconds on Flux. Underwood is 3rd. So Paul Campion 4th. So it's 6 from 4 from 1 from 8. With Watkins for 13th overall and Flux for 18th overall with 2 more heats of this class to go in round 3.
Yeah, it's been a good run from Ian Flux. He wasn't on his mettle this morning in the early heats, Nick, but he's picked up his pace now. He's into 2nd position. That white number 4 with the dark red and blue stripes. So he's come up from Southampton. He's a chippy. He's a joiner by trade, running the X-Ray.
He doesn't run a chippy then.
Group of 10 drivers in this LMP12 Sport category. This is the 3rd round of qualifying. And we'll see the white front and purple rear of Kevin Creaser on number 1. White with the fluorescent yellow canopy is John Carr in 2. Kellyanne Bly is the pink and white car. Alex Everett, bright orange. Elliot Cummings in 5. The blue front with the Union flag. Ollie Payne on 6 is all white. Purple and white, Chris Hudson in 7. Russ Giles, the fluorescent pink car. Union flag on a white car is the 9 of Peter Craig, and James Stewart, the white with the purple on the 0 as they come round. And let's just see if they're all together and then they've got the right cars. I want to call that blue and white on the 7 rather than purple and white, just to make a quick change.
Okay, so we're about to start the heat 7, which is the penultimate heat. And time for me to do some more painting, actually.
Just a little bit of track work doing here. The rolls of carpet have been used before, but it's a brand new layout here. 2nd place driver, well, just swapping places with Kellyanne Bly and Alex Everett. In fact, he's gone off, so he's dropped down. I'll refrain from mentioning him again because in fact, no, he's jumped to the top. That's what's happened. So it's the 5 car now at the top. Now that is the bluish front with the darker Union flag on the back deck. The purplish front with the Union flag design over the top and the blue rear. Getting down towards 5 minutes completed. John Carr goes in, right in front of us with the fluorescent yellow canopy on that car. Elliot Cummins then and Kellyanne Bly, James Stewart, all battling it out. Very evenly matched heat this. Kellyanne Bly on the number 3 with the pink front just going past us now. Kellyanne from Manchester, works for an automotive supply company, runs the Coralie chassis. That is the all-white car with the Union flag. 2 Union flag designs on this, the sort of purple fronted car with the lighter blue rear with the Union flag on. That is the number 5 of Ollie Payne. And the all-white car with the more traditional Union flag colour, which is just coming... Oh, where's he gone? Just coming past me now. There he is, onto the John Lewis Straight. That's Peter Craig. See, my spotting of body colours this morning in the first heat is now coming into its own, although if I handed you my notes, I bet you would not be able to make any idea of what those were.
Well, he's got a pink lit, the other one's got a perg.
Yeah,
I don't think I wouldn't want a perg. Now, James Stewart, who's not improving, all because of the accident in the 2nd lap, is moving up the field to between 2nd and 3rd, but he's not going any faster, but he's still obviously retaining his overall position 3rd, but of course the faster guys come out of the next heat, we've got a whole another race to shoot at him.
White, purple and orange. Let's catch Kevin Creaser as he comes through this time. Here he comes, the number 1.
Number 1 car of Kev Creaser, no problem at all there. Nice ride by Kev. Peter Craig now has just 9 seconds to go, so he'll finish this lap now. He's got one more lap to go. And then
Kellyanne Bly pushing very hard as well, Nick, trying to get that extra lap.
Well, Craig now is on for a 6th overall if he keeps this together, doesn't hit anything.
There's the buzzer.
Now, depending where he started, he may get another lap. No, Craig has finished.
I think Kellyanne will finish on 37 though, she has. James Stewart might get a 37 run as well. That'll push him up the timing.
No, he's already
third. No,
third.
he's not. He's already third, yes. He's already done a 38.
His run ended after about 3 minutes. Sorry, 3 laps, and he fell off.
And once again, the track marshal is coming out just to make sure there's nothing sticking up that will
Yeah, it's a little bit of a
cause issues.
A little bit of trimming off the edges of the tape that picks up, and these cars run very low, so they can pick up and get knocked out of line by tape lifting slightly.
Now, what's going on the far side there with somebody got some
That's,
CTC or something on the...
That's Mark, and he's got OCD, so he's making sure that he's cleaning up. So you can see the yellow, taking off the dirty tyre marks to make the yellow round the edge of the corners clearer, which makes the whole thing easier to see. Very nice of him.
Just a bit of cleaning fluid going on there.
He must have known I'm on in a couple of minutes.
And, some new curb tape going down there as well.
I'm quite disappointed, actually, that if you look at Mark there, who is mending the track at the start-finish, I'm rather disappointed, actually, that he's not wearing his unbelievably bright, shiny Yokomo shirt. Mark, where is it? Did it not wash the second time? It's a black shirt with gold lettering, which is solid, shiny gold.
Coming out next will be the 3rd round for the Heat 8 drivers. Keith Robertson with the pink front and the blue rear on number 1. All green of Richard Hickland on 2. Red for Jim Spencer on 3. Tom Green is the green top with the pink sills on 4. The red and white of Tom Jewett, red, white and black. Orange and white for David Gale on 6. Aidan Ripley, the green rear. Jason Butterfield, white with the Gulf blue rear end. Adrian Thorpe with the pink top and the white bottom, and the blue rear with white and yellow is Richard Norris. And I think it'll be Mark Jewett on the 5 who leads them out, but still this track work going on. And welcome along, 1:45 in the afternoon on Sunday. Hello there, it's John Hindhaugh and Nick Damon, bringing you live coverage from the Centre MK on TV around the world. And for those of you here at the track, thank you for spending some of your Sunday with us.
That was me.
If you'd like to have a crack at a bit of RC driving,
absolutely,
go down to the Costa end of things and check in with BRCA officials. And we've got some cars around there that are speed limited to give you the opportunity to have a look and feel of what it's like. Remember to have to reverse your left and right when the cars are coming towards you.
Oh, that's what you do?
Yeah. Visualise yourself in the cars and try and drive it from that perspective rather than from where you're standing. That's what I have to do when I'm driving my helicopters, flying my helicopters. So, just a slight delay as some new corner tape is going down.
They're fully aware that within a few minutes I'll be taken to the track. That's what it is.
The opportunity now for somebody to run to Greg's and get us some pasties, I would have thought.
Oh.
You can't have enough Greg's when you come from the northeast, mate. Oh, okay. All right, Burger
I'm probably
King.
I'll dip out of lunch. I'm an athlete, everyone.
You're not happy with my selection?
I'm a racing athlete.
What did you say before Burger King?
Anybody who knows anything about TV production, even with the internet, knows that the whole thing...
Evan here in the UK for our monthly programme, RC Racing, with a selection of world events. Do we know what the next show is, Nick? I look at you, hopefully.
The current show is the Touring Car Championship from Portugal. The next show, you need to commentate on Wednesday.
Okay, fine.
And we haven't quite decided which one it is yet.
Right.
It might be large scale from Spain.
Excellent.
Or it might be four-wheel drive off-road also from Spain, but someone else.
All right, good. So
But
there you
I haven't
go.
got it yet.
Stand by for action, ladies and gentlemen. 3rd round, Heat 7. And we're heat 8, excuse me. We are in the LMP 12 Sport top group. And as I say, I've got a feeling it'll be Mark Jewett who'll lead these guys out.
No, it's Jim Spencer.
Jim Spencer. Mark Jewett in second.
Spencer
yes, Jim improved last time around and Mark didn't. So Jim Spencer on the number 3. Jim has plenty of experience on that bright red number 3 prototype. Mark Jewett in second on the road, behind him in the white front with the black centre section and red rear, down from Cramlington in Northumberland. God's country.
That's further north than you, isn't it?
Oh, it's a beautiful part of the world up there. But I must stop saying that because there's a north-south divide for a reason. We want to keep it that way. The beaches of Northumberland and the coastline of Northumberland are absolutely
Yeah, but the
gorgeous.
water's a bit cold, it's the North Sea.
Oh, it doesn't matter about that, it just looks fabulous.
So we are 4 laps in. It's actually Mark Jewett who's slightly ahead on the stagger, even though Jim Spencer is going down the straight ahead of him and about to hit some traffic. So we're looking at the moment at the red car, and it's constantly changing between Jim Spencer and Mark Jewett.
And this is for provisional pole in
That's
this category, Nick. So there is something at stake here.
So Mark now we're with on the stream, and he's the white and red car just about to go to the infield now. He's behind the green, just past it. He's now behind the all green car on the main straight. He is in second, but that kind of moves and changes with each individual lap.
That's Richard Hicklin in the number 2, the all green car.
And the red car in front of the green is a car he's competing against. They're just going past the blue, yellow and white machine with the red roof or red cockpit. That is the car of Richard Norris, the zero machine. And leaflets looking at timing screens. Yep. But you're from up that way, aren't you?
Not halfway.
Only halfway, that's no
He's
good.
still in the south if he's only halfway up there. Remember, the north only starts at Scotch Corner on the A1.
So this is the qualifying round 3 so the third qualifying round of 4, heat 8. They're all trying to do their best time they can do within an 8 minutes allotted period. After this we have round 4 and then there's finals. At the moment they're just qualifying, so they shouldn't be racing. They should be helping each other the best time possible. And certainly Jim Spencer's helping himself the best time possible in the red car. Let's see if we pick up Jim. Matt, he's the red car, just came underneath us now.
Already got him.
Nice clean run for the number 3 machine.
Yeah, he's got a bit of clean track ahead of him, Nick, and we've been saying this all day, but getting a new audience every 10 or 15 minutes here in front of us. Once you get the clear track, it's so important, isn't it, to reel off some quick laps. And I thought you did that really well, actually, in your last heat.
Yeah, I'm very lucky. There's only 5 cars in my heat. Saying that, I've got to go and get ready for it.
Okay, Nick Damon on track next in the number 4. So we're looking for the fastest time in this category. 39 laps complete is the projection for Jim Spencer, who leads this one. Mark Jewett also on a 39 in the red, white and black number 5 car. It's a pretty decent clip that's been set by Jim. Coming back towards us now on that that red number 3, and in fact Mark Jewett is right behind him. So Matt, if we can just drop back 1 car from the leader, there is Matt Jewett in second place. Keith Robertson is in third. I'll keep my eye on him. But these two have both got a little bit of clear space down, qualifying at the moment, first and second. Keith Robertson on the number 1. That's the pink front with the blue rear, and he is just coming through the infield now and past me, the number 1 car on the back straight now, heading into Costa Corner. Big pink front end of that car with a light blue rear. And Keith is from Birmingham on the team associated, 38 years old. This is the man whose interesting fact was likes Garibaldi biscuits that he told us yesterday. Clearly the breakfast of champions. He's closing into the number 3 car of Jim. No, who was that? That was the Gulf Rear. So that must have been the number 8 of Jason Butterfield. Yes, it is. White with orange and the blue rear end. Life much more comfortable for a commentator when you start getting used to the colours of the car. And about 50, 80 110. Had 110 cars here this weekend for this national championship. Beginning to see the faster drivers coming to the fore on each of the heats that we're seeing. Of course, we'll chop them up into 10-car finals later on. Everybody gets a final, but it's getting into the A final that really counts. And these are the fastest seeded drivers for this category of racing. We'll move up in speed for our next discipline. The cars look similar, but whilst these cars have a mandated 10.5 engine, that's how many windings you're allowed on the brushless motors. The next set that you'll see are unlimited category. For those of us who have long memories and in full-size motorsport, think of Can-Am, where the rules were build it, race it. Well, what about the engine size, mister? Anything you want. As big as I like? Yes. You wanted to put an 8-litre V8 in it, you could do. Tremendously successful sports car series in the United States and Canada. What seems like it is half a lifetime ago and more. Well, our open category is next in the LMP bodied cars, and they will be the fastest cars you'll see here at the Centre MK all weekend. Coming to the buzzer then, and it looks like Jim Spencer will take provisional pole. He's going to get another 38 run, 38 laps, maybe a 39. No, it's going to be it is going to be a 39 run. That's pretty good from the sport class. Mark Jewett in second. Which way around are they going to be? Mark Jewett beats him right on the line. And Mark Jewett, the man from Cramlington, goes ahead on the number 5 car and snatches away a provisional pole at the very death on the last lap. So well done to Mark in the red, white and black car that we were following round there. And he springs a bit of a surprise and claims back that provisional pole position for the end of the third round of the LMP12 Sports. Plenty of action going on the track, plenty of work going on in the pits. You're watching rcracing.tv live from Milton Keynes for this, the 112th British Radio Car Association National Championship. Hello there, I'm John Hindhaugh. Nice to have your company this afternoon. This is scale motor racing, not toy cars. These are precision instruments, and these are the fastest cars that you will see here today. We have 3 grids of the LMP12 Open category. The Open refers to the power of the engines. If you are brave enough to put a powerful engine in these thoroughbred racing chassis, then on you go. Mark Payne is the white and yellow car with the orange flash down the side. The number 1, Ken Rogers, white and green. Red, white and orange green, James Caan on the 3. Nick Damon has the black centre section with the white and orange flashes on 4. Lee Palmer with white car, and the white front with the yellow rear is Adam Atchison. And it is Adam Atchison who leads them out. Nick Damon in second place at the moment because of his previous run. Now, can any of these guys trouble the A finalists? Well, Nick's had a little mistake early on. Did this before and he's under pressure already, and he almost gets too much grip there and flips his car over. So it's Mark Payne on the 1. The white car with the yellow rear end, coming past the timekeepers now and through into the infield, passing into the commentator complex here. Fast right hairpin, left hairpin. He's ahead of Ken Rogers in second place. Oh, a big roll in front of me by the 5 car. That's the all-white machine of Lee Palmer. I think he might have just held up our leader for a moment as well there. Mark Payne in the middle of the B final as it stands, not improving, nobody improving in this heat at the moment. 8 minutes to do as many laps as you can. As I say, this is an open category, so you can use the most powerful engine you dare. Come on, Nick, concentrate. Oh, he's getting involved in someone else's accident there as well. Meantime, Mark Payne is in elegant isolation going past me. He's got some traffic now. Opens up the throttle down the John Lewis straight. Passes 2 cars in one decisive sweeping manoeuvre there in the timekeeper's end of the arena. And these cars very, very twitchy and very powerful. And they will get progressively quicker as we go through the next 2 grids of drivers. I'm right in saying we had 25 entrants here, so we've split them up into grids of 8 and 9. So we're watching the time tick down to around about 5 minutes to go. And it's still 1 from 2 from 4. Payne, Rogers and Nick Damon. And Mark Payne has improved his position up to 15 if he keeps going like this. And he goes past Nick Damon. Right, Nick, onto the back of the leader. Follow his lines. That's better. So the white fronted car with the yellow rear and the white car with the black centre section. Nick hasn't driven this car around here other than in the heats this morning. Didn't get the practice session last night. And yes, I am making excuses for my co-commentator. He's doing far better than I would. I think he's very brave to step up into this more powerful category. Had a decent finish yesterday in the semi-final of the 10.5s. She might be regretting the decision to go to the bigger engine at the moment. But he's beginning to put in some decent laps and consolidate his 3rd position in this heat. Mark Payne finding some pace here and climbing up the leaderboard as he does it. Remember, he's not just competing against the other cars here. Oh, Nick. This is bogey corner there, coming out of the pit straight. Remember, you're not just competing against the cars around you here, but all of the other cars in class, because it's all about, at this stage, time and distance. How far and how fast can you go in 8 minutes? And the more consistent you can be, and the better your average lap time is, the further up the grid you will get. You'll hear us talking about 42, 41 lap runs, and that is basically how many laps have been completed over the 8 minutes. And then later on this afternoon, we'll get into the winner-take-all finals, run over 5 and 8 minutes. Same distances as these heats. And then it is a race. All 10 cars are against each other. Let's pick up our leader, shall we? Mark Payne, the white front with the yellow rear. The number 1 car. Mark is from Reading, and the man who put together the sound system that you're hearing me on here in the centre, MK. So Mark, thank you for helping out with that. And he, at the moment, again, has found himself some room on the racetrack. And this is his opportunity to put some quick laps in. He is improving at the moment, up to 15th. Ken Rogers in 2nd. Let's see if we can pick up Ken, the number 2 car. And that is the car, in fact, directly behind our leader with the green rear end. Very nice white and green flamed paint job on that number 2 car. As I've got the sun in my eyes now. Ken Rogers moving up into 17th position if he can keep this pace going at the moment, 2nd in this category. As we had under 2 minutes to go now in this, the first of the open category for LMP12s. We've thinned out this field a little bit. I think there's still just 4 of them running at the moment. Looks like Lee Palmer has bailed out of this one on the 5. Hasn't been out there for a few minutes, dropping laps, so he's obviously parked the car. Last 1 minute or so. Nick's finding a bit of pace now and a bit of consistency. But it'll be Mark Payne who's going to take this one, barring any mishap. That is the car with the white front and the yellow rear, just going on to the front straight now and heading down towards the Costa Coffee turns. Round past the pits and heading onto the front straight. Last 40 seconds then. And Mark Payne, oh well, his pace has just dropped back a little bit. The erstwhile leader, well, he's still the leader in this, but he's not going to improve his position. He's already in 15th. He was looking to be a little bit higher up the standings. I'm trying to see where Nick is. Nick's in 17th at the moment, and Kenneth Rogers is beginning to challenge him. But at the moment, Nick will hold on to that as we get the buzzer in 5 seconds' time. The sunshine causing more of a problem for us down here in the TV end of things than the drivers now, although it is very bright on areas of the circuit. The buzzer you heard going there, and that will leave Ken Rogers down in 18th position. Mark Payne does not improve his 15th position. Nick Damon doesn't improve his 17th position. And James Caan doesn't improve his 21st position. So that is their 8 minutes, and they have one more heat. Nick Damon looks ruefully at his car as he takes it away and heads back to the pit area where he will fettle it later on. Hopefully he won't take too much. I mean, in fairness, he's not really doing this the right way, is he? Because I keep dragging him here to talk about the racing rather than him looking at the car. I know he was going to try and put less additive on the tyres, on the front tyres, as we've already got cars out on the circuit once again. That didn't work, did it? You were talking about
that was horrible.
Getting a bit less on the front end of that car that time.
All wrong.
So you went the wrong way there, is that what we're seeing?
I didn't do enough off, and it picked some up, and it was absolutely horrible for the first.
So you need to do even less grip at the front?
Oh yeah. I need to shed some grip at the front. I might try and get some more grip at the rear as well.
Okay. So we move on now to... You didn't lose your position, by the way?
Didn't I? It was
no,
terrible.
Kenneth didn't get past you, so you've still got one more 8-minute run.
I'd like to point out now that was a dreadful run in every possibility. But
didn't,
hey, that's what happens.
Didn't look good. You looked like you were struggling with the setup there, if I'm honest.
Brake wasn't great either, in fairness.
So we have 16 more drivers in this category, so 2 more 8-minute heats to round off the third round of qualifying. And heading out onto the circuit, the orange of Richard Wurr on the number 4 car. And look at the pace of these guys. And we have a faster set of drivers after this.
They're just showing off, really, by going faster than me.
I'll let you talk about this for a minute, because I need to make some changes to my notes.
So we are just underway and waiting for it to settle down. Your early leader is Luke Burley, but currently no one is on to improve. There we are, see, it's the track's fault, not mine.
Luke Burley's in the light green, the lime green car, just heading past us now with the white sills.
So it's Burley in car 1 leading, Lee Dibble in car 7 second. I think Lee actually has had some problems with scrutineering on 2 occasions so far, or at least 1, with failing for being over wide. Slight setup issues and change, I'm sure it's fine for this race. Andy Sawyer running 3rd, Tim Wood 4th. So it's car 1 from car 7 from car 3 from car 2. So your leader is the lime green machine, just going through the Costa curves now and coming through the timing turns. into the infield. He's following very closely behind car 5, who lets him through. That was the machine of Matt Rice. Matt not looking the same sort of form he had yesterday in the stock classes. He's much faster today. Can catch any one of us out, including me. And Burley laying down a good time. Now we've got some improvements. Burley and Dibble both looking to do their fastest time so far. And time's sort of midway through the APAC, I think, keep them up. So Burley's speeding up. The TV engineer from Putney, he doesn't know not to stand in front of a camera. And indeed, he is leading from Dibble. Dibble's, I think, towards the back due to Dibble's actually the 2 or 3 cars behind him. So Burley now going through the infield. Let's see him pick up our second place man, Lee Dibble, car 3. And he is on the track. He's going down the straight now. White, that's not number 3, it's number 7. He's number 7 we're looking for. Lee Dibble, number 7. He will be
that's the white with the purple rear, is
white
number
with
7.
the purple rear coming underneath us now. And then going through the twist and onto the main straight. That's your second place man. He's got a pink rear, he's got a white front, and he's got some other colours in between. That's quite an intricate paint job if you get close enough to it.
The 7 car?
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, just seeing white front and purple rear, it actually doesn't do it justice, but
and
that's what you
flamey,
spot.
swashy, flashy things as well.
Swooshies, yeah.
Swooshy, flashy things. Top 3 looking to improve. Andy Sawyer's joined the improving club as well. All of these people seem to be able to handle the power more than I can.
These are quick, aren't they? Very quick indeed. Had a number of people tweeting yesterday evening.
I think this is probably the quickest class of RC for the size. The electric touring cars probably get to higher top speeds of bigger tracks.
Yeah, they're 4-wheel drive though, aren't they?
Yeah, but coming off corners, the acceleration is probably bigger than anything else.
So are these the fastest 2-wheel drive electrics?
Oh yeah, fast accelerating as well, I think, as well, of anything.
Quite a few of the listeners collected from Radio Le Mans who came yesterday and decided not to bother us because we looked far too deep in thought. If only they knew.
Yeah.
That tweeted last night at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans to say just how quick the cars were yesterday, and I did say that they're not seeing them at their most efficient because of the design of the circuit, and we would have quicker cars there as well today.
And a mistake from Luke there off camera. That's going to drop him down, so I think we'll find out 7. That's Lee, who's going to be in traffic. He's going to be the person to take the lead in a second. Indeed he has, he's now leading. Burley's mistake hasn't cost him an improving time, but he is now behind. And so it's Lee who's leading this. There's a gaggle of 4 cars. The back car is the man in 3rd, which is Luke Burley. He's looking, and he's now coming back up to Lee, who we're covering at the moment on the cameras. With Luke Burley now, who pushes his way through. Between him, I think that may be Andy Sawyer, just gone past the end. So Andy Sawyer is now looking to move to the front of the touch. So it's 1, 2 and 3 are together on the track. They're not in the order they are on the circuit. No, actually, when it goes past this time, it's quite close. So it actually is. It's Sawyer from Dibble, from Burley, and it's actually Dibble who's got the lead. So that orange and white car just goes across the curves now, followed by the pink and white car and the all lime green machine. There you're 1, 2 and 3. And it's Andy Sawyer leading. Lee Dibble is 2nd and Luke Burley is 3rd in that gaggle. The Lee Burley, the middle car, is leading on the clock for this qualifying session with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, not improving.
And now they've all got in each other's way. There's a kind of a double touch there between the Dibble and Sawyer, which has let Luke get through. And I think that's going to certainly improve his chance of being. He's now classed as 3rd. But he has now got clean run, and he now needs to pull a bit of a time away because he started before the others his 8-minute time practice, so time qualifying. And he will now try and pull away. Currently clocked as 3rd, but I think that's going to improve because I think he's got a little bit more basic pace than the other 2. He needs a few clean laps. He's got 2.5 minutes to get them. We're still looking at the middle car, which is Lee Dibble, who is overall leading. Behind him, Andy Sawyer, who was quick a minute ago, has dropped off the pace somewhat.
And if you're standing watching trackside here and think, hey, how hard can this be? I could do better than that. Walk down to the Costa Coffee end. We've got a small track set up there from the British Radio Car Association. Absolutely free to have a try of it. They are speed limited, but that doesn't make it any easier if you haven't had a go of it before. Reversing left and right when the cars are coming towards you is something you have to get in as not just something you concentrate on. It's got to be absolutely natural when you're travelling at the speeds you're seeing out here. Give it a go yourself, not just for the kids. Go and have a look and have a go yourself, see if you're any good at it.
Give it a go. I'm sure it's absolutely free. Just walk down there and off you go. Now, these cars are, again, there's a problem there for Lee, and that's taken him out of the running as he gets hooked up and then turned around. So that's going to give Luke the lead overall. Luke Burley, 1:17 to go. Luke is just going underneath us now and onto the main straight. So Burley has taken the lead after losing his own accident. Unfortunately, Lee had a problem that last lap that cost him nearly 7 seconds. As did, actually Luke had a problem we didn't see as well. So Andy Sawyer now takes the lead of this. Slowly catchy monkey for Andy. He's just kind of stealthily got himself to win the lead of the pack. It's not a particularly fast time. It will bump him up to 9th. 8th overall, he can keep going. Luke's not improving, Lee is improving, but Lee's improvement time leaves him in 11th, so that's not what he wants. That accident just a minute ago was very, very costly for him.
Last half a minute now, Nick. Last chance to improve for all these drivers.
This part that you're either really pushing or you're already depressed because you know it's all gone wrong. So for example, in my heat a few minutes ago, I was really depressed by this point and I was just trying out different lines and they didn't work either. Oh, and slapping across, there's 3 of the back markers, all of them orange.
Tim Wood.
All of them orange, of course.
That was Tim Wood who hit the woodwork hard.
Hey, it's plastic work actually.
It's got wood underneath it.
Ah. That's the joining blocks. So 1 second to go. They finish now this lap. It's like Andy Sawyer looks like he's going to be the winner. That's car 3. He is just going through the infield now. On the start, finish straight. The orange lower, white top. That car has come from nowhere to win this heat. And he has done a slightly quicker time as well. He's improved. And Andy Sawyer takes the 8th overall position in this modified class. No improvement for Luke. Richard Wurr stays in 6th with the result from the previous heat, which he hasn't got anywhere near close to replicating today with that run. And the action now transfers to pits. We all ran around going, well, it's not working, it's not fair.
Yeah. How many of the drivers are engineering their own cars then? I mean, if you,
all of them.
The higher up the tree you get, do you actually get an engineer or a chassis guy or an engine guy?
Occasionally, not for this class. So for touring car classes and some of the off-road IC class, they have engineers and engine people. But for this, it's you do it all yourself. Unless you're on a Volk, in which case you get a man to do it and then he forgets to tighten things up in the car brakes.
Yeah, you see, if you'd had somebody doing it, you wouldn't have forgot to put your transponder in this morning.
In fairness, can't argue with that.
Need a checklist, mate.
But luckily, the second run was better anyway, so that's all right. I've got one average run. If I can get a good one in the 4th round, I'll be happy. Just try and get the car settled down at the nose.
Well, you're sitting in the B final at the moment. You
I'll
don't think
have a job not being in the B final. I'd be slowest of all.
Are you?
It's 21.
Are you thinking of bothering the A final?
Let me see. How many more extra? No, I'd need to find 3 laps.
Right. Okay.
Not
You
actually
could be a. Are you? So you're shooting for a podium at this point. You're shooting for a podium in the B final. Eh?
There's a big speed split from the front to the back of the B final. To get a podium, I need a couple to break down.
So you're working on the setup for the longer runs now for the race. You're not going for qualifying.
I'm working to stop the car being horribly tippy.
These are the fastest drivers in the fastest cars that we have here this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. And going out first with the yellow rear end on the car is Ollie Jeffries. Dave Spash's white and purple with the yellow side flash on the 2. Chris Kurzweil, the white and red car. The fluorescent white, red and yellow car of Mark Stiles is 4. Adam Walker Catchpole has the all orange car. White with the orange lightning stripe is Andy Murray on the 6. 7 is Mick Farrell. Pink and white with a lightning stripe down the side, and Matthew Vara, another white and purple, slightly darker than Dave Spashett's, and that's got orange side flashes rather than the yellows of Dave Spashett's we mentioned earlier on.
And again, the track is pretty much consistent now. We're not seeing that many improvements. Only 2 cars currently slated to improve. One of them is Chris Kurzweil, who had 2 terrible rounds, so he certainly needs to improve because he was way down. Wasn't even in the A final. Many times a winner.
And our leader,
Remember this bit yesterday where there was sun in my eyes? So it's Ollie Jeffries and Chris Kurzweil. Let's see if we can pick up Chris Kurzweil, car 3.
That is
He's
the
just
white
going
and
on
red
to
car.
the start-finish line now. That's Chris now going through timing turn.
White, yellow and red.
And underneath us now,
Yellow canopy on that car.
sorry. So Chris
Nick
is
trying to direct by...
Yes, worked really well. Chris is the ex-European stock champion. He won that 2 years ago. Where was that? 3 years ago. I think in Hinckley he won that. So he's a European champion.
You're looking at me there as if I might be able to answer that question.
I might be able to get a bit of answer here about where Chris won the European Stock Championship. Yeah. No, that was no help then, the answer. All I got was a question from someone in the audience. Is he going any quicker? Yes, is the answer. He's not going any quicker than Ollie. Ollie's still leading this race but not improving, and that was a bit of an accident for him. But Chris is the main improver here because he's coming from a very, very long way back from the B final, now looking to improve into the A. Chris with the Serpent machine. He's now about to start finish. Down he goes the John Lewis straight into the Costa curves. Works Jaguar Land Rover. Used to be the IT manager of a boys' school. There we are. That's pretty much exhausted my knowledge of information about Chris. So also improving after and looking for an overall position of about third is Adam Walker Catchpole. That's car 5. He's just on the straight now in the all-orange machine. And going through timing, Adam running I expect he's running what's he running? CRC, according to the sticker. It's always a giveaway, look for the sticker on the car. Adam races outdoors during the summer with the big, powerful nitro engine machine. This is the orange car coming underneath me now. Just about to go down and start finish straight. 1/8 nitro cars, they're probably quite different. They have engines, gearboxes, clutch, 3.5 horsepower, 80 miles an hour, but much bigger. Huge tracks, sort of kart-sized circuits as they go around. So they stand. Ollie Jeffries is still winning this heat, but not improving his time. Car 5, Adam Walker Catchpole, he's running in second. With us now, Chris Kurz, we just saw, is in third. Dave Spashic's putting a minor improvement in fourth. Mark Stiles is in fifth and not improving, and Matt Varra, number 8, yesterday's winner, is slightly improving in sixth. So let's see if we can have a little bit of a feature of, let's have a look at Matt Varra. Matt Varra, car number 8, who is, I'm trying to see where he is now. I've just said 8 without knowing where he was. There he is, coming underneath us now. And it's the car there, it's the white car with the purple background. Driven a long way to be here. Comes from the West Country. I'm sure he's had to wade most of the way to get past the floods. He won yesterday's A final in the slightly slower stock class. And he came from a relatively poor setup position in the first couple of rounds, improved his car, and then found himself winning the final and quite comfortably after the second and third cars came together. You want to see what happened there? You go to www.rcracing.tv and see the archive of all of yesterday's in the live stream. This is the British National. This is the final heat of the third round of qualifying. There's one more round of qualifying and then finals today. When they're qualifying, everyone tries to the best time. They try to keep out of each other's way. Once the finals start, it's no holds barred, and you're allowed to, you block people, you don't want to be overtaken. Nothing too naughty, obviously. Keep the general sportiness of the racing going. This is Varra still ticking forward, looking to improve. So the 3 people we've seen recently, Varra, Kurzweil and Walker Catchpole all looking to improve. Ollie Jeffries winning, but not going fast in his stellar 42 laps in the last one. That was the fastest we've seen. 2.5 minutes left. 1 from 5 from 3. So let's see if we can pick up our leader, car number 1, coming underneath us now. And about to start on the straight. That's he's the class of field, Ollie Jeffries. He's already won the modified championship here after 4 rounds. This is the 5th round of a 6-round championship. We've had 4 rounds already, taking place up in the northeast, in Stocksbridge as well, which is near Sheffield, in Crewe and in Tamworth in the Midlands, and now in the Milton Keynes. There's 1 more round to go, and that'll be in Chesterfield. But Ollie Jeffries' performance in these Sunday events and modified with that car Streaming down the John Lewis straight now with the orange tail and the pinkish nose has been stellar, and he's already won the British Championship for the 2013-14 season, a winter championship, the 112 Nationals. And Ollie's even been quite clever because he's actually run 2 different cars. He's a sponsored driver. The first half of the season he was sponsored by a company called Associated, and then at Christmas he changed over to his new company, which is X-Ray, who are a Slovakian-based manufacturer, who are sponsoring him now, and it didn't really change things. He still won. So it just goes to prove that it really is the man behind the sticks, much more than the piece of plastic they're driving that make the difference in this class. It is very much a class where I could go out and buy exactly what Ollie's got on the track. I could even get Ollie to set it up for me, and I'd still be 2.5 laps slower, possibly 3 laps slower. But it's all about talent. It's all about the reactions. It's about feeling the car as it evolves and changes through the 8-minute run. And these cars will be very different from the front to the back of those 8 minutes. Ollie now has about 48 seconds to go. He's got some traffic. Still not up to his time of the last heat, but that was very, very good. And the track's not necessarily quicker now. Generally gets quicker during the first few runs of Saturday as it evolves, and then after that, it stabilises. And occasionally it can get slightly slower at the end as it gets too much additive goes down. That's bad news for car 6. Still our improvers are Kurzweil, Vara, and Walker Catchpole, but he's got off the boil slightly. In fact, so is Mandy Murray. So we're looking very much at Mark Starr's actually in 2nd overall, but not improving, so he stays in 2nd overall in qualifying. And as Ollie Jeffries now runs his last lap, this will take him over the line. The buzzer will go second now. Ollie will be in his first start, will get caught by this, and it's a 41 lapper. Oh no, he's going to just get 42. He's just beaten the buzzer. So Ollie will get one more lap for a 42. The second 42 is done.
Wow.
But a little bit slower than the last one, but still the only person who's done 42 laps today twice. Mark Starrs doesn't improve, but is 2nd overall. Chris Kurzweil does improve and goes up to 3rd overall, which was going to cheer him up. He had 2 shocking runs prior to that by his own standards.
But look at the gaps at the top there, Nick. We've got Ollie Jeffries on a 42, Mark Stiles and Chris Kurzweil on a 41. Everyone else in the top 10, in fact in the top 11, only 40 laps.
He is, in this modified class, the class of the field, and has been all season. I'm not quite sure why, because all these guys can handle the power. So whether he's just got something about his particular driving style that actually likes to be taming the raging horse. Raging horse? Ragged horse? Do you think it would be a raging or ragged? Neither. Rearing
Move
horse.
on.
Yeah, possibly. I'm going to go move on and try and sort my car out, so I shall leave you some GT12 setting up. Is that all right with you, John?
That's fine.
You've seen how much work I've got to do.
Yes, lots. Go and find yourself a Toro Rosso engineer.
65 kilos now.
Where's the rest of your gun?
65 kilos in the last year. 65 kilos? That's 140 pounds.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to the final rounds of heats. We go back to heat number 1. It is round 4. And what we have here is our GT field. These are 12th scale again, so hence GT12. 5 minutes of qualifying for the GT cars. Underway now with the guys rolling out. And for the starting grid on the finals, which come up later on this afternoon. So let's pick up our leader then. The purple and yellow car, which is the Zero machine. Just coming through the infield now. White front, yellow midsection, and a very, very dark purple hindquarters on that car. And that is Robert Rook. And at the moment, he's improving his final position up to 16th at the moment. Philip Suman already up to 14th. He'll be kicking himself. He hasn't been able to get a clean run here because he was out of the traps first, as it were. Now, if we just drop behind our leader to the number 5 that's sitting behind him, that is Lee Spate on the pinky purple front end, and then the rest of the car in the Union flag colours. Lee is a carpenter from Leicestershire, 27, another Schumacher chassis with a Schumacher body. Getting some help from MB Models. And he is sitting in second position in this heat at the moment. So these are the two leading cars that we're watching on the screen at the moment on rcracing.com. And if you're just joining us here, these are GT cars, styled after Ginettas, Ferraris. Sad to report that the Porsche body we were expecting to see here didn't pass homologation from the authorities. Very resilient cars and chassis. The body's still looking pretty shiny despite taking quite a few knocks throughout the day. This is the fourth qualifying session that we've seen for these cars. So this is 20 minutes of action out on the circuit, which is yet to cause any major damage. So still the zero of Robert Ruck then, who is up into 17th position overall with this run. Lee Spate, the 5 in second. Gareth Harold, the number 4 in third. And he's just going past us onto the back straight now, down into the Costa Complex. See if we can pick up the number 4 car. Past the timekeepers, onto the infield. White front, red midsection and the blue rear. And he goes past the number 2 of Matt Gammons there in the Gulf coloured car. It's Gareth Harold in third position at the moment. He's from Leicestershire. Engineering manager for Leicester BSF, which is building schools for the future. Another Schumacher chassis with Camtech body. And he says his major effort is trying to stay ahead of his 12-year-old son. And his sponsor is the joint account. And yes, his wife does know, he says. That's third place for Gareth Harold at the moment. As we wait the buzzer. And let's see who improves. It's their last chance to improve. No improvement for Phil Sulman. He'll start no worse than 14th in the B final then. Robert Rook goes up to 16th position. Gareth Harold up to 19th. They're both planting themselves in the B final at the moment. Matt Gammon goes up to 24th. That'll be 4th in the C final. Keith Gammon's up to 27th, 7th in the C final. So all improvements there. So half the field improving. So a bit of track work to contend with after the bashing around of that last heat. So we move on in this fourth and final qualifying round to heat number 2, already out on the circuit. The second grid of drivers in the GTs. Paul Hopkins on the white and red number 1. Peter Winton on the red with the white sills number 2. White top and the blue underside for Dan Howes, the 3. Lee Stokes white with the orange rear wing and the sort of blue stripes down the side for Lee. Rather Ram Racing, in fact, Ram Motorsport. White and green for Josh Coult in 5th place. Mark Burgess. White with the red decals on the side. Anthony Wade is the orange and blue car. White and purple for Kaz James. The rainbow car is Terry Atkinson on 9. And the fluorescent pink is the 0 car of David Sedgwick. And it is the number 1 car, the red, white and black machine. Paul Hopkins who leads them out. see who starts to put the quick times in, and there are some potential improvements here. I would expect Paul Hopkins and Pete Winton to try and get into the top 10 in this run and therefore qualify for the A final. Possibly Dan Howes and Mark Burgess as well. They are the top 4 at the moment. And it is Paul Hopkins on the number 1. The white front with the red rear. Just going past me now, the number 3 of Dan Howes. The white car with the blue crossovers on. That is Ram Racing's colours, based over at Silverstone. Just coming past me now with the crossover on the side with the bright orange rear wing. Going on the front straight now. These are 5-minute heats, and this is the last 5 minutes for these competitors. So this is the last chance to shine. So you're watching the number 2 car there of Pete Winton, who is leading. Pete Winton from Derby. Former BRC national, second place back in the 1980s, but has continued his racing career. And says thanks to Action Model Centre. Running the Protoform body in the team associated chassis. And in his day job, he works for Rolls-Royce Aerospace as an engineer. So, live from Milton Keynes here. Hello there, good afternoon. If you're joining us around the world on rcracing.tv or you're here in person at the Centre MK, it's a very warm welcome along as we're into the final qualifying heats of this British National Championship round. First time ever we've had a competitive championship round inside a shopping centre, and judging by the interest that we've had in the last couple of days, might not be the last time, certainly already planning for next year's event. We are looking now to set the A final grid for the GTs, the GT12s, 12th scale cars. And the final 10 competitors line up like this. White front and blue rear for Chris Ashton on 1. Red with the rainbow roof is Sam Clifton on 2. Jamie McDonough's the all-white car on 3. Marcus Askell, black and orange on 4. Alex Thurston on 5 is the pink with the blue bottom, the mustard car. Or is he running the dark red and black car this time around?
Number 5.
That is the number 6 of Steve Lander. No, he's running the dark red car again, rather than the mustard car. Andrew Carter is black, red and white.
Is he?
Multicoloured Jonathan Dixie. Well, his car is blue and white for Mark Christopher, and Carl Dransleed is white, blue and green on the 0. As we are off and running, Nick Damon has rejoined me for this final qualifying heat of the GTs.
I have de-tweaked my car.
De-tweaked it?
Yeah, it was tweaked. I just got slammed into several barriers, that's the main reason.
So, pole position here at the moment being held by Sam Clifton, but he's already been knocked down to 3rd position by Chris Ashton, Marcus Askell looking the man most likely at the moment. 2, 1, 4 and 5, your leading contenders here. Number 2 is going on to the main straight now. The red car with the white sills and the rainbow coloured roof. Beautiful paint job on Sam Askell's car. Sam has Sam Clifton's car, excuse me.
I think you get Marcus Askell or Sam Clifton, you get mixed up.
Yes, I'm mixing up 2 drivers there. It's been a long day.
This is the final qualifying round of the final heat, the final qualifying round for these GT12 cars, and only Marcus Askel is improving, and he's improving quite remarkably because he's gone to the top of the timesheets for this heat.
Up from Poole in Dorset, the 37-year-old on the Schumacher with the Camtech body.
Are we on car 4? I love our camera team, they're so clever. So you're watching RCRacing.tv, this is the car we're covering at the moment. It's the RC. That's a great thing, you just wrap it and you just pull it off later.
Yeah. I was thinking about getting the TT done in the new Porsche racing colours that we saw.
Not the camouflage colours then.
That we saw earlier on in the season.
So Askel is no longer leading, but is still improving. Their overall lead has gone to Chris Ashton, the man who actually works at Schumacher, so should know more than anyone else what all the best bits to get are. Chris Ashton is the white and the blue car.
Great way to start your RC racing career, these GTs, Nick.
Absolutely. I mean, these cars fully running. It costs you a lot less than £300. You can race in, if you're local to this area, there are 3 clubs in walking distance. If you've got a good pair of legs, we race every Sunday at Wolverton for the Milton Keynes Radio Control Car Club. There are also weekday night events in Bedford and Leighton Buzzard. Very wide setup with a very forgiving machine, but more importantly, very, very tough. When you're learning, you're going to hit a lot of things, and these things don't break.
You've cursed them now, haven't you?
No.
Oh, and your car's into the barrier.
Yeah, but it's not broken though.
No.
That's not my car, it's a different
True.
car. So great cars. These 2 manufacturers, Schumacher and Mardave, very evenly matched.
I haven't heard of. I've heard of Schumacher.
Yeah, but
Haven't heard of Mardave before.
Mardave been around since the 70s. I think
Making what mainly?
making oval cars
Oh, right.
and low-cost machines generally. This has come as a low-cost formula. Obviously, it's picked up the backing of a top race manufacturer in Schumacher. And that's what, actually these cars were around for a while, and it was the launch of the Schumacher version which suddenly propelled them into a huge class.
And bodywork wise, we're looking at a couple of different versions here.
Yep.
One that very much looks like it's come out of Garforth in Yorkshire, being a Ginetta, and the other one looking like it may have been influenced by the
Slightly.
styling of the prancing horse from Modena, being
Indeed,
Ferrari.
and there are a couple of others. You can get an Aston Martin body and you can get a
Oh, really?
Lee's body, but they obviously don't handle as well because these are top guys, so they're choosing the bodies that handle the best. There was a Porsche body in development. It hasn't passed homologation. It may do later. But the key about it is they're very tough. He's used all his about 35 or 40 years of racing experience to wily his way in.
What?
He uses wiles, therefore he's been wily.
No, he just. Oh, okay, it doesn't matter. I'm not. Really, we're on with the dictionary again now, aren't we?
Everyone likes a good dictionary.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so the GT grid has been set. We now move on to the first of 2 prototype categories. This is the GT12 Sport category, and the final round for the first grid of drivers here. The all-white car is the number 1 of Luke Muldoon. James Knight is in the dark purple car on 2. Lee Ellis, the black front with the fluoro orange tail, is on 3 on 5. The black, orange and white of Andrew Newbold, Alan Hubber on the white, blue and orange 6 car. Paul Wan Mailu now. Is he on the white with the orange sills this time around? Paul Lau.
So this race is all about whether Tom Jeffries in the yellow and white car leading them out as you watch them now about to go down the main straight can put together an 8-minute run without himself or traffic ruining it. Because if he can, he could pop into the A final. If he can't, well, that might not happen then.
He'll be in the B final. So this is the number 10 car, the 0 car that's going through the far end, the Costa Coffee complex and onto the infield now, overtaking people already. Now he comes past us and onto the John Lewis straight, and he's already setting a cracking pace. He's at the moment looking at 13th position. Needs to find at least 1 more lap, Nick.
Yeah, it's a big ask. He needs to really piece together the run that he didn't manage to do in the second round. He's now looking at 12th. He needs to only find about 4 more seconds on number 1. So it's Tom Jeffries on the 10, or the 0 car as it seems. That's your man you're watching. He needs to put in a perfect run for 8 minutes, and he also needs to be quick and see traffic get out of his way. There's only a few things he needs to see happen, and some that might even happen. Second place at the moment is James Wright in the 9. He had a mistake on the first lap that knocked him back. And Lee Ellis in the 3 is running 3rd at the moment. As John tucks into a whopper. A double what? Oh, it's changed. That's a surprise. Oh. Can I just point out that it's expensive to feed this team. Are you eating? No, you're not eating, my boy. I just wait, did you want some extra nuggets by any chance? And that is an in-joke amongst the team there. Use sugar. Nicely sugar. So anyway, to Tom now, it's your white car, your leader. He is looking at a time good enough for 12. Tom, you need to put your foot down a bit, or your thumb forward a bit, and just try and get a bit more speed. Let's see if we can have a look at Lee Ellis. I don't remember seeing Lee Ellis car 3 on the screen so far. So car 3 is the black nose orange car going down the main straight now. Lee's looking at an improvement, and the improvement will take him into 35th overall. So Lee, do we know anything about Lee Ellis? Has he filled in his sheet? He has. He's from Plymouth. That's a hell of a run to get here for the event. He's a production operative. He's 22 years old on a Coralie, and nothing special's ever happened to him, according to that.
We should say, though, we're talking about people getting into the 30s. We had over 50 entries for this category, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it is a difficult thing. It sounds like I'm 35th out of 50, but the problem, the thing to remember is that there are a lot of people who only race club level, and then the better people tend to come to nationals. Nice gherkin. So Lee Ellis we're with. Now James in Knight, who started well with the Quality Street coloured car. That's the number 2 machine with the purple, going to the infield, and now picking up. Now he's kind of faded during the day. The car lifted and then got a kick up on the carpet there. So he's obviously running very, very low at the front. He's got spooked by the car, got grounded out, lifted up. This is 2, the purple machine going to the infield. Now coming past us here. And he didn't do that time. Go down the straight. And Knight currently is improving. He's in 3rd place and he's looking for an overall 36th. So he's now, and he's got the leader in 3 around him. But Jeffrey's still going ahead. But Jeffrey's has lost some pace and dropped down to 16th. Not able to keep up the full 8 minute speed he needs to do. Here's your one car. So let's have a look at somebody else. Let's have a look at Alan Hubbard. Alan Hubbard, number 6. He's about to go underneath us now. Alan, one of the Milton Keynes Radio Control Car Club drivers. Won his final yesterday, so perhaps he's basically just trying to get into a lower file so he can go pot hunting. Another trophy for Alan is, he slacks the inside area and that makes that corner more difficult for everyone else the rest of the race. Down the straight. Alan races most types of these cars at the Milton Keynes Club. And he is going through the Costa curves now. Around the timing turns.
Should mention, Nick, that although it's tempting to do so, not allowed to race more than one category.
No, because it's so popular, and all the groups are either full or oversubscribed. Apart from the Modify, which is a bit light this week, I'm not sure why. I think they had a few pullouts. There is a kind of a limit on entries for the GT12. That's always fully subscribed, as are most of the LMP 10.5 classes as well. But Modified has been frightening people off during the season.
I was doing a quick bit of addition, and I think we got the sharp end of 100 drivers here for today. We had
107 yesterday.
Just over that yesterday, yes. Now, clearly some people have stayed on from yesterday and made a weekend of it, but frankly, a couple of 100 entries for a 2-day meeting, that's pretty impressive, and full-size car racing will be delighted to see that.
Indeed, I mean, that's the advantage, really, being able to all pack yourselves into a large sports hall, in this case a large open area in front of John Lewis in the Milton Keynes Centre. And this is the travelling circus, makes 6 stops during the year. Normally, I say, we're in large sports halls or old warehouses. There's very interesting things about warehouses, John. If you actually have an empty warehouse and you own an empty warehouse you can't rent out, then your rates are astronomical. But if you actually rent it out to a club, which is officially a youth club, which all these RC clubs can be, you end up with a tenth of your rates bill. So it actually pays you to actually let them have it for a year for free, because you reduce your rates bill as a warehouse owner. And it's James Wright now who's got at the top of the whole thing. That's car number 9. And he is in going for 15th. 9 now is the all-white car. He is going through the timing turns now. Coming through the infield, James. And very little indication of what that sort of car is, because it's got no stickers. Obviously no one's paying to get onto James Wright cars, and he hasn't told us who he is. Oh, he's at the bottom. Sorry, he has, of course, he's 18, he's a training engineer on the CRC, the new CRC. I was spelling white rather than right. That's, again, that's my third poor English disaster of the day. I really have got no chance of being at the staff this year. So 53 seconds to go. This is the final qualifying round for these guys. Where they finish this will be the best they can possibly qualify. James Wright currently looking like he's going to ping in the B. He's 14th at the moment. Tom Jeffrey down in 17th. 40 seconds to go of heat 4 of round 4. And it's looking like, well, we have seen some improvements. They're not stellar enough for big movements.
Years of practice.
It's going to be a 35 lapper, probably a 36 lapper for James Wright. He's got he'll finish this lap as he goes cross timing and scoring now.
That's a heck of a result for James, getting up into the B final as it stands at the moment.
Very comfortably. We won't get knocked out of that. He's up in 14th. There's no way he'll drop 6 places between now and the end of this round.
Are you sure?
I'm absolutely sure. The track's no faster. It's all about good runs now.
There's the buzzer.
And the 9 will come through. He needs to get himself over the line safely. He does that. And he does a 37 for 91. So that pings him into 13th. He gained an extra place there. And he's got the best part of a lap over the person in 21st. So that is a B final run. So good work from James Wright there in the white car. Tom Jeffries again had problems stringing together 8 minutes, despite the fact he's got a very, very fast machine. I'm now going to make up a coffee, so I'll eat it for you for a second while I put milk and sugar in.
Should have gone for the fizzy drink instead. Bad tactics there, Nick. So we move on then to heat number 5 for the LMP12 Sports.
You probably will. Let's face it. You'll do what you want.
And already out on the circuit, our next 10 drivers. White with orange sides for Trish Whiteley on the 1, Stephen Rowley, pace of this group in 2. Lee Meek has what we've been calling the rhubarb and custard car on 3. Peter Harold, white and purple on 4. 5, yellow front with white for Bob Hill. Gavin Rice is the all-white car on 6. Colin Rose, 7, is white and blue. Haley Baker is orange on 8. On 9, Chris Blakely, which is the white and blue car with the yellow wheels. And the 0 car, Glenn Atherton, is the Gulf blue car. Very light sky blue as they are lining up. Now, Steve Rowley is the best placed of these guys in 20th position at the moment, therefore will lead them out. Has Steve got it in him to get somewhere near to the A final, Nick?
No, I think it's unlikely. It's a big ask. You can never tell, but my guess is he's going to try and get himself much more firmly into the B, because obviously he's the first to drop out at the moment, being in 20th. He's at the back of the B, so he just needs to get himself 2 or 3 places further forward. And then, of course, once you're in the final, anything can happen. Certainly in these sport heats in the middle, because the actual distance in front and the back is tiny.
And we saw yesterday, did we not, someone come from
9th. Jim Spencer came from 9th to win the final.
9th on the grid, and we saw a couple of 8th position guys get on the podiums as well, podium yesterday.
Did we see anybody from pole win?
No, nobody from pole won in the finals yesterday. I've said that, and immediately.
Yeah, I think Alex Thurston was on pole, but
I think that's not. But please, not as many as you would have thought, considering that we had
11 finals.
11 finals yesterday.
I think we got 10 today. I think there's only going to be 2 finals in modified in those 3 heats. So that modified C graphic I've got you to make up is probably redundant.
Yeah, the pole position should be a massive advantage, but getting off the line and converting that into a win is something very different. We saw a couple of failures of concentration. Now, Chris Blakey is the quickest guy at the moment on the number 9. And that is the white and blue car with normally runs yellow wheels.
And that's only putting him 24th, and even he's gone off the pace as well now. So no one.
There he is.
There's only a couple of improvers, and none of them are travelling the front of the timesheets at the moment. We are being led by car number 9, which is Blakey. He now needs to try and get past a very similar coloured number 7, who's not really helping 7. And he's got 2 behind him, which is Rowley, but Rowley's had a problem. He's actually behind Blakey because of the stagger. So they're not racing, even though they're very close, but the cars when we look at, the 9 and the 2, they're just going underneath me now and about to go on the main straight, down the John Lewis straight. That's the number 9, the white and the blue, and the number 2, Steve Rowley, who clips the corner there going through the Costa complex.
There are 2 white and blue cars that look very similar out there. The one that is better placed is the number 9 car, slightly more metallic rear end, but the big giveaway. Look at the wheels. The wheels are a yellow colour on the car that is better placed. That's the number 9 car.
But the only car we really need to watch at the moment is car number 6, because 6 is now leading in Gavin Rice, and he's the only person improving as well. So let's find 6. He's just vaguely hoping someone to what colour 6 is.
6 is the all-white car. Should be the easy one.
The all-white car 6. That's we got him now. Fantastic. Gavin Rice, the only person improving, and he's coming to put himself to 24th, which is halfway down the C final. Everyone else is ticking along. Gavin Rice is just still improving from a reasonably one, but now he needs some help to get through the traffic, or he's going to lose that momentum very quickly. He lost a bit of time there trying to get through the rhubarb and custard meat there. He needs some help from the referee.
Now, what do you mean by that, Nick, for the people who are standing here watching? You said from the referee.
There'll be a referee on the rostrum who'll be telling people who they are and where they are and trying to help them through. Saying,
so he's literally got a microphone and a small
there's
speaker.
a microphone just on the rostrum behind the drivers, so no one else can hear it, and that's where he'll do stop and go penalties. He'll try to get people through and
what sort of information is he passing on to the drivers?
They'll say that number 7, you've got the leader coming up behind you.
Are you ruining not being in this category, Nick? Could have gone pot hunting here.
Yeah, probably not. I've kind of won trophies this year a couple of times already, just by being in the right place at the right time. It's that random 80 really. There's 3 out of 10 if you win, so you've got a 1/3 chance when you start, really. Now, I'm happy with my choices as modified because it means that I can, once and for all, realise it was a silly idea and not do it again. So, yeah, for next year's championship, I'll be significantly more circumspect.
For next year's championship, you'll be standing here all the time because we're not going to let you race.
Really?
Yeah.
Bit cruel.
Yeah.
But how will I be able to give you those insights of how the track's developing?
You can practice.
Oh, okay.
But during the racing, we definitely need your insight for the assembled ladies and gentlemen, I think. Very great thanks to Matt McCallum, who's now on the camera, who I gave the vaguest of instructions to for lunch, and he came back with something outstanding, so thank you. Nick Damon fields our leader, Stephen Rowley, throws him back on the track. Stephen desperately trying to get a better time. I think he realises he's on the bubble there at the back end of the B final, sitting in 20th position. This is the green and white car, heading onto the main straight now. And he'll be worried that the next set of drivers might find a little bit of pace, knock him out of the B final. So trying to find an extra half a lap or a lap. At the moment he's on course, he's done 31 laps and we've got 48 seconds left. He's going to have to really push on here if he's going to beat what he's already got. He's got a 36 lap run going. Don't think he's going to beat that. Huge gaggle of cars from the middle of the B final all the way into the C final. fact, all the way down to 8th position in the C final, all on 36 lap runs. So just getting that extra half lap or so could catapult him up the standings. Just 10 seconds left to run now. And at the moment, nobody in this category, none of the 10 drivers are improving their positions for the final. Have we seen the track reach its best? Or can somebody pull something out in the remaining heats? The buzzer goes off now. And there's Rowley just passing me, heading onto the back straight now. Looks like he's going to get a 36 lapper and no more. As he goes through now. And he does not improve. And nobody in that 5th heat of the 4th round has improved. So Stephen Rowley got the sweat on now in 20th position. We'll have to see whether the next band of racers can improve on their times and bounce them out of the B final. And it's the number 6 of Ian Watkins, the white car with the silver side stripes. Ian from Worcester on the team associated with the Protoform body, who leads them out. Now, Ian is 18th position at the moment. Oh, and Paul Campion gets an absolute flyer on the number 1 car and looks to improve. Paul Campion has got a cracking opening couple of laps under his belt. 13:46. This is the number 6 car, which is
Campion's number 1.
Campion's the number 1 car,
The
which
red
is the
machine.
dark red car. Sorry,
Just about to go on the main straight. Nice bit of, managed to get past Vince there. Vince Formosa quite easy. Vince let him through.
good to see Vince's car going. He had speed controller problem, I think, this morning. Couldn't get that car to run at all. And
Electrical issues. Obviously, the main blight of an electrical car.
for a moment, we had Paul Campion rocket up into the A final standings, but of course he can't keep that up when he hits the traffic. So 6.5 minutes to go. This is the final opportunity for these guys to improve. David Underwood beginning to pressure Stephen Rowley from the last heat, and in fact, as I talk about him, he just bounces Stephen Rowley out of the B final, and that was the issue for Stephen in that last heat in the number 2, the green car, Nick. He just didn't get another good run in, and he's sitting there on the bubble in 20th position.
Yeah, it's kind of pride against avarice, really. It's the pride of being in the B final in 10th place, or the avarice of wanting to win a trophy by being pole in the C. So that's kind of that mix you run the whole time. Do I want to be higher up for my own personal satisfaction, or do I want to take home a piece of plastic?
But what do you talk about afterwards? What do you tweet? Do you tweet and say, I was 21st, or do you say I was first in the C final?
Oh, first in the C final every time.
Right, so, but if you came 19th or 20th, you would say I was 20th out of 55.
Happy with my top 20 finish, you guys.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
It's all presentation. It's been,
I'm seeing how it's spinning.
There's spin doctors in everything. So David Underwood is leading this one. That's car number 8. Who is...
That's the white car with the red?
Because they're all white cars.
They're not all white cars. There's some significant differences.
The white and the red going through
white
the
with the
infield
red
now.
back.
Going through the
towards
infield
us.
now, the CRC, I can tell from the sticker. Going at reasonable speed, you know that.
Looks like Ian Flux and Paul Lomas have pulled out of this event. Ian's not had the best of runs today, having had a cracking run yesterday.
They are both parked tails away from us on the pull-off area. But it's still Paul Campion and David Underwood who are trading positions as they go round. Campion is timed with a 4-second lead overall. He's just coming up on the later people to ping up. And in fact, Campion is looking to hit 18th in the improved to 18th overall in the sport event.
That's
Underwood
bad news.
looking at 25th is bad news for Steve Rowley. Absolutely,
Yeah.
he'll drop out of the B into the C and start thinking, well, that's what I wanted to be anyway. I wanted to win a trophy anyway, rather than I wanted to be 20th. Now, the way it works is the national championship, and you score points in your final position. So, if you do qualify, if you're looking for the championship and you qualify 10th, that means you can obviously move up and get more points. And the 21st, that's as high as you can go. You're going to go down from there. So the points are taken from the finals, Interestingly, the handicaps are taken from qualifying.
Yeah.
So when you move forward next time, they try and reassess where you should be and who you should race against at round 6 in Chesterfield in about 4 weeks' time. That'll be done on your qualifying. And it's done, I think, the best 3 of your last 5 events.
And what that's taken as an average, and that seeds you into what 10-car group you're in.
That's right. That's why exactly, and that's why these people here are all much just they've all been seeded, and why the bottom heat of each of the classes can be a bit sporadic because you've got people just who are doing just that one event or haven't done enough events to qualify, and so they can be. You have some big guys who are a lot quicker than other people in that bottom heat sometimes.
We are seeing Vince Formosa, who had issues this morning, improving. Also, Chris House, on the 7 car improving.
I think Vince will not be happy with his D final position at the moment, though. He's, even though he's one of our more senior racers, he's certainly a B or C finalist recently, and I think he's had one of those days.
Just couldn't get the car to run this morning, and was very frustrated. So as we head down into the last 90 seconds or thereabouts...
Still Campion, the only one at the front who's improving, but he's only looking for 20th, so... Steve Rowley, you're only down by a second and a half, so 1 minor mistake and Paul will not be in the B final with still 2 more heats of this class to go.
The bright red car then heads out onto the John Lewis Straight. These are the middle class of
really?
Our
what, they all with Daily Mail, do they?
all live in pebble-dashed houses. In terms of speed, if you'd let me finish the sentence, Damon, the prototype bodied cars running with the 10.5 engines in electric racing, the smaller the number, the more powerful the engine. We go into an open category for these type of chassis and body later on in the meeting, and some of those guys running down as many racing cars have had that in the past. Let's move on to heat number 7 in this final 4th round, and we're still with the sport prototypes. Kevin Creaser has the number 1 car, the white front with the purple rear and the yellow flash. Number 2 is John Carr, the white car. If you look careful, you'll see a fluorescent yellow canopy right in the middle of that. Kellyanne Bly has the pink front end with the white rear bodywork on the 3 car. Alex Everett is all orange. Blue rear with the Union flag and the purple front for Elliot Cummings. On the 5 car, Ollie Payne is white. Chris Hudson is blue front with white.
Chris, this is the multicolour car going down the straight now into the Costa corners, and behind him is Peter Craig, who's his major rival this, but there's an awful lot of traffic. For some reason, this race seems to have a lot of traffic. I think it's just a coincidence.
We've seen this in this grouping, actually, Nick, all the time, in that there are, the guys and the girls here are very, very evenly matched. And if you can get, as Peter Craig tries to go around, that's great driving.
And then Kellyanne went for a gap, and you often get sucked into that. When you see a gap, you just go a little bit too tight, and you'll hit the inside corner. In fact, one of the tactics when you're leading in a final is actually try and get someone to do that. By leaving it open slightly enough and get them to make the mistake.
I drove go-karts like that.
Especially when they're fast.
Is the place that everybody wants to be, and the podium from the A final is effectively the overall victory for the category within the meeting. British Championships up for stake here, up for grabs here.
So some good performances. We've got 6 cars on for improvements, including the first 2, which is Bly and Craig. They're looking to ping themselves into 6th and 7th overall. Alex Everett in the 4 we're looking at on the RC Racing TV stream. He's looking to come in 4th and go overall into 11th, worst position of all. And Elliot Cummings, he's looking to end up in 16th. So people that are getting themselves into the bottom end of the A and the B final, John. But it's Peter Craig who's leaving Kellyanne Bly at the moment. Craig in the number 9 car just coming underneath us now.
And he's looking to put himself in the middle of that A final.
That's right, so he goes down the end of the straight through the Costa curves. He's got James Stewart behind him. James needs to get past him and get a second ahead to beat him overall. And James's car is quick, but James has been clipping a few things in this heat, but he's already banked a fantastic time in round 2.
Yeah, Peter Craig is the white car with the Union flag on the upper deck of that car. We've also got the number 5 car with the Union flag on. That's Paul. That is Elliot Cummings, rather, which has got the purple front end and then the Union flag on the rear hindquarters of that car. Oop. And in fact, at the moment, we've got the 2 Union flag cars together, and well done to Elliot for letting him go by. That's Peter is 30s from Middlesbrough, and another one of the North East Army that we've got here. Another one of the
There's a lot of them, isn't there?
Clevelandites. Furniture finisher and restorer, Peter. He's 30 years old. He's on a team associated with a protoform body. A lot of the Northeast Mafia have come down for this, haven't they?
There's obviously a train that runs direct to Milton Keynes from those mining towns.
Actually, I think there isn't. That's one of the big issues. Having lived up in the Northeast and had to travel down here on the train for a little while when I was bereft of personal transport.
How'd that happen?
Long story, you don't want to know.
So anyway, so good
To come
performances.
through Birmingham, it's a nightmare.
Oh no, good performances from a lot of people in this heat. They've put their heads down, they've sorted things out, they've managed to get themselves better times. Craig, Bly, Everett, Hudson and Carr are all on to improve. John Carr currently looking to go to 21st, which I assume is Steve Rowley has got very heavily knocked out of that B final now, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and Kellyanne just making a couple of mistakes there. She's got to keep this going for the next 20 seconds.
That's car number 3, the pink and white machine, just about to go on the start finish now.
10 seconds to go. Places in the A final up for grabs. Kellyanne's dropped down from a potential 6th place, now down to 9th.
Car looks quite tired at the end of the, it's just looking quite tired. It's not looking anything like it was at the beginning of the heat. There's been the car's gone off slightly and she made a mistake on the last lap. That is so annoying when you do that as well. First lap and last lap are the worst times.
And she's dropped down to 10th position.
That is a bit of a... Peter Craig's done well, he's picked up 6th. Kelly's gone to 10th, so I think Kellyanne now really is going to be sweating because the chances of her staying with this track with a potentially shot...
The light sky blue rear. Adrian Thorpe on the 9 has the pink top of his car with the white coloured lower sides. Richard Norris on the 0, the blue rear with white and yellow. And I think I'm right in saying that it'll be Mark Jewett who'll lead them off, currently sitting in provisional pole position. And there is the man from Cramlington, Mark Jewett, who has come down from Northumberland. He works for Matrix Controls, strategic engineer on the team associated, and we're off and running already. Difficult to know if there's any improvements to come here. Well, Mark Jewett immediately starts off at a heck of a pace, trying to put some distance between himself and Keith Robertson and Jim Spencer. Jim Spencer, who is nearest to competitors for the pole and the trophy for top qualifier, fastest time of the day, FTD. So watching that number 5 with the white front, very distinctive indeed. He's got the number 4 of Tom Green sitting in behind him, having just gone by. And goes past me and on to the fast straight now. Little mistake there by one of his competitors, Jim Spencer, on the 3 car. Oh, and he just about manages to get through past some traffic there. And Mark Jewett and Keith Robertson battling it out for fastest time of the day. The number 1 car is the pink front with the blue rear of Keith Robertson. And he is, says Hindhaugh, straining his eyes to pick up that car. Where is the number 1 car? Oh, here he comes. Heading back towards us now. The fluorescent pink side pods and the blue centre section. And that is our leader at the moment, Keith Robertson. And that puts Keith onto an improvement and potentially on pole position for the final. But he's battling with Mark Jewett. Jewett and Robertson. Keith Robertson from Birmingham on the team associated. So it's 1 and 5 at the moment who are battling it out. They're not side by side at the moment, but they might as well be in terms of their times on the track. Now, Mark has got traffic on the infield and has negotiated that quite well. And in a moment or two, Keith will have to do the same thing. And he's among that traffic now. Keith goes under us. Mark just coming through past the timekeepers now. He's got more traffic in a moment, including the number 8 car of Jason Butterfield, going onto the back straight now. Oh, and a big, big roll right in front of one of our leaders there. But Mark Jewett is not distracted by that at all, and continues to lead, continues to hold pole position, coming down to the last 4 minutes of this qualifying, the final qualifying session for the prototype sport category. Concentration absolutely essential. And did you set the car up correctly? Will you get all of the performance you need in the last 4 minutes? Kellyanne Bly watching the timing screen to wonder if she's going to get into the A final. She's hanging on by the skin of her teeth at the moment in a 37-lap run. Tom Green and Rich Norris, the 4 and the 10 cars at the moment, are the guys who can bump her out of the final. But at the head of the field, the battle for pole position is just as exciting. And it looks to me as if Keith Robertson is closing down on Mark Jewett. Mark led them out, remember. And so if Keith is getting to him, he's done more distance. All of the cars being individually timed here across the 8 minutes. So think of it as a rally stage, if you will. Everybody's got their own clock running on them. The 2 cars we're watching, separated by not too far on the circuit now, as the number 5 with the red front, the black side pods and the red rear of Mark Jewett from Cramlington, Northumberland. And now just 1 car behind him is the pink, mainly pink car with the blue centre section, the number 1 of Keith Robertson. And these 2 guys are battling for pole position. And they're almost together. And if they're almost together on the track, that's good news for the number 1 driver. As Richard Norris needs to let the quicker car go through, and has done. Mark Jewett with a half a lap before he starts hitting more traffic on the fast straight now. Just a second and a half or 2 ahead on the circuit with traffic coming, and 1 minute and 48 seconds of qualifying to go. We're looking for the pole position drivers, ladies and gentlemen. And Keith Robertson on the number 1 car for that lap stole it away. Mark Jewett gets it back, and then Keith Robertson goes back to the top again. These guys might as well be wheel-to-wheel battling. They're separated by a few metres on the circuit, but it's all about the time. As we come down under the last 90 seconds now, this is the 4th and final heat of qualifying for the LMP Sport cars. Who's got the concentration? Who's got the tyres? Who's got the setup? There's Mark Jewett going through right in front of that crashed car. Did that just take his attention for a moment? David Gale, I should mention, in 4th position, is looking for 4th position in the A final as well, and he's improved to that. That is the number 6 car, which is the orange and white machine, but it's the pink and blue number 1, which just holds sway at the moment. We're down to the last 40 seconds. Talking 3 laps here, possibly 4. Needs to be a 39 or 40 lap run, I think, for pole position here. And we're on lap 36 at the moment. Pole currently held by Mark Jewett, but Keith Robertson is putting the pressure on. Mark Jewett has a pole position run in his back pocket. Can he improve? Will he need to improve? Mark Jewett goes back to the top for a moment. They're battling it out. There's barely a 1/10 of a second between them in terms of their time in this last 8-minute run. The buzzer will come any second now. Mark Jewett goes on to lap number 39 now, and so does Keith Robertson. So it'll be who gets to the line quickest on this last run. I can't tell you who's on pole yet because they haven't crossed the line. Mark Jewett goes through and steals it away, but just for a moment or two as Keith Robertson comes through and nips it away by under a second. Keith Robertson on the number 1 car takes the pole position for the LMP12 Sport category in the very last lap of qualifying. 4 8-minute heats over 30 minutes of qualifying today, and it came down to the last seconds of qualifying. And later on this afternoon, it will be Keith Robertson on the number 1 from Birmingham will come through to start the final for the LMP12 Sports in this, the 5th round of the British National 1/12th Electric Circuits Championship. And he will start on pole position from Mark Jewett, who was just bounced away from his provisional pole position. The man who's come down from the Northumberland coast will start in 2nd place. Jim Spence will start in 3rd. David Gale did get up into 4th position ahead of James Stewart in 5th. Now, did Kellyanne Blythe make the A final? Yes, she did. Tom Green and Richard Norris just failed to bump Kellyanne out, so she advances to the A final. So it'll be Keith Robertson, Mark Jewett, Jim Spence, David Gale, James Stewart, Peter Craig, Aidan Ripley, Adrian Thorpe, Jason Butterfield, and Kellyanne Blythe, your top 10 qualifiers for the A final of the Sport LMP category. So we move quickly on then to the fastest cars you'll see this weekend. Look very similar to the machines you've just seen. This is their final qualifying run. And they are indeed a similar chassis and body combination, but whilst the sports that you've just seen are limited to a 10.5 motor, you can put whatever you want in these. And some of the drivers further up the grid are looking at 3.5 or 4.5 motors. Basically, the lower the number in RC Racing Electric, the more power you produce. And on the circuit at the moment are the lower seeded drivers. Nick Damon on the rostrum at the moment, leading the cars out, although he's only in 2nd position in this heat, being led by Ken Rogers, the white and green car, the number 2. The white car with the sort of white and green flames on the side and the green rear end. Lovely paint job that is. So Nick getting into his groove at the head of the field. There's Ken Rogers, who is leading the heat, and I think Nick's going to have to give way to him any second now, as Kenneth Rogers comes up behind my co-commentator. Nick's just hit the side of the circuit there in the Costa Complex. Nick stepping up to the open category here is a little foot in the water, and said earlier he's happy he's done it because he's found out, but he won't be doing it again. He'll be stepping back down to the 10.5 class next time he's out. As you can see, there is a difference in speed between these cars and the ones that we saw early on. A little bit more edgy, punching out of that final corner and reaching a higher top speed. When we get into the next 2 groups of drivers, you'll see that they hold on to the throttle much longer through the first corner down towards the Costa Coffee Complex. And coming down to 5.5 minutes. And Nick and Ken Rogers having a decent little battle here, and they are the quickest 2 drivers in this heat. Nick been struggling with the setup on his car, a little bit too much front end, and the car was causing him to lift wheels early on, so he was trying to take a bit of front grip out and put a bit of back grip in, try and get the front end to just push a little bit as he was turning in. He was also turning in a little bit early this morning. He knew that, didn't get the practice yesterday. smoothing out his driving style very nicely indeed, and is improving his times up into the top 18. And Kenneth, and in fact Nick's just gone ahead. So did Kenneth have a problem? Yeah, yes he did. So Nick's beginning just to settle into the middle portion of this as we head down towards half distance. Another 16 drivers still to go in this category. And Kenneth has dropped away from Nick there, and Nick Damon could be winning this heat. Oh, joy. Beginning to look for the shorter line round now, Nick, and taking one or two chances, but this is by far his best run. He's looking at a 37-lap run here. Now, interestingly, of course, we did see the top guys in the 10.5 category doing 38 and 39s. So you've got to think that Nick would be looking for maybe a 40-lap run here. As he gets caught up there, as Kenneth gets caught up there with the number 1 car, and Mark Payne, who's trying to come back through. And Nick down through the infield section, past the commentary point. If you listen very carefully, you can hear the electric motors spooling up, and the more consistent that little whistling noise, the better the drivers are. If they're going on and off the throttle, you'll hear that, and you'll see the cars jerking rather than smoothly traversing the corners and the straights. And just like full-size motor racing, if you can get on the power a little bit earlier, brake a little bit later, then you're making time up. And Nick at the moment is looking for a 17th position start. And has done a pretty good job there. Had some pressure early on from Kenneth Rogers, but has weathered that storm and is by far the quickest car here. Mark Payne, who is the best of the qualifiers, in 16th position, looking over his shoulder now, the number 1 car, because Nick is beginning to put pressure on that 16th position qualifying from Mark Payne earlier on this afternoon. Moving down into the last quarter of this 8 minutes session, just over 2 minutes to run. And onto the back straight for his 27th time. Leader of this heat, the number 4 car in the RC Racing.tv colours. Oh, just went a bit deep into the hairpin there. Cost himself a couple of tenths or so. His best lap a 12.47, his last lap a 12.51, and then a 12.94. He lost half a second there with that slight mistake. Well, this is good, consistent running by Nick Damon at the head of this grid. In fact, he's put a lap on Ken Rogers now, and Mark Payne is up into 2nd place. As we move into the last 90 seconds, the RC Racing.tv number 4 car. If you are just joining us around the world this Sunday afternoon, 2:45 here in the UK, on RC Racing TV, don't forget Motors Sky Channel 447 in the UK for our monthly programme. You can set it on Series Link if you've got your Sky Plus box, of course. And more live racing next weekend on rcracing.tv on the World Wide Web. So, last 50 seconds now. Got to keep the concentration going for half a minute now. Looks like the handling on Nick's car is just going away a little bit. He hasn't quite got the turn in that he had earlier on, beginning to miss his apex a little bit. And tries to compensate there and turns in a little bit early. Just clips the barriers in the Costa complex. And he's got pressure now from Mark Payne. And these two are battling for a position in the A final. Mark Payne just nips ahead of Nick there and will take the heat win from him, I think. Really interesting to see as the buzzer goes off. Nick, right at the end, he puts it into the barriers. Cost him any chance of the heat win. He does finish in second, but he improves to 17th position. The last minute there, the handling of Nick's car did go off. You could see him struggling with the turn-in and giving him all of the excuses possible. He is my co-commentator after all. So we'll reset, and in 90 seconds time we'll have another set of drivers. Nick ruefully looking at the car. Turn your mic on, Nick. Looks like the handling went away in the last 90 seconds. You got an issue? Tell me.
Yeah, unfortunately I had a slight coming together as a lapping someone. It's not the side link off, so I had a chronic understeer.
Oh dear. So we move on to the final qualifier for the next set of the LMP Open category drivers. And let's run through the runners and riders for you as they come round at the start of their warm-up lap. Luke Burley, light green with the white sills, who is just outside the air final at the moment. On the 1, Tim Wood on the Spectrum 2, Andy Sawyer 3, Richard Wurr 4, Matt Rice 5, Nigel Hale 6, Lee Dibble 7, Gary Dyson in 8th position, 17th, mate.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, yeah. It's going well.
You didn't get ahead of Matt on the overall.
Oh, well, never mind.
But that's by far your best
I can
run.
go much faster.
What happened then with the handling at the end there?
I coming to lap number 5 car, and we had a side-to-side, and it just knocked the side link off, and that just means that you've suddenly got half. It's a completely different car, and it wasn't really turning to the left very well.
You could see that the handling had gone off in the last, minute or so?
Certainly had.
So what we're looking at here, Nick, is whether Richard Wurr can cement his place in the A final and whether any of these guys can improve up to the A final. There's only 8 more drivers to go, so there is an opportunity for at least a couple or perhaps more of this group of drivers to get themselves hunting for the big prize.
Yeah, I mean, it's the case really where there's 3 or 4 of these people who can certainly make the top of the A final. I mean, they've got to push quite hard. Lee Dibble currently is leading this one and is on for a 10th. Luke Burley is down in 12th, so at the moment it's only Richard Wurr, who put in one superb running round 2, is currently in 8th overall. And then don't forget 2 of these guys will get through because there are only 8 in the first round, so 2 of these people will bump up. Currently it's Wurr and Dibble who are doing that. So our leader is car number 7. But we've seen lots of car number 7, so let's go and have a look at car number 8, Gary Dyson. We've not seen the entire time going round. Gary there going past us now, the white with the orange tail. Gary currently is actually behind me in the qualifying. There's no reason why I've chosen this one, but Gary is another stalwart at the 12th scene. That's the white nose orange car about to go down the start-finish straight. This is the final qualifying round, round 4 for heat 10. There's one more heat after this. And we're again seeing not many people putting improvements in. So it's Lee Dibble from Matt Rice and Richard Wurr from Tim Wood. Lee Dibble actually now is up to 5th overall, so we can pick up car 7, who's our sprinting out lead, the man who actually won the 13.5 race yesterday, the slower of the 2 finals in LMP. The other winner, of course, was Matt Varys. 7 down the straight now to the Costa Curves as they come past the timing turns and then zips about. So Dibble now. Had some issues with scrutineers early on, car being a bit wide, but it's the pink car with the white nose and the flashy flames down the side including it. But basically he's basically bought 17 paints and put them all in the car. He comes down the back end now through the timing. Oh, and that's a little clip there. Let's see what that cost him. His last lap was a 12.09. When he comes past again, how much that tiny little tag cost him? I guess it's about a second, perhaps a second and a half. He clips through, he's on a 12.98, so it did cost him 0.9 of a second. And then a roll for just in front of him for Gary Dyson. But Dibble carries on going through. Now Matt Rice in car 5 is also going faster, so let's look for Matt Rice. Matt in the car just in the start of the straight now. He's got a black middle, he's got a white nose, he's got green as well. He's going around timing now. It's Matt Rice coming past us now. Matt also improving and looking to go overall 14th. So he needs to find a bit bigger improvement than that. He's made the A final. Underneath me, car 3 of Andy Sawyer sounds odd, but still seems to be going at reasonable speed. So it's Dibble from Rice. We're interloping, but not going faster. And we're just about halfway down now. 4 minutes down, 4 minutes to go in a few seconds. Last round of qualifying. There'll be a short break, and then we start finals. And that's when the fun starts. Once the finals start, that's when the action hits.
Nick Holland there, one of our listeners collective, come across on his bike
Nick.
from Bedford on his way back there. Now
That's a
before
long
it gets
way.
dark. I'm impressed.
It's not a motorbike, is it? It's a push bike.
It is a bike with pedals and a chain, yes. Which is
Strange idea.
very strange.
So
if God had meant us to have a pedal bike, he wouldn't have given us Gottlieb Daimler.
That's true. So we're actually currently looking at the car 2 of Tim Wood, and Tim's nipping down the straight as we speak, and then we're looking at Matt Rice, just between Tim Wood and Matt Rice. That's Matt Rice is in 3rd and Tim is in 4th.
Right, there's a lot of orange in this one. That's the orange top with the white front and sills, the number 2 car that you're looking for.
There he goes. So you've got 2 and 5 who are 3rd and 4th. And I'm sure that Matt Rice wants to get past him, but he just made a slight mistake coming through the infield there.
Matt Rice is the
greeny one.
White and green with the black centre.
So they say he's the subject of rcracing.tv at the moment.
It's a very good looking paint job on that number 5 car with the yellow wheels as well, sets it off,
I think anything that's black in the middle looks good, I've decided.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because it just really, that's what concentrates your eye. I noticed that on your car.
I can actually see my car.
I'm just watching the 2 car
broke as well.
of Tim Wood, and he's getting a bit of mid-corner slide on that car. Just watch the number 2 car as he comes round. He's not quite as smooth on the sticks as 1 or 2 of the other drivers, but you can see he's getting into the middle of the corner slightly too hot, having to deal with the slide before he can get on the throttle. Particularly watch through the chicane here, right in front of us. And in fact, he's just let the 5 car through. Oh no, sorry, that was the 8. Just watch again, Nick, as he comes round this time. Might have been because he was in traffic last time. But look, he's just sliding a little bit more. That was a bit neater this time around. Turned in a tad early.
Rice is gaining on him through the corners, but the difficult thing is to decide whether to let him through, because Tim knows he's actually really close racing Matt. Matt's ahead only on the clock, but they're already kind of going about the same speed. Just a couple of seconds he's got on him because he started later in this heat. Tim, another one of the 8th drivers, so we get quite a few of the big IC boys who come in for the winter to run these machines. Alex Thurston we've seen, of course. I
take it there's not that much running outdoors during the winter because of the weather.
No, not for IC cars, because they don't like the wet either. You can run off-road outside because it's muddy and it's just
what they
more
do.
Gooey.
Yeah.
But no, it tends to be quite limited. Because you can get wet tyres for IC cars, they're just not particularly pretty or effective.
I've got a feeling that the handling on that number 2 car is going away, particularly at the front end. He just hasn't got the turn in that he had earlier on.
Oh, he's let Matt through. So he's realised it himself. It's been driving by Tim, and Matt instantly streaks ahead. So I think Tim's may have a similar problem in the middle. I think he's broken it. And then Matt throws it all the way by pigging the tyre. Now, Lee Dibble is the only person going well, but he's only going into 10th place. He will just take the 10th place and then be shot at. Actually, no, he won't be. I'm not sure whether all the 8 people are already in the final. He may well make the A final now with his 10th. Join Richard Were.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure he will.
Yes.
And that will be a locked-in, back of the grid, only go forward place for Lee Dibble, as long as he can keep this together. And, that's the 8 car again rolling.
It's Gary Dyson.
Actually behind me in qualifying.
Yes. Yeah, Mark Payne, Nick Damon, Ken Rogers in 16, 17 and 18 position. Down to the last 5 seconds now. Stand by for the buzzer. Richard Were has not improved his time, but I think he's going to be safe in 8th. Might get bumped down to 9th actually, Richard, as Lee Dibble goes through to a 40th lap. Will it be enough to keep him in the top 10? It's not. He's just dropped out on his last lap there.
And Andy Sawyer.
Andy Sawyer holds on to 10th position. Wow. He had a nightmare in that heat. Andy Sawyer finished last, but he holds on courtesy of his 3rd run this afternoon.
Yeah, and a bad last lap for Lee there, 13.36. About a second slower than he would have wanted it. And that second, going nearly 4/10 to make the final, so he's missed it by 4/10. So he'll be racing with me then, poor thing.
So the top 10 then will be, not necessarily in this order, but will be Ollie Jeffries, Mark Stiles, Chris Kurzweil, Adam Walker-Catchpole, Dave Spashett, Mick Farrell, Matthew Vara, Richard Were, Andy Murray, and Andy Sawyer. Now, Andy Murray could move up
10,
here
15-minute break,
and push down Richard Were, and the rest of the positions all up for grabs here, Nick.
Yeah, it's all about the where you actually end up qualifying on the grid. So I think Ollie's pretty much nailed in because he's got that banked 42. The question is whether anyone else can go a bit quicker.
Well, no one else has
In the
has
second,
done
well,
a
I think
42.
more like Mark Stiles, they'll be shooting out the 41. Chris Kurzweil's got a 41. Walker Catchpole, they'll all be happy. And we haven't seen Dave Spashett put together a run yet.
Well, it's rcracing.tv live from the Centre MK at Milton Keynes. Good afternoon. Welcome to the TV broadcast or live here at trackside as we start the final 8 minutes of qualifying for this, the 5th round of the British National Electric Circuit Championship. It's our winter series here in the UK, and for the first time ever, a competitive championship meeting inside a shopping centre, and it's been very well received, and thanks to the Centre MK for giving us the facilities here to make this work. And it's clearly...
Oh, and a mistake there from Ollie. You're straight on the one car. He just mounted the side. Let's see who we're going to look at. We'll look at Matthew Vara, car 8. He's the person currently scheduled to improve, running in 5th.
And he improved all the way through yesterday, Nick, and when it counted, he put the time in and won his final.
Now he has to get past Mick Farrell, who's just ahead of him. Mick is, oh no, they come together, and he then gets clipped. So that's not a good result for Matt, and I think that's going to take him off the improvement. Now we have Andy Murray who's improving.
Now Andy Murray he was the worst qualifier of this group.
Least good.
And he's bumped up to 7th position. Andy is on the white and with the orange lightning strike number 6 car. And he comes past me.
Oh, and Ollie's got his car lifting.
Yeah, that's not good, is it? Comes past me now. Mostly white car, orange lightning stripe, down the back straight, through the Costa Complex and past the timekeepers now. That is Andy Murray.
And a big accident there for Vara. That's going to take him right out of contention because he's had to be marshalled from across the road.
Andy Murray, 23, is an apprentice running the V-Design.
Apprentice what?
An apprentice running the V-Design chassis. Comes from Preston.
What do they make in Preston?
Apprentices.
Ah, okay. So 3 people on for an improvement. David Spashett, Adam Walker-Catchpole and Andy Murray are all looking for an improvement. Mark Stiles leading this race. Ollie Jeffries has got his car a bit too aggressive for the changing track conditions.
So it's 4 from 5, from 2 from 1. And that's now 4, 5, 2, 6 and 7 and 1 as Ollie Jeffries struggles with an ill-handling car.
So let's look at car 5, Adam Walker-Catchpole, because he is the person who's actually now looking to move into 3rd
That's
overall.
the bright orange car.
Car 5, down the back straight he goes into the Costa Complex, and now around the timing turn. You're watching now WRCRacing.tv. He is in the CRC on the 5, going now underneath us, putting in some consistent laps. That last one was 11.79, but he's been in this position before, and it's kind of melted away later in the race. He needs to put the 8 minutes down. He's got Matt Vara ahead of him, who's had a started well, then a disaster, ending at the wrong side. This is the orange car running through the infield now, just going sweeping into the central turn before going back in front of the rostrum. Cars look pretty static now. Jeffries actually in 7th in this heat, in 6th in this heat. He's had so many tippy turns. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up back at the front again, but he just needs, whatever he did between round 3 and 4, take it off.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
It did not work. He's just gone by the number 2 of Dave Spashett. Is Dave Spashett running a different body? Running just a white body here?
Yeah, Dave's obviously changed his body shell and just gone for a white one. He hasn't got a fully painted version, whatever the new one was.
Right, that's annoying.
So it's Walker Catchpole's now leading the whole thing. This is the car we're following on the TV and about to go down the main straight. Mark Stiles in second, and Walker Catchpole's now doing a time good enough for second on the grid.
Wow.
So Adam needs to hold this together. Mark's also improving, but unfortunately to third, and it's Mark who's one car ahead of him.
Where's Dave Spashett gone down to? Down to 7th position.
I think he lost time letting Ollie through, actually.
Oh, problem for the number 3 car.
That's Chris. He's Chris Kurzweil.
Oh no, he's just letting everybody through.
He's had a bit of a nightmare start. I think he's managed to get one decent round in, which is all you need, and he's going to be in the middle of the A final. So Will Catchpole now gaining on Mark Stiles, the car 3. He was actually 2nd place overall, so that's the leader, gaining on 2nd. He's not going to lap him, he's just taking away the stagger. They go through the middle of the field, they're now into the infield now. Mark Stiles, actually sorry, that wasn't Mark Stiles, I apologise, that was Chris Kurzweil. Stiles a bit further ahead, and he's actually now trading places with Walker Catchpole. Let's go lap by lap, but it's still Walker Catchpole who has a lead of about 0.12 of a second on the stagger. So the leading cars are the orange car going through timing now, and the white and red car coming underneath us now here. Car 4 and car 5 are trading times. Let's see if we can move forward to car 4 on the TV screens. That's now the car that's just taking a little clip, and he's going now underneath us, car 4.
That's the white front with the red rear aerofoil.
Down
and
the straight on the Costa corners.
Yellow sills.
And now through the infield, the white and the red, the car 4.
Coming past us now. There it is. That's our leader, Mark Stiles. Mark from Tame in Oxfordshire.
Now got a massive 0.8 of a second lead over Walker Catchpole. Both of them doing times for 2nd and 3rd. Andy Murray now, his time's good enough for 4th overall.
It's the Yakomo chassis. Mark is the man that works for Toro Rosso F1.
In charge of noses. Hopefully not.
No. Indeed. He does do aero development though, am I right in saying?
Yeah.
Aero design engineer for Toro Rosso F1.
So he designs bits that get stuck on the car. Mm-hmm. Nosy bits.
Sharpening a razor blade is his
Well, just trying to just phoning up Adrian and asking for 5 minutes of his time, isn't it?
Only if you want your car to overheat.
Let's find out this week.
Build yourself a Formula 1 car with all the bits inside it, throw a sheet over it, and that's Adrian Newey's job done, isn't it?
I think so. So car 4, Mark Stiles going through timing now is leading. He's now got a lead of about a second or a second and a half from Walker Catchpole in the timing and scoring, and he's going to cement his 2nd place on the grid to Ollie Jeffries. Ollie having a bit of a nightmare in 3rd or 4th or 5th, depending on where he is. Not off the pace as such, just off his own pace.
Yeah, but he has got that 42 lap run from earlier on this afternoon, which I don't think anybody's going to get near, if I'm honest. I think he's locked in for pole as the number 3 car. Chris Kurzweil right in front of us. This is for the fastest time of the day. These are the quickest vehicles. These are the best drivers. And
you get a little trophy.
You do get a trophy for being the quickest in qualifying. But this effectively is the premier class here this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. And at the moment, we are looking to see how the front end of this grid will look. And Ollie's car looks horrible. It's sliding when it's not lifting. It's sliding when it's not sliding. It's lifting.
Yeah,
the number 1 car is really, really not happy at all.
Whatever that was, that's coming straight off the car again. Whatever he's done, as Mark Stiles goes past a lot of traffic there, we lost a tiny bit of time there. Walker Catchpole visibly close until he makes the mistake. So 40 seconds ago, Adam throws away his chance of getting himself into 2nd on the grid. He's still 3rd, Murray in 4th, but that may change when we get the timing for the next lap. Because Walker Catchpole had a mistake in that last one. Lost 3 seconds.
Half a minute to go. Mark Stiles looking to get himself onto P2 for the final. For the open category, these are the most powerful cars, the quickest cars around this purpose-built circuit here at Centre MK. We've had over half an hour of qualifying for these guys, and it's down to fractions of a second, not even tenths of a second here.
So the last lap of qualifying for today is about to start. There'll be a short break before the final start.
Don't wander too far away, either from the stream or here at the track side. Ollie Jeffries is going to hold on to his pole position for the LMP Open category, and it will be Mark Stiles who slots into second ahead of Adam Walker-Catchpole. So it's 4 from 5 in that heat. Now Andy Murray bounces up all the way from 9th position to 5th as well. That's a good improvement for him. And so the final for our fastest category sees Ollie Jeffries on pole, from Mark Stiles in second, Adrian Walker-Catchpole in third, Chris Kurzweil in fourth, Andy Murray in fifth, Dave Spashett down in sixth, but he could do something from there, you know. Mick Farrell in seventh, Matthew Vara in eighth, and then the two guys who qualified through from the earlier heat, Richard Wurr and Andy Sawyer, will make up the top 10.
So fantastic, but now that must have been, as the commentator, what gives me hope is that the once dominant machine about Ollie looked like it had a problem. So he may get a race. Mark Stiles will be happy with that. Got the car to work.
I've got to tell you, Ollie cannot afford to have an ill-handling car as bad as he had there, because even with his skill, there's no way he can fight off the guys behind him.
Say, it was tippy to begin with, which is horrible, and then it was slidey. So I've no idea what he did. He must have done something. Whatever it was a bad idea.
You need to go and ask him and make sure you never do it to your car.
It doesn't matter. His car's already beyond my handling ability, just when it goes down the ground.
It is the nightmare scenario of terminal understeer in, terminal oversteer out on a full-size racing car.
Yeah, he had terminal tip in, which is terminal oversteer, but it doesn't slide. Oversteer's not a problem. It's when it doesn't oversteer, it just grips and rolls. That's the issue. So we've got a 10-minute break, I think. So if you're on the stream, you're going to start posting things like there's no sound, because we're going to get a few-minute break now. And we're back with the GTC final, GT12C final, in about 10-15 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, your timing is impeccable as we begin to line up the cars on the John Lewis Straight for the first of our finals this afternoon. And this is the C final, the third final, if you like, for the LMP, for the GT12s. These are the cars that look very much like Grand Touring machines. Number 1, Anthony Wade. Number 2, Ian Devonshire. Number 3, Terry Atkinson. Matthew Gammons on 4. 5, Dave Sedgwick. 6, Kaz James. 7, Charlie Shulman. 8, Keith Gammons. 9, Graham Baker. And 10, Rebecca Huber. That's how they'll line up for the first of the finals. Because this is an electric category, there's no opportunity for people to qualify through, because you can't refuel the cars quick enough, of course. Now, who's this coming round at the end here? It's the number 7. That should be Charlie Suman. And this is where my notes go out of the window, because what we're doing is working on what we can see in front of us. So Tony Wade then on pole position on the orange and multicoloured car. Anthony Wade on pole for the C final. Ian Devonshire on position 2. And that is the orange car. Position 3, another dark coloured car for Terry Atkinson from Chesterfield. Desperately needs a job in motorsport. He's an electronics assembler and an artist. The Gulf coloured car in position 4 is Matthew Gammons. And we are off and racing. The pole man gets away nicely. So it's Wade then from Devonshire, Atkinson, Gammons, Sedgwick as they all come through this time. Oh, and a battle for the lead there. 3 wide coming through the middle section, and coming through is the number 4 car of Matthew Gammons. And Gammons gets the advantage in the Gulf coloured car as he heads off to complete the first lap. It's Gammons then leading in the 4. All kinds of carnage behind him. Matt Gammons from Anthony Wade in second place with the orange front to his car. And rolling out of third position is the number 2. Terry Atkinson goes through. The leader. What a fantastic opportunist move then for Matthew Gammons. Matthew from Bedfordshire is only 13 years old on the Schumacher. We had a 12-year-old winner yesterday. Are we going to see it again? Here comes the number 4 car through traffic. The number 1 is nowhere to be seen, and in fact is on its side there in the midfield. No, that was the 3, excuse me. Let's pick up our leader again. Still the young man, 13 years old. The STP decals on the back of the number 4 car. Beautiful paint job on our leader at the moment. Anthony Wade, the man who was on pole, fighting his way back to second position. Oh, that wasn't for position there as the 5 car goes through. That's Dave Sedgwick recovering. But the next car back will be the orange car with the black rear end, or the dark coloured rear end, now coming through the Costa complex and past the timekeepers. That's the battle for the lead. On the infield now, and the leader hits the inside curb and gives up the position. So Tony Wade leads it again from pole position. Anthony Wade then down the back straight. Now the question is, can the young man hold on to second position from Terry Atkinson? So Matt Gammons then in second place at the moment. In fact, no, he's lost it. Through has gone Terry Atkinson. So the leader on the back straight at the moment. Now past our timekeepers and onto the infield. Traffic's going to be an issue here from now till the end of the race. Halfway through this 5-minute contest. It's 1 from 3. The second of the dark coloured cars. Sorry, no, the first of the dark coloured cars is the number 3. So the leader with the orange front end And the next car back with the yellow and the rainbow on the back, left-hand side, that is our second place driver, and that is Terry Atkinson, down from Chesterfield on the Mardave chassis. The leaders go past me now, and this is closing up with 2 minutes to go. This is for our first trophies of the afternoon. Still people having trouble on the infield as we're watching the man who qualified on pole position and looked like he'd given it all away, now coming under pressure. Wade versus Atkinson. Matt Gammons, the 13-year-old, hanging on in third position just about, but about to go a lap down if he's not careful. No, Kaz James has gone through. Kaz James on the 6th, that's the white car with the pink sills, has gone through. And meantime, the leaders are right on the infield in front of us, and it's still the number 1 car of Anthony Wade who leads out. So Anthony Wade then has just on 90 seconds to survive at the head of the field and is going to put a lap on the field here. That's third place man. Kaz James has thrown away the position, and it looks like only the leading 2 are going to be on the lead lap any second now. Already the leader through. Oh, and a big punt there from the second place driver, and he's put Matt Gammons on his roof. How will the steward see that one as he was coming through the field? But the great news for our leader, Anthony Wade, on the infield now. Watch for that bright orange front end and the much darker rear end. The black and grey, very, very pretty paint job on that car. He's put a lot of work into that body shell, hasn't he? The GTC final then. And he comes round towards me now. And still Terry Atkinson in second place. The black car with the fluorescent yellow flashes on the front. For me, Terry just beginning to close up again on the leader, but with 16 seconds to go, this is Anthony Wade's to lose. And our first trophy of the afternoon here at the Centre MK and the 12th Electric Circuit Nationals looks to be going the way of Anthony Wade. There's the buzzer. He'll come through to complete 18 laps and confirmed as the winner from in second place, Terry Atkinson. And is it going to be... Oh, it's Keith Gammons. Keith Gammons has come through into third position. So that's Matt's dad who has beaten his son. So Wade, Atkinson and Gammons, first, second and third in the C final of the GT12s. Lining up for the GT12B final.
I can see the winner of the C final yesterday, Josh Colt, up there.
It'll be Paul Hopkins on pole from Mark Burgess second, Dan Howes third, Mark Christopher fourth, Phil Sermon in 5, 6 Rob Rook, Lee Spate in 7, 8 Lee Stokes, 9 Josh Colt and Gareth Harold on the 0 car. That's how they'll line up, Nick. And I did notice the dad beat son to a podium position in that last one.
That's not good.
Tears before bedtime tonight, I think.
Well, no, dad would have cried, obviously, if he hadn't won. I'm sure son's much less likely to cry than dad.
Paul Hopkins from Exeter, the police technician, on pole position.
So,
pole position from on 2, Mark Burgess, the IT service management consultant from Norfolk on the Schumacher, and we're off and running. Pole man gets away, Nick, and that's half the job done, isn't it? So it's the red and white from the white and blue.
3 from 4, so a bad start for
Dan Howes up in the third.
Yeah, Mark Burgess has closed up within Dan Howes, now chasing down the leading car. Paul Hopkins.
Up into third there. Robert Puck's just gone through as Mark Christopher made a mistake. Dan Howes in second.
His car looks a lot more ponderous It may be that it's just set up to be a little bit safer, but it seems to be kind of like turning very slowly, certainly compared to the one car. In fact, compared to a lot of the other cars. You've got more understeer in that machine, but it's a safe. That's the machine of Mark Christopher and then Robert Ruck. Though, as I said that, it's just stopped being a battle because they had an accident.
Yeah, it's the blue machine, the machine with the blue front end with the white tail.
So they have spaced right out, and we have a pole sitter leading, and leading quite convincingly.
It's the B final, remember. Cars easily between the races, of course.
You're locked into your final, you make the best you can. And now the second place is getting very close. It's 3 from 4 as they go down the straight. Come in the corner. They're on the RC Racing TV screen, but they're going through timing. They're blue and white from, well, white and blue from blue and white. Wow. Coming now through underneath the roster and past us. It's the dark blue with white 3 and the lighter blue with white 4 down the straight towards the Costa Curves.
Yes, well, it's the white top and the blue bottom from the white front and the blue rear end of the car. It's the best way of looking at it. Dan Howes from Mark Christopher, 3 from 4, second and third at the moment. And coming on to the Ram Racing coloured car, the white with the blue swooshes down the side and the orange aerofoil on the back.
Oh, and suddenly car 4 got much closer to car 3 then, because for no discernible reason.
Together.
Almost like the 3 didn't actually drive out the corner properly. That's neck and neck for second along the straight there. Howes from Christopher, 3 from 4.
Into the centre complex. And good driving from Dan Howes there, because he settled himself down, Nick. He could have been spooked by having a competitor that close, battling for second place, but he's just held his line, hit his marks, turned in where he needs to. But now we're getting a challenge again from Mark Christopher. And he's down the inside right in front of us and takes second place. Smooth as you like. No paint traded, although how would you tell, because they're both the same colours. And we have a new second place driver.
Made a mistake. Now 4 has a long way to go to catch up to 1. He's got a couple of seconds in the car in between. But effectively there, Dan Howes just kissed the barrier, which knocked him offline, and he left space for Mark to come up the inside.
2 seconds between first and second at the moment. And as Nick rightly says, there's a car in between them. It's the white front of car number 1 with the very bright, shiny red rear end. And
the in-between car, very conveniently, bounced out of the way. So we now have first and second. First going over time and scoring now, white with red Ferrari. He's being chased by blue with white Ginetta.
And he's taken around about half a second out of him that lap around. Ferrari versus Ginetta then at the head of the field, the number 1 Ferrari with the white front end and the rear hindquarters of bright Ferrari red, and that is a red target at the moment for Mark Christopher in second place, who's pulling the blue nose of that Ginetta body shell closer and closer. We're down under a minute to go, and this is a grandstand finish for the B final here at the Centre MK. Traffic is bound to play an issue as they come towards the final few seconds of this race. 1 and 4 onto the John Lewis straightaway now. Oof. And barely anything between them, Nick. There's not even half a second there. Down through past the timekeepers. We will have... Oh, he dives down the inside, side by side again. Christopher looking very racy indeed, taking different lines, and he puts it into the middle. And he gives it away, and he's lost second place as well. As through goes Dan Howes and retakes it. He was challenging for the lead, Mark Christopher, and gave it away. Just a slight misjudgment on the infield hairpin. And the number 1 car will cruise home to victory from here. Paul Hopkins can breathe a sigh of relief and take this one home. Paul Hopkins will be taking the trophy back to Exeter in Devon. And the time elapses now. The time is up. And the number 1 car on the back straight. This is virtually a lap of honour for the police technician. Comes through now and is confirmed as the only man to complete 20 laps. Mark Christopher sneaks back into second after a tiny mistake by Dan Howes when he was challenging for the lead. Howes on third position, Christopher on second, and your B final winner for GT12, Paul Hopkins.
It is that old chestnut where it wasn't quite the gap he wanted there to be, and he went for a gap that wasn't quite there, and in doing that, he ended up finding himself in serious trouble because there was nowhere to go through. And he just, but Mark there had a superb turn of speed to catch up. He was a couple of seconds back, made that gap really quickly, but Paul Hopkins just wasn't going to let the chance of a first place trophy in the B final go away, and drove a pretty impressive last couple of laps once he just about got the guys out the way.
So our A final for the GTs this weekend. Chris Ashton will line up on pole position, the 35-year-old from Burbage in Leicestershire. Sam Clifton in second place on the number 2. On 3, Carl Dransfield. On 4, Jonathan Dixie from Milton Keynes. There's a hometown boy then for you to cheer on here in the centre. Alex Thurston will be on 5.
The winner of yesterday's event.
On 6 will be Marcus Askell. Marcus from Poole in Dorset, the project manager. 8 is Jamie McDonough from Leicestershire. 9, Stephen Lander. And on the 0 car, Paul Winton.
Pete Winton.
Pete Winton, excuse me.
Don't get that one wrong.
And that is our 10 drivers and cars for the 5-minute B final.
A final.
12-minute.
No.
10 drivers for the 5-minute A final. I should not watch what's on the screen because it hasn't changed over yet.
Oh, and the cameraman needs taken out there. Mick Farrell got a nasty shot there as they started. He's still filming the back of the cars.
We're off and running.
Oh,
and already a problem at the
Ashton.
front of the field. And through into the lead has gone the number 2, Sam Clifton with the red car with the rainbow roof. And he'll lead at the end of lap 1. Side-by-side action down the John Lewis Straight. Fantastic stuff. Through goes the number 4 car. That is the
6 car of Askell with the RC Racing colour scheme.
Sorry, he's been racing 4 all day. You're absolutely right. Askell leads it on the 6. And our pole position man pushed down into 4th position.
Clifton in second as they go round. He's got the rainbow roof, but it's the leader there, 6 to the infield, black, white, with orange edgings. And there's a battle going on there between the 3 cars. Dransfield also trying to find it. This is battle around. Another problem for Ashton there, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 all down the straight together. And
Askell, Clifton, Dransfield, all together. Marcus Askell then still just about holding on. And through into second there has gone the number 3 of Carl Dransfield. Sam Clifton down to 3rd. Jamie McDonough now on the 7 car up to 4th position. But any one of these 4 could still win it. And probably any one of the 2 or 3 behind could be there as well, because there could be all kinds of action and incident. We're not even halfway through this. 3 minutes and 46 seconds still to go. Still Marcus Askell then leading it out. Marcus from Poole in Dorset's come a long way today and to compete this weekend. And look at this, right in his wheel tracks, Carl Dransfield, the number 3 car, the bright green on the back, is almost side by side with the leader. And there's Sam Clifton in 3rd position. These are the leading 3 cars. There's traffic ahead now, and it's the number 5 of Alex Thurston who needs to get out the way and does. Great heads-up driving by Alex as they're already down at the Costa Complex again.
So Thurston, who won yesterday's event, is already a lap down. Car not handling well in this increased grip of this Sunday's race, but we look now, it's a nip and tuck battle between 2 unfancy drivers who came into this meeting, Ashton and Clifton and the normal suspects, but no, it's Askell from Dransfield, and Dransfield, it wasn't even the top heat yesterday.
It just looked to me as though the leading car is just starting to lift a little bit, Nick, and wonder if the handling is exactly where the driver wants it to be, but he's eked out a moment, maybe half, maybe 3/4 of a second, just for a second there, as Dransfield drops back, but now Dransfield gets himself knuckling back in. This is where he likes it. Tries the over and under, round the outside, side by side down the main straight, but can't get it done. And now Dransfield's under pressure himself in second place as they come through. 1st, 2nd and 3rd. The white, black and orange machine leads from the blue car. And he's got into the wall. Dransfield's into the wall, and that has sprung Clifton in the red car with the rainbow roof. Great news for Askell. He gets a couple of laps of breathing space, but I fancy, Nick Damon, that Sam Clifton will be on his tail quick enough.
I couldn't help feeling during those previous 2 laps that Clifton actually was hanging back, waiting for the other 2 to hit each other, thinking I'm going to pick up some pieces here. It wasn't what he wanted. It wasn't the 1st and 2nd taking each other out, but it was the 2nd place man hitting a barrier, opening up his route to the leader, Askell. And as you can see now, he is beginning to close slightly, but Askell, I think, has more speed. The fastest car, I think, is Dransfield, not necessarily the car that's easy to drive, and Clifton now needs to try and gain a 2.5 seconds to get back up the back of Askell.
Watch out for the all-white car of Jamie McDonough. He's just hanging on in there in 4th position at the moment, and he could pick up the scraps if anything goes awry ahead of him. All-white with the pinstripes down the side. The leader just holding on to about a second's lead at the moment is Marcus Askell from Sam Clifton in 2nd.
Clifton was just 0.02 of a second fast on that last lap. He's going to need to be a lot quicker. So our leader is going through the Costa Complex. He's black, he's white, he's got orange edges. Behind him, red, white with a rainbow roof is second, Sam Clifton. Then third, it's white, black, or blue and green. But you're very right, that all-white car at McDonough really is coming through very quickly, John. And that's got to be a chance for a podium there.
With still a minute to go, I just think that car is coming on song when the others perhaps are going away in terms of handling. Last minute of the A final for GT12.
Clifton getting much closer, John, take him home.
So the last 53 seconds, that's probably 4 laps for these guys as the battle for the lead is beginning to heat up just a little bit. The leader hits the inside. Is this the chance that Clifton wants? Oh, the leader's all over the place. Clifton goes through side by side. And Dransfield takes the lead. And McDonough's up into third. And the leader's down into fourth, but takes it back again. Side by side action. Oh, and it's all gone horribly wrong for Askell, who's now down into fourth position and dropping away. And Sam Clifton's had an issue as well. So McDonough is now up into second position. Dransfield in the 3 car from the number 7, the all-white machine of McDonough in second. Carl Dransfield on the 3 then with that bright, luminous green rear end of the car. Has 8 seconds, just over a lap to go, and he is going to get this one. He bided his time, he was there when it mattered, picked his way through the action that happened in front of him. There's the buzzer, he'll bring it home now. Not even the very quick Jamie McDonough can close that down in the white car. It will be third place for Sam Clifton, nothing for the long-time leader, Marcus Askell. Jamie McDonough comes through in second, and your winner of the A final for the Sunday meeting is Carl Dransfield. And Nick Damon. Carl, as you come off the rostrum, if you could just step out front, please, so Nick can grab you. I'm going to have no voice left at all at the end of this weekend. So if Carl can just step forward, please, and find Nick. Carl Dransfield. I'm not sure if they can hear us down there, if I'm honest. See if we can get a quick word with our first A final winner this afternoon. Nick.
Well, our winner's a bit camera shy, I'm afraid, John. He's disappeared around the back fast to avoid me, I think. Carl. Oh, there he is. He's hiding exactly here. Carl. Oh, we're going this way. Yeah. Well, Carl, yesterday you weren't even in the top heat. Today, suddenly, all the pace has come. What have you changed? What's happened?
I tried a different additive today. Changed little else other than from yesterday, and that's all I've touched on the car all day. So a clean run together.
I think that's a definition of an action-packed final. I mean, you were first, third, second. I mean, what was going through your mind? Were you, at that point, were you just waiting for other people to make a mistake, or were you thinking, I've blown it?
I just thought, I hope I don't crash, really.
Thanks, Carl.
So there we are then, our first A final winner of the Sunday meeting here at Centre MK. Can't have as much excitement of that in the rest of the finals. I really will have no voice
not
left.
at our age.
No, it's bad for me. We move now into the E final for the LMP Sport. And this should be headed up by Paul Lau on 1, Jamie Patton on 2, 3 Bob Hill, Vince Formosa 4, Chris House 5, Haley Baker 6, Luke Muldoon 7, Alan Hubber.
There's 2
8,
car 7s.
9 Mark Goodchild and 0 Andrew Newbold.
Now I've noticed a problem already in that the man on pole has number 7 on his car. Oh, he has a man with stickers to change it.
Ah, very good.
His pit man is changing. No, Paul Lau will take off on
He's been
pole.
running 7 all day, has Paul.
And so that's a sort of mechanicking that's allowed on the grid because it makes it easier for everybody. So
White
we have
with orange. Now that's interesting. He's picked the outside. Everybody else has been on pole on the inside.
I didn't know you could pick that. I think that's what's happened.
Right.
I think
Everyone
what
else
happened was
pole
that
position.
I think 2 rolled into what was pole position, and then he's gone a bit further forward. It appears to be a... Let's not start a stewards' inquiry just yet.
So this is the E final for LMP Sport, and he's beaten off the line. Lau is beaten off the line, and already Jamie Patton leads it on the number 2 car and begins to pull away. This is the blue car with the orange and red accoutrement through into second place. The number 5 is Chris House on the white machine.
Oh, that's the end of Vince Formosa. He's got a gear mesh issue. That's not going anywhere. So Vince's very disappointing day gets no better, and he makes 2/3 of a lap before he has a meshing issue.
Well, I've got to say that Lau from pole position, lining up on the left-hand side, never looked like he was going to make the corner before the second place man, despite the fact he was 3 or 4 car lengths up the road. As soon as the buzzer went off, Jamie Patton was down the inside and made that pass stick.
And he also got a bit mullered as well coming out through the timing on the first lap, so it's not always the best place in the pole, but the leader is our car number 2, James Pallan, who's just going down the timing and scoring area now and sweeping on the infield. Blue nose with a red and a orange and the CRC sticker. Basically, it's the car about to start the John Lewis straight now, car 2. Just behind him is our second place man now, car 5, Chris House. Chris House, very experienced racer, all white, obviously. He's put a different body on, but he is now chasing down our leader. So it's House is in second. There's a white car in between the 7 who's not involved.
Yeah, Chris House, 50 years young and still enjoying his racing. The man from Chessington in Surrey. There's a world of adventure down there, you know, as the leader comes past us. And now it is the first and second allowed to battle. And I've got to say, Paul Lau is closing back in on them in the white car with the, as I say that, he noses it into the sidewall there, but he's still closing down on the leaders in the white car with the orange flashing.
Yeah, currently he's put it as a 3rd. Car 9's having a nightmare. He appears to have been bashed off every single barrier by everybody.
That's Andrew Newbold.
At one point he was knocked backwards by someone passing. I thought, and that's a problem for car 5.
That's the second place man, Chris House, and he's lost that position.
And I'm not sure his car's right either.
He's lost that position to Paul Lau.
And Lau is now putting down a couple of decent laps. He's closing very quickly on 2, so it's 2 from 1 as they go round the infield and about to go the John Lewis straight. So it's the blue and the red machine 2 and the pink, well, the orangey and the white machine 1. They're your battle for lead in this E final, the LMP12. And they have streaked past the front of the rostrum, past myself.
Paul Lau, who is the chef from Bedfordshire, from Kempston, not too far away from where we're standing at the moment. One of my shortcuts home, actually, when I come from the M1. And he is closing down on the leader. The leader has got that number 9 car of Andrew Newbold to go by. He's down into the Costa complex now and towards the timekeepers. And look at this, the battle for the lead in this LMP12 Sport E final is absolutely together. Going on to the John Lewis straight, the 2 cars that are there now, the blue and multicoloured car and the white with the orange, that is the battle for the lead. And it's Patton versus Lau. No quarter being asked to give in here. Still half this race and more to go. 8 minutes we started and we're not down to 4 yet. And he's gone through. The man who started on pole position is reclaimed it, a problem for the second place man. And he loses the position.
And it was almost like Patton let him through there. He didn't really put up any fight at all against Lau. You haven't got to let people through in finals. You're allowed to block them if it's a position for place. That's kind of cost him dear because now he's dropped down to 3rd. Chris House comes back into 2nd, car not as damaged as it looked after the accident. I think he's just gathering himself back up again.
Yeah, and he's got a quick car as Chris House. This is the white car with the yellowy green wheels.
He's down the straight now.
And it would appear that he is gaining on the leader as Paul Lau, for the moment at least, in elegant isolation because we've lost second place driver. Where's he gone? Chris House on the 5 has been delayed. And it's going to be 5-6 seconds already between first and second. And this is a very dominant run by Paul Lau, who is pulling away at the head of the field. Nick, we don't normally see this kind of domination, but everyone else has fallen by the wayside. But as soon as Chris House gets through into some clear air, that is a very, very quick car indeed. That Yacomo with Chris House on the sticks, but he seems not to be able to deal with the traffic quite as well.
I think it's always a hard thing, working out where to go, and he's made a couple of poor decisions. But as you say, he's now had 2 laps in fresh air, and in that last lap he gained 0.7 of a second on Paul in that one clear lap. And Paul's now had a problem getting past 6. So our leader ends the straight as our second place comes in, but Chris needs to get up the inside, and he does of Newbold. Now his next problem is car 6 in the orange machine. That's the 6th
That's Hayley Baker.
of Hayley. No, it's not her that's a problem. It's obviously Chris's mental attitude of getting past her. He has got the speed, And he picked up another half a second that last lap over Paul Lau.
Well, I did say not so very long ago, it was about 6 seconds as Haley gets involved with the leader there.
And gets
Didn't
out of the
really
way
need
of Chris,
to.
and they're now neck and neck again. Chris is caught right up with 2.5 minutes to go, John. They go down the straight, that's your first and second again. White and orange flashings from pure white. Lau from House.
And they're on the infield section now with a bit of clear track ahead of them. Oh, the leader makes a mistake. And that was a mistake by Paul Lau. No fault attached to Chris House there. Buried underneath him and takes the lead. But that's fine. He didn't tip the leader into a mistake. Normally, if you see people making side-to-side or some kind of contact where you get a benefit, you'll see the person who made the contact will stay by the side of the circuit until the positions are reversed. But that was a genuine unforced error by the leader ahead. So that's why the number 5 did not pull away. But it looks like Paul is closing back in again.
Now that it is so much easier to follow than lead. And I think Paul was suffering from being in the lead. Now he's following. Suddenly he's 3 or 4. Oh, he made a mistake. He was 3 or 4 tenths faster than Paul, but he just got a spin. He got a bit of oversteering the car, let go, and he's let Chris get away again in 1:42.
Watch out for third place driver number 2. That is Jamie Patton recovering. That's the mainly blue car with the multicoloured interior. He is not that far away from these leading pair, and if there is any contra to him in the next 90 seconds or so, he will be there to pick up the pieces.
And so you would have to you hope you can put money on there being a slight issue, but now Chris House has got a lead. He has got enough of a lead to start stroking in. He's only got 1:16. He's got 5 laps to go, perhaps 4.5, 5 laps. Lau on the last lap didn't even gain, so it's a case really of House now. It's his to lose, but it's been Paul Lau's to lose, and it was also earlier Jamie Patton's to lose.
3 seconds between first and second, and about 3 seconds between second and third. But for me at the moment, the fastest of the top 3 is the number 2 car of Jamie Patton in third position, as the leader, with a bit of clear air ahead for a moment, comes through the traffic. Paul Lau now might be feeling a little bit of pressure. Can't quite see Jamie Patton behind him. But it won't be long before Jamie gets into a bit of clear air himself, and Paul Lau is held up by Haley Baker on the infield section. And that will give the third place driver, Jamie Patton, a chance to come back. Meantime, half a minute.
And Chris House got held up overtaking Andrew Newbold on that one. It's now down to about 1.5 seconds between himself and Lau, and we've got this lap and one more as they're now on the straight together.
1 second. 1 second between first and second place.
And they're starting the final lap now. And a slight ticking error there. Oh, and Lau makes a mistake. And that'll hand it to House, who now just has to get round the last 5 or 6 corners to take this win. The minor mistake with Lau, not enough to let Patton in for the win, but that's it. That sound says, I've finished, and House takes it.
Chris House goes across the line and takes it from Paul Lau in second, and Jamie Patton in third position.
Well, they do say the House always wins.
Never bet against the House. So Patton then on the 2 car in third position. Paul Lau from Paul, another Paul sitter who didn't win, and from grid 5, Chris House, the man from Chessington in Surrey on the Yakomo with the Protoform body, takes the E final.
Can I say hello to our viewers from Canada?
You can.
Want you on the stream. Hopefully the storm's not affected you too much and you're not too cold. You're nice and warm.
We move on to the
D final,
which should be led by Trevor Coult. Number 1, Lee Meek on 2, Russ Giles on 3, Glenn Atherton on 4, Trish Whiteley on 5, Gav Rice 6, James Innett on 7, very, very purple car, Colin Rose on 8, 9, Peter Harold and the 0, Lee Ellis. So Trevor Coult, the software engineer from Worksop. Another father and son combo here this weekend. And in second place, Lee Meek. On 3, Russ Giles. Russ, the electronics engineer on the Speed Merchants chassis from Redditch in Worcestershire. Glenn Atherton on 4.
Russ used to do a bit of full-size racing. He raced in, I think, Formula Libra with an old F3 car a couple of times.
Glenn Atherton, the man from Billingham on Teesside. As far as I know, the only place to have a football team named after a fertiliser. Billingham Synthonia.
Really?
Synthonia is an ICI
you are
product.
Full of information I didn't need.
Northern League side, as I
PSG,
remember.
of course, are Phillips.
Phillips Sporting Club.
PSV, sorry, Phillips. Yeah.
Phillips Sporting Club. So that's the top 4. Let's put 8 minutes on the clock for the D final. Will the pole man get a better start here?
Oh, Johnny,
Trevor
a worse
Coult.
one.
White front with purple rear.
He was out better than 7th after lap 1. He's done better.
Lee Meek
They're
gets
off.
a fly around the
He's
outside
taken-
and he's in the lead. No, they've all come together. And it looks like Coult has regained the lead. He has. The white front of the car with the purple rear end. And it is Trevor Coult who leads them out, Nick.
And Atherton has taken 2nd place. Oh, Lee Meeks streaking through from 10th on the grid to 2nd is Lee Ellis. That's why I call a start. Ellis now with the black nose and orange tail in the midfield. He's in 2nd place. He started at the back of the grid. But thanks to everything else, he's now leading. But it is Trev Colt out and away from Meek. And there's nothing but carnage in the middle. And 5 or 6 cars are already basically out of this final because they can't stop hitting each other.
And Trevor Coult then in the number 1. He's now going to have to do a lot of defending from the black front and orange of Lee Ellis in 2nd. Trish Whiteley has come through the carnage into 3rd position on the number 5. And that's a good run from her in the 5 car.
Russ Giles is in 4th with the old-fashioned McLaren colour scheme.
Yeah, Trish Whiteley in the white car with the
Or Penske.
orange sills and the orange chevron colours.
And that's
That
the
well-known
battle.
sponsor.
That's the battle 3rd and 4th coming to the end of the straight now. And it's going now through the timing corners and up through the infield. 1st and 2nd are separated and away in their own little world, but it's Russ against Trish, 2 very long-term stalls. This 12 sections, they come down the straight now. Moving into the Costa curves, and neither of them is going to get caught. More important, I'm pretty sure that Russ is only going to overtake in a very polite way. We'll be looking for a gap from Trish, but Trish is already closing down, taking Russ's options away.
Got to say they're slowing each other down because Peter Harold is gaining on them in the white front with the purple rear aerofoil, and it's going to be a 3-way battle for the 3rd step on the podium in about half a lap's time, Nick, as Trish Whiteley continues to drive impeccably, but defensive lines, and that is slowing both her, Russ Giles down, and Peter Harold is coming at a pace.
A superb example there by holding your line, everyone gets slower. Russ was looking for edges and he's doing tapping things. He can catch back up quite quickly. It's taking him a lap and a half to catch 2nd up. But the problem is now if Trish keeps the line, she can probably hold him back because Russ, being a very experienced member, the ex-secretary of the section, is not going to make an unwise pass here.
I think there's been a problem for Lee Ellis, you know, because he's a lot closer to this battle that we're watching for 3rd than he has been for some time. He's obviously had a couple of not so good laps because Trish Whiteley now is closing on him, and I wonder if that's not a healthy car starting to lift wheels on the corners, and Trish Whiteley can sniff 2nd place now as Trevor Coult is in traffic and deals with it very well indeed. But at the moment in 2nd place, the black front with the orange tail section is being closed down on by Trish Whiteley, by Russ Giles in 4th, and by Glenn Atherton now, the man from
Oh,
Billington.
it just rolled. Grip roll for Trish, and that's dropped her right out of contention. And suddenly the path is clear for Russ to start attacking further forward in the 2nd place man. There's the number 9 in the middle there. But Trish got grip roll going around the timing and scoring, and she just flipped out, and she's now approaching the 9th. There's a slight accident, slightly hampers Russ, so it's all split up. But what is indefatigable is that our leader is a long way ahead and completely confident. Trev Colt, he's got a Vettel syndrome. He's not going to make the TV pictures that far ahead.
Oh, and there's a coming together on the far side of the circuit. I think that might
2nd
have
and
been
3rd
Trevor.
are right together. In fact, Russ Giles comes into 2nd now. So Russ has just pipped through to 2nd.
Trevor Coult is still leading. Lee Ellis 2nd. No, Russ Giles down to 2nd, excuse me. Lee Ellis down to 3rd.
He's now right behind 2nd and 3rd are together again. Lee, who you're right, dropped off the pace slightly, and Russ has taken 2nd. But there's a massive gap to our leader, who has a lead of something in the region.
Oh, there's a roll for...
Our 3rd place man.
Yeah, that was Lee Ellis going over.
8-second lead for Trevor.
And Glenn Atherton has gone through. Glenn Atherton on the 4 has gone through into 3rd. So the position 2nd, 3rd and 4th down over, constantly changing. The only surety is that Trevor Coult on the number 1 car, who seemed to have lost his position at the start of that race, is coming through the pack now, and he's about to put laps on the guys battling for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. He's right in behind the orange hindquarters of Lee Ellis in 4th position. And goes through, puts a lap on the 4th place driver. Now he comes through to the number 7 of James Enright, who should let him through because he's laps down already. Oh, the leader makes a mistake. And another one. And the leader's in the wall. The leader's in the wall, but had time to give up. Wow, that was a loss of concentration. He had a lap on so many of his competitors there.
Is he still in the lead as he dropped out?
No, he's still in the lead. Glenn Atherton on the number 4. The Gulf-coloured car is in 2nd place.
The car 4 now going into the infield. That's the light blue and orange, the famous Gulf racing colours.
That's a 2nd place car.
But he was
he's
so far behind that a big mistake by Trev, completely unpunished.
Yeah, Trevor had lapped up to 3rd position and now goes past 4th again. Russ Giles, the number 9, will be his next victim in terms of lappery.
It's looking like a good weekend for the Colts because his son won a trophy, first place, won the final yesterday in GT12C, and now LMP12D is going the way, it seems, of Trevor.
2 minutes still to go, and I wouldn't bat against Trevor lapping everybody, bar 2nd place at the moment. He's coming up to the back of Russ Giles.
It's probably about now he wants to know why his car wasn't that good in the heats.
Yeah, this has been a dominant run. Didn't get the cleanest of starts, but he's clearly very fast. And I think at the moment he's just pacing himself, Nick. He's found a gap in the traffic.
Minute and 45 to go, there's no point to pushing it at all.
No, you do not want to get involved with somebody else's battle or accident. And all he can do at the moment is go backwards from here. He's sitting in behind the number 7 of James Enright, who's in that dark purple car.
Making us all want to call
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
No, that's not him, that's number 9.
Okay.
He's got a huge amount of traffic ahead of him now. The
Yeah.
first one crashes in front of him.
He's got
5, and Trish lets him through.
Pulled over.
And we got the 3rd place man is 2 cars ahead.
Still over a minute
Charles
to go, you know.
So this is going to go down as dominant. After the very close race with the last couple, we had to get one where the pole man just disappeared, didn't we?
Well, yes, it looks like a lights the flag victory, but he had a very tense opening half dozen laps when he was not in the lead. He's playing this perfectly though, Nick, isn't he? Because what he's doing is sitting behind people, making sure they're told to move over. He's not forcing the issue, doesn't need to. Glenn Atherton in 2nd place, the 55-year-old from Billingham on Teesside, sitting in 2nd place in that Gulf-coloured car. Last half a minute now, and in fact that's Atherton getting tied up when he didn't need to, but he won't lose 3rd position. Russ Giles is too far back.
Yeah, this race has kind of calmed down to a situation where there's a bit of scrappy, but it's only for very minor places. And Trevor Colt has given us a bit of a demonstration, I think, of how about once you get in the front, just troll round and then let everyone else crash behind you.
13 seconds. I don't think he's going to try and go past Russ Giles in the
No need.
Penske-coloured car.
You don't get a bigger trophy because you've lapped everyone. Or more points.
No.
Jackie Stewart said, winning the slowest possible time.
Across the line then, the buzzer has gone, and Glenn Atherton confirmed in 2nd place, Russ Giles in 3rd. But your winner, ladies and gentlemen, of the LMP12 Sport D final is Trevor Colt. And very quickly, our marshals will turn round to the C final, which will be led off by number 1, John Carr from Barnsley, the 30-year-old service engineer. Number 2, Stephen Rowley, very quick driver indeed. Stephen, the car dealership manager from Warwickshire. On position 3, Paul Campion on the red car. On 4, Nick Upton. Nick Upton from North London, maintenance fitter. Another man into his 6th decade, 51 years old. Paul Lomas is on 5. Paul is from Derbyshire, railway engineer. On 6 is David Underwood. 7, will be Chris Blakey. Chris, 29 years old, an IT systems engineer from Lincoln on the Yakomo. Richard Hinklin is on 8. 9 is Ian Flux, and Andrew North makes up the 10 for the C final for the LMP Sports. Now let's see what the pole sitter does this time. The pole sitter being John Carr, the service engineer on the Serpent. 30 years old. Tension is rising. The grid is cleared. Everyone on their proper grid positions. This is the D final for the 12 sports. Over 50 entries here. And trophies up for grabs for first, second and third. Terrible start from third position by Nick Upton, by Paul Campion rather, who drops positions in that red car, but he's back up to third position now. And it is the pole man in the mostly white car who leads out from Rowley in second. And there's a problem there for one of the cars further down. It's the 5 car of Paul Lomas. The body was an issue, and also Ian Flux continues his bad run today with early issues. So it's the pole man, John Carr, that leads.
So it's 1 from 2 from 3 as they go through the timing loop there. So it's the in the field, the white with the yellow flashings, and the green and white machine of first and second, which is John Carr from Steve Rowley. And we go battle of third and fourth. There's a very vicious battle, actually. And you see Richard Hinklin, who is definitely qualified way lower than he should have done, in 28th position. And you'd normally like to see him in the A final of this event. So if he's got this thing together, that number 8 is my tip for the victory, because he has got the basic speed and talent to be a lot further up than he is, John. That all-white car.
White car with the decals on the side. Our leader passing Nick and I now. But we've got to watch the third place man. First and second on the main straight. Third there as well. Campion in 4th position. 5th is the yellow car of Nick Upton, Chris Blakey. Then Paul Lomas in 7th position. This looks like it's going to be a bit of cat and mouse, actually, Nick, because I'm with you. I think Richard Hinklin has got the speed, but he's got to be able to put some consistent laps together and get back onto the rear end of Rowley to start with, and then hunt down the leader.
The leader, John Carr, has put in some very consistent time there. He's managed to pull a bit of a gap. His car's a bit lifty, but it doesn't seem to be slowing him down too much. It comes into the timing turn, you'll see it cock a back leg slightly. He now has to dispose down that straight of the pink and blue bit of traffic, which is car number 6, which I suppose is David Underwood. Looking at the team, and he's done that quite easily. Underwood's let him through, Rowley behind, but Hinklin now beginning to get closer. Second and third is where the action is, with Hinklin, the number 8 and the Serpent, beginning to sneak up on the back of Rowley. Rowley quite unlucky not to have made a higher final in this. He was on the bubble for most of the time, and he now has to get past Underwood. He does. Hinklin now as well. Just be slightly unsighted by the pink and blue car, and hopefully it'll move wide. It does. Good work there by Underwood. Now Hinklin not catching as quickly as I thought he would these cars. So obviously he's obviously got a slight problem today with the car, but he does have the talent and normally the speed to do it.
And second and third are gaining on the leader, Nick. As soon as we get a bit of open track, once again it's that lead and follow, as there's a slight mistake by Rowley in second, and that brings Hinklin closer to the second position. So the green and white car in second at the moment on the far end of the circuit. Now onto the infield, and the white car behind him is the car battling for position. The leader is only 2 cars ahead of him, and this is all hotting up with still over 5 minutes to go in this 8-minute final.
They come together, second and third, kind of twice as they go through the Costa complex there. They tipped each other both ways. They kind of waited to hit again, but it's left us with the same position. Rowley from Hinklin, but a much, much bigger lead for Carr after the other two both dropped a second and a half in really coming together themselves a bit pointlessly.
It's gone out to over 4 seconds, the lead now, as Hinklin and Rowley battle for third and second position.
And don't forget, during the qualifying, a faster car, you moved out of the way, but you don't do it in the finals. You're on the same lap. So Rowley knows that Hicklin's faster, but he has no need to move over. His job is to keep Hinklin back for as long as possible, and hopefully the remaining 4.5 minutes to claim that second place. But Hinklin now all swarming on the back of the green and white cars to go to the infield. And he's easing back, and he's lucky there. The back marker moves out of the way, and he gets a chance to attack him again as he goes down the John Lewis straight.
Hinklin looking for a way by. Meantime, Rowley driving the defensive line in the middle of the circuit. That's perfectly okay. Oh, there's almost a coming together there, and you saw very good driving,
Good driving
actually
by
by
Hicklin
Hicklin. He pulled out of the way, so it's not.
Oh, he's
Hicklin has
going.
got through. Mistake by Rowley and the Costa Complex. All that was needed, and through goes Hicklin. Did not need a second invitation there. I rather think that he deserved that, Nick, because he could have had a coming together in front of us and avoided the accident and actually cost himself some time.
No, it was great reactions by Richard there. That's you know, I'm not going to try and force it through. I'm going to avoid the problem. And he managed. He did stop at not necessarily a bit medium one, but certainly a big one, which has slowed both up. Now he has to try and find his way back. Something in the region of 2.5 seconds to John Carr, and Carr made a little bit of an error there. So that 2.5 seconds is already reduced down with 3 minutes 20 to go. They'll get across the line in a second. Carr has put in a time he lost about a second on that one alone. So the gap now between the two of them is 1.7 seconds between the leader, who is car number 1, and second place car number 8, Richard Hicklin.
The all-white car of the pole sitter, or the white car. Oh, and he's made a mistake again, and here comes the second place driver. Together on the long straight, and the pressure has begun to toll. We've still got 3 minutes to go, and first, second and third are almost running as one here. First and second absolutely are. 1 and 8 on the straight together down the inside. Who's got the ponies down the back straight? It's still the leader, just about holding on. It's John Carr from Richard Hicklin, 1 from 8. This has been a great drive from Richard in second place from grid positioning, and he makes a mistake.
As you said that.
Wow. Curse to the commentator. Sorry about that. Steve Rowley, the green car, is still in third position, but he's dropped away from this battle. And he needs to find his way through. Meantime, the leaders are back together again through the complex and down onto the long straight. Nick, this one's going to run for another 2 minutes. They're side by side. He's got to give that one back. Got to give that one back, and did so.
And Hicklin makes the lead then after a cat and mouse game where he was definitely looking for a clean pass, and finally an extra mistake there by the pole sitter. John Carr meant that he was actually started picking up and running with Hicklin, and Hicklin, very sportingly, he gave that lead to Hicklin. Now I think he's going to pull away. In fairness, Richard is in completely the wrong final here. He normally went to the A final. Obviously had a bad qualifying, but he's shown not only his speed but also his class in getting past these people carefully.
Yeah, well, he's not been without incident, and it's still close enough that the lead could evaporate in a moment. We've got to watch Stephen Rowley in the green and white car in third place, Nick, because he is beginning to close down on John Carr for the longest time, our leader here. Still with 90 seconds to go.
I think Carr's car is not as good at the back end as it was at the front end, or perhaps he's going to give it ragged, but now the distance is less than half a straight. They're going the Costa Complex, our second place man, and then we have our third place man now right behind him for the infield. So that's the only battle that we're going to see now is second and third. Second about the white and yellow car about to go on the main straight from the green and white machine following him.
I just think there's maybe a little bit of a bodywork misalignment on that white car in second place. It's not handling as it was. It's getting a bit twitchy.
He's got 4 laps to last, and that's when you get really nervous up there, John. When you know your car's not great, you're in a good position and you're trying to hold on. But certainly he's been closed down really quickly now by Rowley.
Rowley sniffs second place on the podium.
The white car around the Costa Complex and the green car around the Costa Complex. They go with time in scoring now with 36 seconds to go. There'll be 3 laps. This and 2 more for Rowley to try and catch up and get back to second place. Oh, he's made a minor mistake, and that could be the decider.
I think that's it.
Unless Carr himself makes a mistake, John.
Well, actually, I'm looking at Carr making a mistake. Doing that, just clicking it side. That second place car, the number 1, is looking evil. The back end of that car sliding around all over the place, and John Carr can't get the power down as he wants, Nick.
Last lap.
This is the last lap, and Stephen Rowley is right there. The white car sliding around all over the place. Rowley sniffs second place and makes a slight mistake. There's just perhaps one more chance now. He's too far away. As Richard Hicklin goes through from grid 8 to take it. John Carr comes through in second place from Steve Rowley in third position. Wow, C final, living up to the billing that we expected. So Stephen Rowley from grid 2 takes third position. John Carr, who led that from pole for such a long time, but Richard Hicklin works his way through from 8th position on the grid and takes the LMP12 Sports C final here at Milton Keynes.
And a really good run there by Richard, but Richard definitely is going to be wondering what on earth was wrong the rest of the day, why he was in that final at all. Normally, as an A finalist. But something happens. Sometimes you have a bad set of runs and you end up in the wrong final, but it gives you a chance at least to take something home in the final. So next up is the B final, John. You can talk us all through. I'm going to paint some front tyres.
Not too much, remember. The pole position will be number 1, Tom Green from Worcestershire, the recruitment consultant, 24 years old on the Yakomo. In second place, number 2, Richard Norris from Ashby, the rail industry chartered engineer, 31-year-old, on the Serpent. James Wright in third position, just 18, the trainee engineer from Yorkshire on the CRC, 3 different chassis in the first 3. Kevin Creaser on grid 4. Grade 5, Alex Everett. 6, Ollie Payne. 7, Tom Jeffries. Ian Watkins. 8, 9, Elliot Cummins. And the 0 car in 10th position, Chris Hudson. All lining up there now. This is the B final of the LMP Sport, the 10.5, 10.5 engine category.
Just to give you an idea, in qualifying, all 10 cars are covered by less than a lap.
Yeah.
So this is a very, very close battle.
You're talking about 10 seconds or thereabouts in 8 minutes of racing. So expect some fast and furious action here, ladies and gentlemen, both live here at the Milton Keynes Centre MK and on rcracing.tv. Pole position man, Tom Green, then with the green top to his car with it all to do from pole position. Does he get the whole shot? Yes, he does. And behind him, there's all kinds of issues. That was a bit lucky, rolling into third place there.
He was knocked out and rolled back into it. That was the 3 of James Wright. I think I'd done the same thing, actually. So he's now at the back of Richard Norris. So the leader is your green and white from pole, Tom Green. Second from second, it is Richard Norris. And third from third is James Wright. Kev Crease is in fourth. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And first bit of change at sixth. Car 6 is now in fifth, and car 10's come up to sixth. So car 5, the loser in that whole kerfuffle.
Good run from Chris Hudson, leading it out. So
our leading has changed. We had a
number 2
problem
goes in the lead.
Green there has dropped back into third after an error, and it's Rich Norris now in the lead.
We are getting a problem with the
chicane. And off goes Kev Creaser off at the corner, and Tom Green now is back past James Wright, I think. Yep, and now it's Rich Norris.
So Norris leads from Green in second, 2 from 1 from 3. Ollie Payne, the 6 in fourth position. No, it's not. It's Kevin Creaser now in fourth position. In the 4, Ollie Payne in fifth position.
There's a bit of confusion going back there, but certainly now Tom Green getting up close and personal with Richard Norris. So Norris leads them through the guy to come into the corner, and they might move on to the main straight.
The leader is the white front with the yellow side pods and the blue rear end. The green-topped car in second place, the metallic green with the sort of pink sills, and the white front with the blue centre section and the bright yellow rear aerofoil is the third place car. Norris, Green and Wright, 2, 1 and 3. Those are your leading triumvirate at the moment.
So Norris goes down the straight, the big number 2 blazoned on the rear aerofoil with his lead, the pole man behind him, Tom Green. So Tom now has a problem. He's not really that much quicker in qualifying a couple of seconds. He needs to make that up. He's got 6 minutes to do it in, John.
I have to say, though, the big issue is going to be when they catch traffic, because the guys in the midfield are decently paced. As you said, there was only about a second.
What a mistake from Green.
Green makes a mistake.
And now second and third are together.
Yeah, the big problem is when you come on traffic, because these guys are a similar pace, and they're going to have to help out the leaders. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very difficult indeed to pass around here. And the leader comes up to traffic. First, second and third all spread out by about 2 seconds between first and second.
Now we have a bit of a stretch area, but there's certainly some battles going on. Richard Norris now, let's pick up our leader, going through the infield, about to come underneath us for the RC Racing. He's got to get past 2 orange cars if he's going to get the lead, or continue the lead. And they're battling themselves, so it's our leader, who is just going through the infield now, coming up under the commentator's corner.
Yeah, it's 5 and
Down
7
the
they've got to
straight.
get by, and that's Alex Everett and Tom Jeffries at the back of the field.
So Tom's ensconced his yellow body from earlier and has gone for a plain orange thing. So he's trying something different. We've now lost one of the cars
Right in
there.
front of the leader. Battle for second is cleared up as well. And in fact, very tight indeed for second place between our pole sitter, Tom Green, and James Wright on the number 3. That multicoloured car with the pink centre section.
And now we are indeed, that is green, that is the battling area. The James Wright with the let's put every single colour in the spray can collection on the same bodywork there.
I actually think that's quite nice.
You know, but he's used lots of tins. He's obviously got an airbrush for Christmas, but he's starting to find a bit of pace. Tom was looking quicker earlier on. That's the green top car going through time in scoring from the multicoloured car going through the infield now in front of us now. But now it does seem that the Wright car is catching up, and they're now neck and neck on the straight, John.
Into the Costa complex. They're actually getting closer to the leader as well. So they are pushing each other on here. And it does appear that Tom Green, the number 1 car, is not defending. He's just picking up his pace. There are 2 ways, of course, to hold on to a position. One is to drive down the middle of the road and slow everybody down. The other is to kind of forget about the guy that's behind you and start putting in some qualifying type laps, and that's exactly what Tom Green is doing, and that's dragging him and indeed third place man James Wright in the number 3 car back towards the leader.
And you know what the difference is when you decide to do which way? If you think you're quicker, you pull away. If you think you're slower, you defend.
Yeah, good point. But this is the man who qualified at the head of this field, so he should, in theory, be able to put a little bit of a gap between himself and the man behind him.
Some nice driving from both of them. They're driving clean, and as you're right, what's happening is they're just easing towards Richard Norris in the lead, more because I think Richard is in I'm in the lead mode.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to get involved in the 3-4 car battle that's ahead of him. But the leader, any moment now, is going to have to make that tough decision, Nick. Do I go for some of these overtakes? And he does, in fact, do that.
There, because the number 8 car knocked himself out of the line and he's gone through. But now Richard, I think, probably in his peripheral vision, can see Tom Green and knows that Tom has been closing up. The comfortable lead is now dropped to, what, a second and a half. Tom's actually now gapping through James Wright. And now making a concerted effort to catch up Richard, but he's got 2 minutes and a half to do. That's quite a few laps. It's probably, what, 8 to 10 laps still to pick up a chance. But he needs to get that white car out of the way. And that's good driving by the 8 car. And now it's visibly closer between Tom and Richard. They're both neck and neck on the road, going down the street one after the other. And Richard needs to get past some traffic. And he took a little while. Now Tom gets through that, and he goes much quicker past the traffic of car number 9, which is Elliot Cummings. And suddenly they're almost together. Norris leading in the blue, white and yellow and red car in the infield car 2, but the number 1 now hunting him down and suddenly found a lease of life. The car's come alive and Norris is tightening up.
Down to the Costa complex for their 28th lap, and with 1:49 to go. This one's not all over yet and there's more traffic ahead. Big danger time for the leader. Still in third place, James Wright, with the bright yellow rear aerofoil, is trying to get back on terms with the leader, but all eyes on the front of the field here at the centre MK, as the number 2 of Richard Norris has been hunted down, and any little mistake now, and he gets caught up with one of the back markers, and so did the second place car though, but they both bounce out of it in the middle of the Costa Coffee complex. Any small mistake now will see Tom Green back through and reclaiming his lead. He had it for the first half dozen laps or so from pole position, and all of a sudden Green just doesn't have the fluency, Nick. He's not quite there, and look at third place man James Wright closing both of those men down. Just under a minute to go.
There was a good session for a while for Tom there. He's gaining 2 or 3 tenths a lap, but suddenly Richard has found a bit more pace. It's lap by lap. It's can they make the corners? Because there's a little minor mistake, which you can't even visually see, will cost you a tenth either way, but they're trying to cut it as tight as they can, and Richard must be very unhappy to see the car 7 in front of him, but he has managed to eke out over the last 2 laps a few hundredths more, but we do still have 36 seconds, so with this lap and then 2 more.
It's about a second now between first and second. The leader comes together with one of the back markers. That might just be the fillip, the encouragement that the second place driver needs, and he's now almost within striking distance. This one, maybe 2 more laps through the Costa Coffee complex, down past the timing beam. And they are absolutely together in the midfield. The number 2 with the white front and the green car in second place. And the third place driver is there, not too far back either. 7 seconds left on the clock. They'll do this lap and then we'll get the buzzer. Nothing between Richard Norris and in second place Tom Green. They are racing to the line now. Green gets a little bit sideways. He tried to go underneath in the complex, down towards the complex for the final time. And across the line they go, Norris and Green. How will the timings beam see it? It's Norris barely from Tom Green. James Wright in third position, and the gap at the line was minuscule.
Yeah, it's a fantastic last few laps there. Richard really held on well. Tom had a bit extra pace, but Richard closed it down. Hardest thing to do. Tom was trying everything there, nip and tuck on the corners, but a great run from number 2, and a really good run from Tom as well after he made a mistake, the doctor out the lead, but some fantastic driving there and a great action. Another final with some decent action. Will we get the same from the A final?
Well, let's run through the contenders for the final race for the LMP12 Sport category. We've got more action to come from the Unlimited category, the open category with the faster engines, but it will be on pole position, number 1, Keith Robertson from Birmingham on the Team Associated chassis with Mark Jewett, the man from Cramlington, in second place. Jim Spencer on grid 3. 4th position in this final, David Gale. In 5th position, James Stewart. 6th is Peter Craig. Peter's been a quick start today. Another one of the Northeast Massive, the furniture finisher and restoring on the Team Associated chassis from Middlesbrough. 7 is Aidan Ripley. 8 is Adrian Thorpe from Derbyshire, the Technical Services Director on the Coralie. 9, Jason Butterfield. And on the 0 car, Kelly Ann Bly, scraping into the A final by the skin of her teeth.
Well, I shall enjoy the first half of this race if I'm going to prepare my car for
the 32 minutes of qualifying heats. Keith Robertson took it on the very last lap of qualifying, and I think the man in the red, white and black car on pole 2 will try and go around the outside and does. Oh, magnificent start from the man from Northumberland. And Mark Jewett absolutely out of the traps as if he'd been shot from a cannon. Grid 2 with the steam catapult. Absolutely amazing start by Jewett, and he leads from the pole man in second in that bright purple or pink machine with the blue centre section. So Mark Jewett now settles into his rhythm, 2nd and 3rd and 4th now, absolutely together in 4th position. The white
They just nipped inside there. 1, 2, 3, 4 are together as if they're glued.
Oh, hello. This looks like a really interesting final. Mark Jewett then will have to plan and scheme his way back past the leader. Still over 7 minutes to go in this 8-minute final. Jewett does look like he's got a very good car under him, but at the moment, Keith Robertson, hell of a start by the 6 car. And if it hadn't been for Mark Jewett's blazing start at the front, you would have said that was the start of the heat.
And Jewett looking in and looking out at Keith Robertson. That's the pink and blue car by straight that's leading with the white, red and blue car following him. That's Jewett. And then you have Spencer. But the interesting thing is, I think Jewett
car, she pulls
mistake by Jewett.
well out the way. And
Jewett makes a mistake and that lets Spencer through. Almost exactly
same place.
Same place, he just clipped it. And now Jim could bridge the gap quite easily, it seems, to Keith. But can he get past?
Aidan Ripley keeps well out of the way of the leading 3. Peter Craig's been dropped just a little bit in that white car with the Union flag on it. Easy to spot the leader here. It's the very bright pink bodywork with the dark blue centre section. All red in second is Jim Spencer. So Robertson from Spencer and Jewell.
And he's gone through.
And Spencer goes through very easily.
Tiny mistake there by Keith, just clipped the inside of that barrier. And Jim has now picked up 3rd, 2nd and 1st just by waiting for someone else to make a mistake. And now Keith gets a chance to hunt Jim down as they go on the straight out. The red car going through the time and scoring is your leading machine. The number 3 from the number 1 of Keith, who managed to avoid an accident that involved Jason Butterfield in the Gulf-coloured car, and the 8 machine of Adrian Thorpe. But it is 1, 2 and 3 are on the straight now to come now through timing and scoring, John.
And you can nip off and start worrying about your B final, which comes up in a few moments' time. So the bright red car of Jim Spencer is leading from that pink car in second place with the blue centre section. Mark Jewett in 3rd place. Mark will not want to let the leaders get too far away from him. He's just been dropping half a tenth or a tenth or so. In 4th place is still Peter Craig in that white car with the Union flag, but he's dropped off the pace of the leading trio now as they come back past the pit area and towards me at Commentators Complex. And the leading pair become a leading three as Mark Jewett just picks up his pace that lap. And now 2 become 3, and we have a 3-way battle for the lead. It's still Spencer, Robertson, and then Jewell in third. And Mark Jewell begins to put some pressure on the man in the middle there, who has to attack and defend at the same time. It's such a hard thing to do for the man in second place. Precision driving by each of these three men as they head onto the John Lewis straight again. And Jewell just drops back, takes a breather, but at the head of the field, no quarter asked or given. Pole sitter trying to find the way around the grid 3 red car of Spencer. And we are just under half distance now. 3 3/4 minutes still to run. Round about 12-second lap, so there's plenty left in this one. And the leading three still very much together. Peter Craig on his own in 4th position at the moment in the white car with the Union Jack, but the leaders are again battling, and this will slow them down. This will allow Jewell in the white-fronted car with the black centre section in third to catch up on them. Jewett then trying to get back on terms with the leaders. Remember, he's led this race. The red number 3 has led this race, and now the 1 is back ahead. Robertson gets back into the lead. The man from pole position has worked his way back. So all of the top 3 now, qualifiers, have led this race. Oh, there's a coming together there. Now, that's an interesting one. Leader has gone down to 3rd place. And we wait to see if there's any kind of sanction applied from the referee. And side by side, and Jewett goes through. The man from Northumberland retakes the lead. Mark Jewett back ahead of Jim Spencer. Fantastic stuff. And now it changes again as Spencer goes back through and Jewett's back in second, and he's having to hold on to that position with Keith Robertson in the 1 car. That bright pink car in 3rd position. Still over 2 minutes to go. And these 3, what a shame Peter Craig isn't. That gives himself a little bit of a breathing room. It's still Jewett in second, Robertson in 3rd. On the infield now, the bright red car is your leader. The white-fronted red rear car in second, and the pink car with the blue centre section is in 3rd. Spencer, Jewett, Robinson, 3, 2 and 1. Those are the leading cars. This is the A final. The top final, and a mistake by Jewett. He got sideways. Through goes the number 1 car. And once again, Keith Robertson, the pole sitter, is into 2nd place. This will decide 1st, 2nd and 3rd for the A final of the LMP Sports category. The 10.5 motor class for these prototype cars. I'm not going to count any one of these 3 out. We could still have a switch around in the last minute and 11 seconds. This purpose-built track at the Centre MK has been great for qualifying and even better for racing. Superb stuff, great concentration and racecraft shown by all of our drivers. And got to say, a lot of respect as well from the back markers, making sure they don't spoil the leaders' races. No blue flags here, remember. The referee trying to tell the guys what's happening now. The battle for the lead with Jim Spencer on the number 3, the bright red car, down at the Costa Coffee Complex for his 35th time. 35 seconds to run as well. Jewett makes a mistake in 3rd. It's down to the leading pair now. And the pole sitter just clips the inside curbs and puts himself at a little disadvantage. 25 seconds to go. Maybe 2 more laps here. And it's the red car of Jim Spencer just getting a little bit ragged at the moment. Can Keith Robertson plow his way back to make some kind of power play in the final lap? As we're counting down, 9 seconds to run. It's going to be very close indeed to whether they go on to another lap. If they do, it's bad news for Spencer. 2, 1, no, the hooter will go. And Spencer, oh, it's another lap. There's another lap for the leaders. They've got to come through and race through the pit. Oh, no, they haven't, sorry. Phew, I was just panicking for a moment with people stopping in front of them, whether they had to go through another lap. But it is Mark Jewett who completes the 38 laps in 3rd position. Keith Robertson in 2nd, and Jim Spencer from Grid 3 takes the A final for the LMP Sports category. What a fantastic run. Let's see if we can get a word with Jim before he disappears. Jim? Mr. Spencer, sir? Oh, yeah, don't do running normally. Stand here, sir. Congratulations. Well done, Jim. That was a hard-fought final. 4 of you were at the start. Then it came down to the 3 of you, and nobody had a clean race, but it was all pretty clean racing.
It certainly was, yeah. It was really good sportsmanship as well. Excellent racing.
What do you reckon to what we've seen here today? We've seen people at the barrier sides all through Saturday and Sunday. It's been a great event, I reckon.
It's been a superb event. It's been a really good example of how good model car racing is, and it can be at all the clubs around the country as well.
That was a hard-fought victory. That is a good bit of trophy to take home, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. Very pleased with that. Good weekend.
Thanks for being with us, and thanks for all the hard work on the organising side.
No problem at all. Thank you very much.
Well done. And we're already setting up the next grid. So without Nick doing his bits and pieces, I'll dash back to the commentary area and tell you that we are going to the LMP Modified B final now. Just 2 finals to go this afternoon. And the Open Modified will have Lee Dibble on pole position. Number 1 car already there. Lee from Utoxeter, civil aviation fitter, will be our pole man on the inside there. Next to him, Luke Burley, Tim Wood on 3, Hale on 4, Mark Payne on 5, Nick Damon on 7. Who have I missed out there? Matt Rice, my apologies. And straight away, 3 wide in the first corner. What a cracking start from grid 3. I think that's Tim Wood who's come through to lead it. It is indeed the white front with the orange rear aerofoil. And Tim Wood from grid 3 somehow made it round not 1 but 2 of the faster qualifiers ahead of him. And it's Wood that leads from in second place, Luke Burley. Up into third is Matt Rice. Mark Payne and Nigel Hayes are battling away. Let's just pick up the leader as he comes through. All kind of carnage in this B final. But the leader, the white front with the orange, going through past the timekeepers now, is Tom Wood. Luke Burley is in second position. Luke is on the number 2, which is the lime green car. Matt Rice on the 5 is in third position. Well, he was a moment or 2 ago. Sure, that's still correct, but we'll pick them up as they come through. No, the 5 with the black centre section and the green around it, that is in third position. So 3, 2 and 5, Wood, Burley and Rice. Nick Damon, for a moment, was up into 4th position in that early lap. It's dropped back to 6th at the moment. He's on the black centre section with the orange around it and battling with Ken Rogers. So the first 90 seconds of ridiculous amounts of action has seen the number 3 of Tim Wood pick up the lead. He goes past me now. And Luke Burley in the lime green is in second, and that is the number 2 car. Matt Rice, another green car, but with the black centre section, is in third position. So we can catch our breath for a moment as the leader's picking his way through traffic. The white, that was all kinds of trouble in the midfield. Fortunately not catching out any of our leaders. Once again, a lot of orange in this. On the back straight now is our leader with a bit of track clear ahead of him. And that's Tim Wood from Bridlington in East Yorkshire. What a fantastic start that was to get past the 2 faster men ahead of him. And he's turned that into a lead from Luke Burley in second as Nick Damon goes banging off the side walls for a moment and drops a position or 2. But watching our leader here, number 3 of Wood, carving his way through, and that's the 3rd place driver. The 5 car got turned over there. And he's beginning to gain on the leader, actually. I'd kind of written this one off as a spectacle. But all of a sudden, that lime green car is picking its way through traffic. Gets a bit of a side-by-side contact there onto the start-finish straight. Too many orange and white cars out there. But out there at the moment is still our leader, the number 3. He's just gone past me, and there's now no cars between him and the second place machine. And it's going to get very complicated in a moment because he's going to pass a very similar machine. He's held up by the very similar machine and slowed down. And now there's more incident. And all of a sudden, the lead has changed. And Luke's in the lead. Luke Burley in the lime green car. The 2 orange and white cars getting caught up with traffic. And I'm pretty certain that the lead has changed. Yes, it has. In fact, Matt Rice has gone through into the lead on the number 5. Can you believe that? From 3rd to 1st. It's the black centre section with the green either end and the white on the front of the car. Coming past me now. In 2nd place is Tim Wood. Luke Burley back down into 3rd in the lime green car. That all happened in traffic. Always a danger time for the leader. And Tim Wood will be cursing his luck, but he's on the rear wing now of Matt Rice, started on grid 5. Matt Rice from Derby, the branch manager at the plumbing and heating company. And he has got the B final in his hands at the moment. Now, can Tim Wood do anything in the last 2 minutes of this race? Well, would you believe it? Here's Wood on the leader. Traffic. Oh, the leader gets a massive piece of air and a wheelie onto the back straight, but somehow was quick enough on the sticks to get the front of the car back on the ground and holds on to the lead. Now, into traffic again. And Luke Burley in 3rd is gaining on these 2, you know, in that lime green car. Now we've got a bit of open track and we can have some proper racing without any back markers. 5. Well, we have, ladies and gentlemen, just another 8 minutes of racing for you. And before we get to that, let me say thank you very much to everybody who's come and watched yesterday and today. I'd also like to make a personal thanks to the Centre MK for making this happen, as well as the British Radio Car Association for all the hard work that went in Thursday and Friday to build what you see here. To all of our competitors, of course, who put on a phenomenal and entertaining weekend. And, of course, to our officials who've done such a great job. And to our viewers on rcracing.tv.
They've done a good job too.
Thanks to Paul, James and Matt, the unsung heroes of rcracing.tv. Nick and I are the ones who get all excited and get the plaudits, but without the guys behind us, we simply can't do it. We hope you've enjoyed, ladies and gentlemen, what you've seen here this weekend, and it might encourage you to go and see the BRCA and take up a bit of skill racing. So our last race of the weekend, ladies and gents, are for the fastest drivers in the fastest cars. The true racing thoroughbreds of the RC world are styled after the quickest cars on the planet. The Formula, not the Formula Ones, but the LMPs of the Le Mans 24 hours, 220, 230 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight. Well, our Mulsanne Straight is a long back straight in front of John Lewis here this weekend. And Ollie Jeffries will take pole position from Mark Stiles on 2, Adam Walker catch pole on 3, Chris Kurzweil on 4, Andy Murray 5, David Spashett on 6, watch his start, Mike Farrell on 7, 8, Matthew Vada, who came good when he needed to yesterday in the A final, Richard Watt in 9th position, and Andy Sawyer makes up the top 10. 8 minutes of racing for the final trophies of the weekend. Nick Damon joins me again, which is just as well, because I've hardly got any voice left. The wife will be delighted when I go home and can't speak for 2 days. I've got to go to McLaren tomorrow and do some interviews.
Are you?
It's going to be interesting.
Is it called Coddy?
Yeah. Driving a P1 tomorrow.
Are you?
At McLaren P1 road car. Yep.
Oh, a terrible day.
Yeah, I know.
Poor thing.
If somebody else wants me job. Really. So, Ollie Jeffries then, with the pressure of being on pole position, he gets the start and he pulls away. That's very good news indeed for Ollie Jeffries. He's going to take some catching now, Nick, with Mark Stiles in second.
But he's got the same problem he had in the last qualifying. The car's lifting a bit as it goes through. I spoke to him after that last qualifier. So he hadn't done anything to the car from the previous round.
Wow.
And couldn't explain why there were problems. He had the super goop rush out to take some of the corner traction
that doesn't
down.
look good.
But he is still managing to hold it together. But the problem is, if it lifts too much, you'll throw away speed, or it might just pirouette itself. But he has pulled away slightly. It's Jeffries from Stiles, and that's the problem he gets. It's harder to place when the car's not sitting on all 4 square bits of rubber at one time.
Yeah, and the issue is you get the equivalent of a tank slapper, and the car is just not going where he points it at the moment. And Mark Stiles in second with the white front with the candy apple red rear end of that car. Another great paint job in second. Chris Kurzweil's come up from 4th to 3rd, and he's just sitting in there. And the bright orange car of Adam Walker Catchpole is in 4th position.
Absolutely on a clear lap. Ollie Jeffries has got the speed on this entire pack, and he seems to be the car is calming down, so perhaps he might get away with it. The whole of the last qualifier problems, now the car's sitting much better, and he's managed to pull out from Mark Stiles.
His danger area is through the pits here and into the corner in front of us. And he's visibly slower through there than the guys that follow him. But my goodness me, does he punch off the final corner onto the start-finish straight very well. And he's able to hold that speed much further into the Costa Coffee complex than anybody chasing him.
And a mistake in 4th place, Adam Walker Catchpole on the orange car has dropped him way down. He's been overtaken by Dave Spashett and the 6 machine.
And that Matthew Varra is up there as well on the number 8. Matthew Varra is up into 4th position. He came good at this time yesterday and took the victory.
Slight error by Kurzweil means that he's dropped down to further back off the back of Stiles, so he's in 3rd, but it's still Jeffries now with the car settling down and pulling away.
The only problem is I just wonder what he's going to be like in traffic when he needs to change his line for the leader.
Well, 2nd and 3rd now right together, John, because there was a thump by Stiles. So 2nd and 3rd is your battle as it goes round now past us and onto the start-finish straight. 2nd and 3rd. As they move now past timing and scoring and into the centre of the pitch, it's the white from red Stiles with the white from the red, but in slightly different coloration for Chris Kurzweil. These two have raced against each other for years, battled against each other for years, and normally been occupying the same square metre of carpet or tarmac for those years as well.
They're absolutely together past us. A little bit more yellow on the centre section of Chris Kurzweil's car in 3rd position at the moment. This is the battle for the 2nd step on the podium.
Now Kurzweil loves a bit of power in his car, and watch him when they both go straight. He's notably put in the fastest motor he can find, and he flies off that, picks up towards the end, and he's catching up the bit. But Stiles has more of a general balance around the track. A bit more pointy on Kurzweil. Stiles now already driving a little bit defensive. That's let Ollie get a long, long way away now. So Ollie's problems are fading fast as Kurzweil and Stiles battle as they go past timing and scoring.
And Ollie Jeffries is loving this battle that we're watching at the moment as it comes past us on rcracing.tv. More live RC Racing, www.rcracing.tv next weekend. And remember, on Wednesday night, radiolemans.com from 8 o'clock for 2 hours. It's midweek motorsport. We'll be going through the week's motorsport news. Join us then if you can. And thanks for all the messages from the collective and people who've come down to see us this weekend. Almost a change for second there, but Stiles just occupying the right piece of track at the right time, Nick. He's under phenomenal pressure from Chris Kurzweil, and it's difficult enough to drive around on your own here, but trying to pressure someone else into a mistake. This is phenomenal driving by these two.
And they've been doing this for years in different events. But Stiles, of course, has actually won a couple of the Nationals recently. Kurzweil not been so lucky the last couple of years, a couple of changes of chassis and tyre manufacturer, but now, after only one decent run and 3 quite poor ones in qualifying, he's got the car working for the final, but he's now trying to harry Mark Stiles in a mistake. And these are the 2nd and 3rd going through now underneath us in commentator's corner and about to go down the straight. White and red from white, yellow and orangey red. I'll try and find
it's just those 2 cars.
Them
that are
2
together.
cars in the middle there, underneath me.
A little bit more yellow on the centre section of the second car and slightly less of a metallic look to the aerofoil on the back of Kurzweil's car, but that is 2nd and 3rd. The leader's gone, by the way. He's checked out. He's in another postcode at the moment, Ollie Jeffries. Just got to keep this one going. 3.5 minutes to go, and the battle for second refuses to calm down. It's Matt Varra, by the way, in 4th position, and he is coming back to them. It's the white-fronted car with the purple rear end, and these guys are slowing each other up, not by much, but Matt Varra, we've seen, doesn't need a second invitation, and he is closing down on them at a rate of knots, Nick.
He is, but I think that he's got a length of straight, he's a couple of seconds, and Styles and Kurzweil are still putting a dramatic pace, despite the fact they're so close. Kurzweil faster in different parts of the track than Styles. Styles certainly running a semi-defensive line in a couple of points of the circuit.
It's about 4 seconds between the battle for second and third, and Matt Vara in fourth position. But in a couple of laps, if he gets some clear air, he might well be able to close that down. He's under a bit of pressure himself, actually, from Adam Walker-Catchpole in the bright orange car. So those two guys are battling for position as well as traffic comes into play. I am transfixed, mesmerised, hypnotised by this battle for second place as Kurzweil has a look down the inside.
Little touch.
Just thinks the better of it. Keeps them both out of the wall.
He looked at the timing score and thought, I'll see if I can get up the inside, just lightly touch the back of Mark Styles' car, and in fact, handicapped himself more than Mark, so it's allowed to carry on, no harm, no foul. He made a slight mistake now, so how quickly can he get back on the tail of Mark Styles? Lost a second there with an error going through the switchback in front of timing.
2 minutes to go, Nick. And that, for a moment, has just calmed things down out on the circuit, and Mark Styles just breathes a sigh of relief, but he can't at all lose his concentration. This is the last final of the afternoon.
Here comes Chris, he's almost on the back already.
Now the thing about this is, oh, he's just made another mistake. Sometimes you follow and follow and follow and follow and can't find the way back. When you drop back a little bit, you've got the momentum, you have a different pace, a different rhythm.
Absolutely.
And if you can make a pass quickly, once you get onto the back of the car, that is often the way to do it. The leader, by the way, is still lapping very tidily and is out and away. Adam Walker-Catchpole, by the way, has won the battle between himself and Matthew Vara, who's dropped down to sixth position.
Vara will be the next person. His second and third battle that's on RCRacing.tv comes on the screens, but as you can see, Kurzweil's made back that second. He's back now to Harrier, and he's got through. Oh, has he? No, there's a three-corner knot pass there. 1:03 to go.
Exactly what I was talking about, Nick. Get back to him, make the pass straight away. Kurzweil and Styles. Styles in second with the white front of the car. Just hanging on for grim death at the moment. 52 seconds to go. Styles in second place, Kurzweil in third. Onto the infield again, there'll be more traffic in a moment, and it's Matt Vara. And again, we get an overlap there. There's a touch. Oh, and that's going to drop Kurzweil back down. I don't think that was deliberate, Nick.
No,
there was just a coming together there as they both went for the same piece of the carpet.
He was going for it. There's only 37 seconds to go, and already Ollie Jeffries has made hay where that's shown, because he's almost a lap ahead of the entire field. He's coming up to Kurzweil, the next person he comes with 25 seconds ago. But he's been tipped out there, but Ollie had a tip-out accident there, but he was actually so far ahead. And I don't
Look how quick Kurzweil's getting back to Styles.
He's got 2 laps. He's got this lap and one more. Might get one more, actually.
No, he's had another mistake, Nick. And now Styles has got to coast it home from here. Can't afford any accidents. 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There's the hooter. And Styles has gone through in second. Kurzweil in first. And a lap up on the rest of the field. Ollie Jeffries will take it. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time today, put your hands together. In third place, Chris Kurzweil. Mark Styles in second. And winning the Open LMP12 A final, Ollie Jeffries. Nick Damon heads down to the pit area. Ollie, don't disappear.
Okay, well, this is mine now. Did you not hear that? The commentator gets the car. That's the normal way, isn't it? Ollie, congratulations there on winning an A final with a car that looked horrible for the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, I don't know why it's sort of done that. It did it pretty much all through qualifying. So just make sure you don't crash at the start, really, and then it'll be all right.
Can you explain why in a field where yesterday everyone was much of a muchness, you're suddenly a lap faster than absolutely everybody? What is the difference? Do you just like the modified world? Do you find the car better that way?
I really don't know. I mean, in Blinky, it should be closer anyway. I don't do anything different apart from put a modified in, so I really don't know.
Now, of course, we're only, 5 weeks away from the European Championships. You're coming to Italy, and of course, the third a couple of years ago. It must be a chance to get your first European Championship there in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, definitely. That's certainly the goal, and using these races to use that as practice. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Ollie, congratulations, well, on a great result. And of course, that is the next broadcast you can see on the 21st and 23rd of March. We will be in Italy for the European Championships, John. And of course, next week, we're also broadcasting in 2 places. On Saturday and Sunday, me and the boys will be in just up the road in Northampton for the British 1/10th Winter National. And then on Sunday, there's a very good chance that Ollie and Matt will be doing something from the ICC Championship in Essex. And what do you do next weekend?
That's a very good question. I think I'll be getting my voice back. It's been a fantastic weekend of action here from the Centre MK. Thank you to everybody who's made this possible, not least, of course, everybody here at the Centre and at the British Radio Car Association. Hope you've enjoyed what we've shown you both here on rcracing.tv and here at the Centre. And I reckon, Nick, we come back and do it again next year.
Oh yeah, we're back next year for another fantastic chance to play in front of 4,000 or 5,000 people, members of the public, some great racing. I mean, I think we're quite lucky today with a lot of really good finals and really good action. And I'd like to thank you, John, for coming along and describing them in your inimitable and actually, of course, importantly, professional way.
Well, it's time to wrap up our broadcast here from the Centre MK. I can just feel just how much this carpet has got sticky over the weekend. All of this will be pulled down and taken away by the volunteers. We thank everyone who's been involved in that. And we'll be back with more racing, of course, not just here on rcracing.tv, but if you're in the UK, have a look at Sky Channel 447, that's Motors TV, and watch out for our monthly dose of RC Racing. For Nick Damon, for the rest of the team, I'm John Hindhaugh. Bye from Milton Keynes and the Centre MK. Bye for now.